It's our second destination of the season in the 2025 Supercars Endurance Championship. This is the Circuito del Jarama. Welcome along for a packed schedule of racing, the Iberian Supercars. Of course, our flagship for this event. But we also have lots to bring you from historic endurance, Carrera 80 and Katum racing as well here. Welcome along to the Alpha Live YouTube channel, where you can find this coverage in English. Lots of other language options available for this year, the 2025 season of Iberian Supercars. The new partnership being forged between Alpha Live, the production company, and Race Ready, the organisers of the series, bringing the series and all of its action to more homes and more people than ever before. A very exciting race set to take place here. If you joined us for the season opening weekend at the Autódromo Internacional do Algarve in Portugal, you'll recall that the GT4s and the the GTC cars were separated into their own races. However, this time around, everyone is on the same grid, so a huge amount of variety on the grid for this race. However, it is all Toyota at the front, as you can see. The Supra Evo 2, the GR Supra, in its second or third GT4 iteration since launch, really popular this year down in Iberia, and it is an all Toyota row number one, which rather reflects that. So a very compelling circuit this at Jarama. It is an old school slice of racing venue, lots of challenging corners, challenging braking zones, long straights to be had as well, particularly that main straight down into the first of a few hairpin corners around the lap. It has a little bit of everything. There are high-speed turns, hairpins, lots of elevation change as well at certain areas of the circuit. As you can see, drivers suited, booted and ready to go. Team personnel making their way away from the grid at the moment. And there is your view of the circuit. We are, of course, just around the Madrid area here at the Circuito del Jarama, a former Grand Prix hosting facility, and still one of the most revered circuits in the Iberian region. Old school, but still very much on the cutting edge of challenge for drivers and teams here in Iberia. And a great entry list is packed out for this race. There you can see the view from the first corner as the teams continue to make their way away from the area. And as you can see, we're not too far away from the formation lap, so no surprise that they are hot-footing it away here. And so the Supras will be at the front of the field here, as we have alluded to. But certainly the Toyotas unlikely to have it all their own way going into this one. There has been one change to the grid. If you were following qualifying at all yesterday through Iberian Supercars channels, one thing worth noting is that the number 40 car, Hector Hernandez, that car is now being driven solo, and that is because some great news in the paddock, actually, that local racer Borja Amigos has welcomed his daughter Victoria into the world overnight, and so Hector driving solo, and we hope to see Borja again very, very soon, but rather understandably elsewhere for today. So then the grid for the race is as follows. It will be Francisco Abreu at the front of the field for Toyota Gazoo Racing. Catano, Portugal in that Supra. And Speedy Motorsports' Jose Carlos Perez starting alongside him on the front row of the grid. Roberto Faria will be on row 2 of the grid in that always potent Racar Aston Martin there on the second row. You can see the grey and blue machine there. Nerea Marti, after a fairly anonymous run for Promotion Motorsports at the first round at Portimao, is now up in 4th on the grid for this race, which is a real sign of forward progression there. Nuno Afonso on the 3rd row of the grid. Afonso in the 44 car, set to be joined by the CV Performance / JP Motorsport Mercedes. Engstrom and Leverge set to share that car. I'm not too clear on who's starting that machine. Max Huber's NM Racing Team Mercedes lines up on row 4 of the grid, and it is an all NM Racing Team row 4 as well, because Guillermo Eso with his NM Racing Team Mercedes AMG GT4 is on row 4 of the grid. Miguel Lobo in the Bettina Racing entry, the number 16, lines up in 9th alongside Vasco Oliveira in the 79 in 10th position for Racar Motorsport. Another NM Racing Team entry, the 97 of Ricardo Costa, starts from 11th place. He's alongside João Aguiar Branco on that row. The first of the GTC cars, that's encompassing the 2 subclasses of GTX for older GT4 cars and Cup for former Cup cars. Rui Morita, the first of those entries, in 13th position. You can see him there in his Porsche 991 Cup car in 13th position. 14th place, Javier Macias Amores for Promotion Motorsport. 15th place, Marcus Fothergill for Tocqueville, another Porsche 991 Cup car. The 133 of Alejandro Arribas is 16th. McLaren Barcelona's SMC Motorsport entry, the 22 of Alfonso Colomina, is 17th alongside Gracie Mitchell for Top With Motorsports in their Ginetta. 18th on the grid, Andreas Samatis. 19th. 20th is Simon Moore, another of the Ginettas from the Top With stable. Ruben Silva's number 47 car is next in 21st alongside Angel Lanchares in the number 20, and in the number 12 car, row 12 of the grid, is Steve Curtin in his Top With Motorsport Ginetta alongside the Miguel Ferreira driven NGT Motorsport Aston Martin. That's another GTX entry, that's a first generation Aston. Felipe Videra, the 707 car, is next alongside Thomas Martins in the 103. Last 2 rows of the grid, Monteros Competicios taking the last 3 spots alongside that Hector Hernandez car we mentioned. Tomas Gomez, Diogo Castro and Vito Costa, those are all G40 Ginettas in the TC class, but Hector Hernandez is now bumped down to 30th on the grid as a result of that driver lineup change. So we do have a Porsche 997 Cup car just out of position there, looking to work from further back in the field. Indeed, a BMW M4 back there as well, so a few cars that will be moving on through the pack. But for now, the eyes are focused on the front of the field, where Francisco Abreu is going to be looking, hoping for a good start here. They're in 2x2 formation. We're getting ready to go racing. We are racing. It is the first race of the day for the Iberian Supercars. This event scoring points for Supercars Espana. We had a moment there on the second row of the grid. Looked to me as though the 77 Racar Aston was ever so slightly tagged potentially by its second row mate there as we got the race underway. Everybody else seemingly picking their way through the opening corners without too much trouble. This is a very hairpin dense first sector of the circuit, so everybody having to pick and choose their spots carefully. Rui Morita's had a poor start. He's fallen through the order in the GTC class side of things. Oh, and one of the Supras further back having a moment. Just came unbalanced over the crest. And that was nearly disaster. I think that could have been the Miguel Lobo's car, the Bettina Racing entry, but I'm not entirely certain. All the same, it is Francisco Abreu at the front of the field, with Jose Carlos Perez retaining second place just behind the Mercedes there from CV Performance. And a bit of a sideways moment. I think it might be Engstrom in the car initially here. I don't think they declared ahead of the race. There's your top three breaking away. Roberto Faria holding on to the back of those two Toyota Supras. Of course, Faria, a driver that many will be familiar with for all his single-seater exploits. Was particularly handy in GB3, made it as far as FIA Formula 3 before shifting over to the world of GTs, primarily with Ricard. It's also made an impact on GT4 competition a bit more broadly in Europe as well as here in Iberian Supercars. Certainly one to watch. There's the top half dozen or so. Max Huber there in 5th position, the first of the NM Racing Team Mercedes entries. Huber, who I always feel should thrive at these old school circuits. He's a part of the furniture in historic racing, piloting Cobras and Mustangs, in addition to his quote-unquote modern exploits. So a circuit like this where there's little margin for error, there are gravel traps and Armco barriers just begging you for the opportunity to catch you out. Feels like it could suit Max Huber across the race distance here. 50 minutes of racing. And of course a mandatory pit stop. There are some pit stop handicaps to consider for the pit stops as well. And the leading car, the TGR Catano Portugal machine, that is the car with the biggest of the handicaps among the GT4 Pro entries at the front of the field. So that's going to be something to consider. Mora and Abreu have to take a total of 130 seconds, 2 minutes and 10 seconds in the pits. The base time for most drivers is 120 seconds, 2 minutes. So TGR are going to be in there for 10 seconds more than most of the field. The Ricard Aston Martin has 125 seconds, so the car in third place is slightly longer for pit stops as well. And the other car that has a pit stop penalty within GT4 Pro, well, it's actually the Speedy Motorsport machine. So Jose Carlos Perez and Thomas Guedes will also have a little bit of a handicap. Only 3 seconds added to the 2 minutes for them, though. So they are actually in the strongest position of the top three when it comes to pit stop situation. For Nerea Marti and Promotion Motorsport, they're in 4th position. It's going to be quite important that they try and hold on, of course, to that top three, because there could be an opportunity beckoning, especially if they can stay within 10 seconds of the race leader. We have a car off there. Was that the 44 Gianfranco Motorsport car? Certainly looks like it. That's hugely unfortunate for the team, making its return at present to major stages in motorsport. That was Nuno Afonso and Alexandra Arias' car with what looked like either suspension or a tyre, but damage of some description. There's your all Mercedes battle going on for 6th position. Guillermo Eso, who leads in GT4 Pro Bronze. That's effectively a Pro-Am category. And Eso, always a joy to watch. Even though he is the bronze driver, he is always right on the money speed-wise. Currently being hassled somewhat by the 85 driver. So it is the GT4 Pro cars at the front of the field, as you might expect. That's for lineups featuring no bronze representation. The GT4 Pro Bronze category is a split between silver and bronze drivers. Typically, I believe gold drivers also allowed in that. GT4 Bronze is for all bronze lineups, and then there's GT4 AM for drivers who are fairly new to the world of GT4 racing, or at the very least not so decorated as some of the FIA Bronze certified drivers. Then of course you've got our other categories outside of the GT4 class. You've got the Cup class, which is a part of GTC. GTC is the overarching class, and that features two subcategories, Cup and GTX. Cup is for older Porsche 997 Cups, 991 Cups, Ferrari 430 Challenges, cars of that nature. Then GTX is largely for older GT4 cars, as well as a variety of other machines like the Ligier JS2R. And then you've got TC at the rear of the field, which is a fairly open book, but largely populated by Ginetta G40s in the current day. Lots of Ginetta representation through those classes below GT4. The Topwith Motorsports team, of course, the British outfit, bringing plenty of G55s out to play, and in fact it's one of those G55s that currently leads in the GTC ranks, and indeed therefore in the GTX subclass. That is Gracie Mitchell in the 128 car. She's had a very promising start to the race, now running in 12th overall. Said that Rui Morita had fallen back. He's actually outside the overall top 20. He fell well down the field early doors. Meanwhile, we watch the Mercedes battle here for 6th overall. Guillermo Eso having to lean on his defensive skill set here with the 85 CV Performance Merc all over its bumper. As you can see, the inside line has beckoned there into the first corner and through. Seemingly has gone that number 85. Yes. The CV Performance JP Motorsport car is through. Good start then from CV Performance there, moving up the field here in the early stages of the race. Looking down as the GTC leader comes through there. That is the Topwith Motorsport Ginetta that we mentioned a little while ago there, Gracie Mitchell. And you really get a sense of some of the variety that is there in the midfield here in Iberian Supercars, with these shots here. The GT4s are in amongst it, the older GT4 cars as well. You've got the 570S McLaren there, the Ligier JS2R, the Ginettas, the older F82 BMW M4 GT4 as well. Really interesting mix of cars eligible for Iberian Supercars. It's the GT4s at the front. It's Francisco Abreu at the front of the field for now. And actually 4 seconds to the good now over Jose Carlos Perez. And of course, going into minute 20 to 30, going into the pit window, It is interesting that Abreu has already built 4 seconds worth of lead. You just see there a move from Marcus Fothergill in the Porsche 991 Cup car. They're getting past the McLaren 570S of Alfonso Colomina. Colomina then dropping back. Of course, strictly speaking, they're in the same class. The BMW is not, though. That's a current spec BMW. Javier Macias Amores there in the M4 GT4, making a position on Alfonso Colomina. Colomina running 4th place in GTX for the older GT4s and the Ginettas and co, which also puts him 5th in the overall GTC class rankings. So has lost a position in the GTC class with the Porsche of Fothergill getting past. Marcus Fothergill, who of course, much like the Top Grith team, hails from the UK, has made a kind of racing immigration to the Iberian Supercars in recent times, was previously very successful in Brit car competition. And he is a Porsche 991.1 Cup car. Looks to be hooked up fairly well here. Currently leads the Cup subclass with Rui Morita all the way down there in 3rd place. Not sure what's going on for Rui today, for Monteros Competizos. He just doesn't seem to have the raw speed. Speaking of raw speed, that BMW down the main straight just jets past Fothergill. It was extraordinary pace out of the M4 GT4. It's a sizable beast, but it does cut through the air fairly well. Meanwhile, there's the 44 Gianfranco car again. I believe that is a lap down. Yes, it is. That's Nuno Alfonso, actually a couple of laps down after the puncture we saw for that car earlier on. At the front of the field, Francisco Abreu is really dominating proceedings in that number 26 Supra, 6.3 seconds clear now. And the difference in the pit stops between Abreu in the lead and Perez in second is 7 seconds. So as it stands, Abreu is on track to extend that advantage significantly to potentially retain the lead here going into the second phase of the race once the pit stop windows are complete. There is the Toyota Gazoo Racing Portugal entry. Really interesting to see the Toyota GR Supra GT4 here at Jarama. This is actually one of the facilities that was used to launch this car to the global press. But of course being the road car rather than the GT4 racing version. And don't ask me how I know this, but I know a couple of them ended up in the Armco that day with the journalists at the wheel. But for now, the 26 being driven expertly by Francisco Abreu. As you can see, closing in on some lap traffic. Traffic management will be a part of this as the race goes on. It's a fairly short lap in the grand scheme of things here at Jarama. They're lapping under 1 minute 40 at the front of the field. Now, I think Jose Carlos Perez there, going through the shot in second place, may have been given the hurry up by the team because he's back under 6 seconds away from Abreu now. Strikes me that perhaps Perez has either been saving the tyres or he's been given the hurry up by Speedy Motorsport. Speedy Motorsport will want victories this weekend. They got a victory with Ricardo and Lobato in the first GT4 race at the Algarve. Little look to the inside there from the CV Performance JP Mercedes as Now it's Max Huber under pressure from Jonathan Engstrom, who is confirmed to be at the wheel of the car for this first phase of the race. Engstrom trying to find a way through here for 5th position. Completely prepared CV Performance 85 car, strong out of the hairpin. More of a sweeper actually down there at Portago, and still the NM Racing team car of Huber is ahead. I thought that potentially the 85 would get through, but no, the NM Racing team machine with the determined Max Huber at the wheel is holding on to 5th position. Of course, way up the road is Nerea Marti in 4th place. She has cleared off from this battle. Getting reports elsewhere that the NGT Motorsport number 700 Aston Martin is reporting clutch problems, so that car is in a measure of strife and is not out on the circuit as it stands, unfortunately. There are the two Mercedes, though, at war for 5th and 6th position. Behind them in 7th and 8th as well, Guillermo Eso under some pressure from Oliveira in the number 79 Aston. So lots of fighting going on here in the mid of the top 10. At the front of the field, though, Abreu is managing things, has just extended the gap back out over 6 seconds. How cool is it to see teams like CV Performance and JP Motorsport looking to dip their toe into Iberian Supercars this year? Really a telltale sign that this series, one of the strongest in Southern Europe, is starting to draw attention from further afield as well. Of course, Topwith Motorsport's long-standing continued participation in the series also testament to that. There's the 18 car, or number 10 car I should say, of Huber. This is for 5th overall. It's also for 5th within the GT4 Pro class. Guillermo Eso back there in 7th, just going through shot, is the leader in the GT4 Pro Bronze class. Out there on circuit at the moment. And on that lap, Vasco Oliveira behind Eso lost a lot of time. His previous lap was a 1:43.4. So I think our leader in the GT4 Bronze class, Vasco Oliveira for Ricard Motorsport, may have made a bit of an error, and that has quelled the battle for 7th overall for the time being. As you can see, the two Mercedes, of course, as you'd expect, very evenly matched, coming up on some lap traffic at the moment in the form of the Aston Martin Vantage GT4. That is the GT4 AM entry of Felipe Videra there, just making things easy for Huber. And we'll do the same in turn for Jonathan Engstrom as well. Such a tricky, technical and narrow circuit here at Jarama. In some regards, traffic management is down to luck more than skill, in that it's all just down to where you catch them. Some of the greats of motorsport are shouted out here in the corner names around this Jarama circuit. That first hairpin of the lap is known as Fangio. You've got corners named after the legends like Giuseppe Farina, Alberto Ascari. Nods to some of the other famed locations in motorsport like Le Mans and Monza. Jarama with a legend all of its own. GT4 AM leading BMW, and oh goodness me, a little bit of a squeeze there as Alfonso Colomina tried to get the nose on the inside of that Ginetta G40 to put a lap on the diminutive Yorkshire Sports Car. It's again all about the traffic management. There's so many different cars out on the circuit with so many different levels of performance out on the circuit. You do have these hair-raising moments here and there. Now, already seeing pit stops. Not quite yet, but they are going to be coming fairly sharpish here. There's been a change there, hasn't there? Yes, Jonathan Engstrom is past Max Huber. Missed that. So Engstrom is now up to 5th position. Jonathan Engstrom to 5th. Max Huber down to 6th position. Now both drivers, or both teams, will be serving 120-second pit stop, so there is no advantage to be gained there. In has come the leading car, though. The pit stops have started at the first opportunity for quite a number of the Pro Class cars. This is Francisco Mora, set to take over the number 26 car now from Abreu, who started, of course. Jose Carlos Perez, interestingly, has continued on, so he's trying to go slightly different on the strategy and see if that benefits the number 5 Speedy Motorsport crew. A reminder that Toyota Gazoo racing car that we're looking at the moment will be in the pits for 130 seconds as opposed to the standard 120. That's a 10-second handicap for winning the most recent race. Back at the season opener in Portimao. 125 seconds for the Racar Aston Martin. Roberto Faria will be handing that over at present to Matthew Martins. And then the Speedy Motorsport car, the number 5, that currently leads the race on account of not making a stop. That's on 123 seconds, a 3-second handicap. Now it isn't 2 minutes stationary, it is 2 minutes from pit in to pit out, so they have to try and get that right, make sure they don't leave too much time on the table, send the car off in fast fashion. The pit delta here is meant to be around 24 seconds, so the team's taking that into account as the Racar Aston Martin is leaving the pit lane with Matthew Martins ahead of the Supra. That's a big development in the race. The Toyota Gazoo Racing Portugal machine is behind the Racar 77. Now, there was only 5 seconds between them in terms of pit stop handicap, and the advantage between the two cars was greater than 5 seconds as they came into the pit. So either Racar Motorsport has nailed their departure from the pit lane, or something is amiss. And maybe Toyota Gazoo Racing were a little more sluggish to get off pit road. That could be an option as well, of course. Which would be proof that even the most experienced drivers and teams can get it wrong. But Matthew Martins, the ever impressive Frenchman for Racar, is in a very strong position then for the second phase of the race. He will now be watching the deltas of the Jose Carlos Perez car along with the team to see where that comes out. Now, in theory, Perez could be in a very strong position here because they only have 3 seconds of handicap, where the Racar Aston had 5, and of course the Aston was behind Thomas Guedes before the pit stops were served. Now, here they come past the pit lane. And there is the Supra. Now, with a 2-minute handicap time, or a 2-minute pit stop time, of course, they have lapped those two during their pit stops. So It's going to be a while before this number 5 car leaves the pit lane. Also in on this lap, the 97 NM Racing Team Mercedes. One of the only cars that hasn't pitted among the front runners so far is Jonathan Engstrom in that CV Performance JP Motorsport Mercedes AMG. So that car pressing on, having moved past Max Huber shortly before the window opened. This is the quote-unquote danger car for the time being, though. That is the number 77, Matthew Martin's Aston Martin. As you can see, it's the slightly older spec Vantage GT4, the pre-Evo version, but still proving very competitive in the hands of the young driver duo of Farrier and Martins. Farrier's had a really solid opening stint, and Martins has picked up the baton in a strong position, but we need to know now where that number 5 Supra is in relation to these two as it exits the pit lane. That's going to be the critical piece of information. The Supra has just left the pits. There's a car off the circuit. That was one of the Ginettas, but moreover, we need to see turn 1 because that's where the lead is being decided as we speak. Coming out of the second corner they are now. Is that the number 5 Supra in the lead? Yes, it is. The net race lead has fallen in favour of Thomas Guedes, who's taken over that number 5, but the tyres are not up to temperature. Therefore, Matthew Martins is all over the back of the Supra. Francisco Mora is also invited to the party. This is a three-way battle for what is the net race lead. Here comes the Aston, trying to go around the outside there. That's brave through those S's. Braking a little bit deep there. I think it's quite obvious Thomas Guedes is feeling the pressure here from Martins, but of course with every corner that passes there's a little more grip underneath him in that Supra. The tyres coming up to temp. Of course all the cars running Pirelli P0 tyres here. In the Iberian Supercars, so no advantage to be gleaned based on where you get your rubber. There's your net top 3 in the race. And it looks like a thrilling battle is in prospect. Also not a million miles away is Jose de Milagros there in the BMW that you see in the back of shot. The BMW that he took over from Nerea Marti. Only a couple of seconds back from this 3-car lead scrap as well. So the pit stop handicaps have done exactly what they are intended to do. They've completely shuffled up the front of the order and created a very compelling race for the remainder of this one. Francisco Mora will know, based on his namesake and teammates' performance in the first phase of the race, that the car that he's driving is more than capable of being at the front. But he has to harness that speed now. Flashing of the lights there from Matthew Martins to say, very much here, friend. Looking around the outside. Oh, and that's a bit of a moment there from Guedes. And unfortunately, Matthew Martins, the bystander in that one. Guedes missed the apex. Looked like he carried too much speed, maybe snagged a brake. He drifted out wide, and that's cost Matthew Martins. Through into second place, then has gone Francisco Mora. And you get the feeling he might be about to make short work of Thomas Guedes because he's all over the back of his fellow Toyota Supra driver. The BMW, as expected, has come into this conversation now as well. Jose de Milagros wants a podium. First podium of the year in prospect here for the promotion BMW squad. It's 4 cars for the lead. Got some debris of some description down there on the main straight as well. Not quite sure what that is. It looked for the world like bubble wrap to me, but Can't imagine there's a roll of that knocking around the track. Some lap traffic to consider up ahead. It's Marcus Fothergill in his Porsche Cup car. Everyone will be begging him to watch the mirrors. Ooh, he's trying to stay out of the way as best he can, but Thomas Guedes will be annoyed with the fact that he's rather scrubbed off some speed there. Coming out of the hairpin, all 4 cars around the outside there of the Porsche. Incredible stuff from all parties. Thomas Guedes is holding on for the time being then. Francisco Mora is yet to find a way through. I thought we were slow, and a safety car is out. Now, we did see that Ginetta in the gravel trap, of course, briefly. I believe it was a Ginetta. So I'm wondering if that's connected at all. I say Ginetta, it may have been Vito Costa, potentially. I'm not sure which car it was embedded in the gravel earlier on, but that may well be the cause of our safety car. The safety car is out, and this neutralizes the race. It, of course, neutralizes that battle that we had going on, but it also leaves the door open for other parties to join said battle. Let's run through your order post-pit stops then. It is Thomas Guedes for Speedy Motorsport, taking over that car that Jose Carlos Perez started. He leads the race from Francisco Mora, the pole-sitting Toyota Gazoo Racing Catano Portugal car. Matthew Martin's in third now in that Racar Aston Martin, and I suspect there will be a healthy dose of red mist under that particular visor after losing second place there to that tangle with the leading car. Jose de los Milagros running in fourth position. Was right on the back of that top 3 battle at the time of the safety car coming out there. You see the BMW. Fifth in the... we're going to go down now to the pit lane. We'll continue talking through that in a moment.
Estamos com José Carlos Pires, que está na liderança da corrida com o seu colega de equipa Tomás Guedes. José Carlos foi uma primeira stint sempre com muita pressão, mas no final com os pit stops acabaram por ficar em primeiro. Como é que fazes o resumo do teu stint?
Foi um stint lá, Jorge, foi um stint duro porque pronto, nós tínhamos os pneus, digamos, de quali já com 4 voltas. Eu acho que o Toyota da Toyota Portugal levou 2 pneus novos, portanto isso também dificultou-nos um bocado a vida. Para tentar ir atrás dele, mas estávamos mais rápidos, por exemplo, que o terceiro. E a partir da quarta e quinta volta começou-se a tornar difícil de gerir, porque o carro estava a escorregar bastante, de frente, traseira. Mas pronto, estamos em primeiro, agora temos que gerir bem. Temos uma hora atrás de nós, temos o Mathieu, temos o BMW, vai ser uma corrida interessante.
Ok, muito bem. Muito obrigado e boa sorte.
Jose Carlos Perez weighing in on the lead battle from Speedy Motorsport. Now, I was down to 5th place. Thomas Granzella, who's taken over from Max Huber. He runs 5th overall at this point in the race. Let's talk you through some of the class leaders as well. And 7th overall is Philip Barber. He leads the Pro Bronze class of GT4. The Bronze class leader, Francisco Carvalho, he runs 8th overall in that 79 car. In 12th overall is the first of the GTC cars. It is the GTX subclass entry being driven by Angel Santos, that Sheffield Sport Ligier JS2R. There's the Ginetta that was off the circuit. It was actually one of the G40s after all. So that's Rodrigo Vilaza, I believe, being wheeled away. Yes, the 101 car being wheeled away, and that was, as I understand it, the cause of the safety car. We've got one of the NM Racing Team Mercedes coming into the pit lane. Now, I believe that's Philip Vava. Yes, it is. The Vava NM Racing Team machine comes in. Has there been any bulletin to suggest a penalty? Doesn't appear that there has been. So is there an issue potentially on that 36 Mercedes? Interesting stuff. Now, Angel Santos, as I alluded to, leading the Ligier JS in the GTX class in that Ligier JS2R. Lucas Ticini will be the main challenger there as we go back down to the pit lane.
Miguel, estamos com Miguel Lobo, que é uma estreia no campeonato, no lugar de Sérgio Azevedo, faz equipa com o Orlando Batina no Toyota. Miguel, é uma boa estreia, estão na liderança da corrida.
É, sim, é uma boa estreia, estava algo apreensivo, que foi a primeira vez que conduzi um GT e estou muito satisfeito. Aqui algo também apreensivo no arranque, mas também não dei nenhum toque, é sempre uma altura da corrida difícil. Depois puxei um pouco, depois tive também alguma indicação para também não sobreaquecer os pneus e acho que deixei o carro numa condição boa agora para o Orlando e pronto, até agora é um balanço super positivo e estou a adorar.
E estão no primeiro lugar da vossa divisão, GT4 para o bronze, e com a possibilidade de vencer, seria uma estreia fantástica para ti.
Não, isso era a cereja sobre o topo do bolo. Vamos ver, ainda falta, e corridas, tudo pode acontecer até ao último minuto. Neste momento penso que está ainda safety car. Vamos ver, espero que sim, que seja o primeiro pódio dos GTs, logo na primeira corrida.
Okay, muito bem, muito obrigado e boa sorte.
Obrigado.
So this is Miguel Lobo, who is leading with Orlando Batina the race in the GT4 Pro Bronze division, and is trying to fight for the win, and which would be a very good debut for him. So back to commentators. Thank you.
We're about to go back to green flag conditions. Just time to quickly finish my point that Lucas Ticini for Topwith Motorsports will be the main challenger among the GTX cars as this race continues onward. So we'll try and keep an eye on that GTX battle as well as what's going on at the front of the field. But you can see the top four already breaking away from the rest of the pack. It is Tomás Guedes that leads the race. 11 minutes and change left to go here. And all the promotion BMW looks like it's gone wide. Yes, oh goodness me, Jose de Milagros off in the gravel, and even more off in the gravel is the Aston Martin. Oh, Francisco Cavallo will be kicking himself. That's going to be the GT4 bronze lead gone for Racar Motorsport, but here's the overall lead changing hands. Francisco Mora dives to the inside. Mora to the race lead, Guedes to second, Matthew Martin still right in amongst it in P3. Then there's a big gap to Thomas Granzella in fourth because of the BMW running out wide. So the NM Racing Team Mercedes of Granzella is up into fourth place. It looks like Guedes is struggling to keep pace here with Francisco Mora. It's going to be imperative for Matthew Martins to find his way past as quickly as he can. He's looking to the outside. That's going to be hugely ambitious. Can't get it done there. But a dramatic restart to the race. I believe everybody is still running, thankfully, despite gravelly excursions. Jose de Milagros did quite well to only lose one position. He's still in fifth overall here. Oh, but the number 12 car, I think that is, off the circuit. Ramiro Garcia Pumarino in the Land GP Racing Porsche 911 Cup car. And off track there goes the fourth place machine, Granzella, making the circuit wide. I don't think with any intention. That Porsche doesn't get going. It does appear to be. That could be another delay. As to the side-by-side situation goes the battle for second place. Martins has the inside, but the outside line for the hairpin that comes up next, of course. I think Guedes is just about going to hold on so long as he gets the braking nailed. He drifts out wide there, but it keeps himself ahead of Matthew Martins for now. Guedes is doing a good job here. Guedes, the 21-year-old, champion in the GT4 Club Sport division of last year's Porsche Sprint Challenge Swiss, and also in the XGT4 Italy series, both in Porsche Cayman. So the Supra is a new platform, but we know he's quick. And currently having to use all of the defensive racing acumen that he's got, but Matthew Martins has a nose to the inside this time as they head downhill. And this time, he should have the position, surely, as they go through the Bugatti S's. Yes, second place belongs to Matthew Martins. Second, third, fourth and fifth there in one shot. Francisco Mora is driving away 4 seconds clear of Matthew Martins now that Martins is in second place. 4 seconds in 8 minutes over Francisco Mora. That is a mighty task for even Matthew Martins, as strong of a driver as the Frenchman is. Here comes Jose de Milagros with the BMW that's usually pretty strong in a straight line, challenging for third place here against Thomas Guedes. And de Milagros, having moved up to fourth place on this previous lap at the expense of Granzella, is now fighting it out for third place. If he can hold on around the outside here, of course, that will translate to the inside line for the following corner, the Le Mans hairpin. And through goes the BMW from gravel to podium in about 3 minutes there. Guedes having a little look to the inside, but thinks better of it. Dramatic stuff here at Jarama. Francisco Mora with that 4-second advantage is in a very strong position. I think any other place in that top 5 is currently still very much up for debate, though. Circling back to the GTX class, it is still Angel Santos in the lead for the Chefo Sport team. So the Ligier JS2R still leads that 10th overall on the lead lap of the race. Lucas Decini is 2 seconds back, so he has some work to do. Try and take this GTX win. Marcus Fothergill's Porsche 991 Cup car is the leader. Oh, and into the pits goes the TGR car. Francisco Mora is in the pit lane. Not sure as to what's going on there with Francisco Mora, but he's in the pits. The race leader has pitted. And Matthew Martins will therefore be our race leader. You've got some damage there to the back of one of the Supras. Back out of the pits now comes Francisco Mora. There is the 26 car. It must have been a drive-through penalty. Yes, a drive-through for overtaking under yellow is the bulletin in relation to that. Drive-through penalty for the 26 car. And there's also a mandatory stop-go penalty for the 79 Aston that we saw in the gravel earlier on. So it's compounding for Racar Motorsport 79, but Racar Motorsport number 77 finds itself in the race lead. Matthew Martins, no doubt with Roberto Faria cheering on in the pit lane. So to reiterate, Francisco Mora has done a drive-through penalty. Overtaking under yellow flags was the verdict. And a drive-through penalty has been served. And that leaves us with a compelling scrap at the front from a charging Jose de Milagros in second place. Thomas Guedes, meanwhile, leads the battle of the Thomases with Granzella behind him in fourth. With 4 minutes and 15 seconds left to go, can Jose de Milagros make something happen here for Promotion Motorsport, for he and Nerea Marti? It would be the best way to bounce back from a tricky time of things at Portimao. As it is, that second position will be by far the strongest result of the season for Promotion. For either of these teams fighting out for the win, it will be their first of the season in Iberian Supercars, and there goes Milagros. A huge lunge, but Matthew Martins fighting back side by side as they head back down the hill. Matthew Martins knows all too well that it's hard to hold on around the outside. I'm not sure he's going to try it. He does not. And now, unfortunately, he's going to come onto that long main straight in the Aston behind the BMW, in the section that the BMW usually seems to thrive at. Once the long straight opens up, the M4 stretches its legs. Oh, but look at that run through the final corner from Martins. Full commitment, trying to get a run down the main straight. But there you see maybe a car length picked up by de Milagros down the straight. Of course, the BMW, a larger, slightly heavier beast. It needs that little bit of extra straight line poke in order to balance the field across a lap. Balance of performance is not the same as total equalization. You make all of the cars do the same thing around a hairpin, they'll do different things on the straights. It's about finding that balance, hence the B in BOP. And so the BMW has the edge through some of the straights, but through some of these twisty sections, that's where the Aston comes alive. And Matthew Martins has the not insignificant task of finding his way past the big BMW. Jose de Milagros took that car over from Nerea Marti, who put in a really solid first stint of the race. Kept herself in contention in fourth place, and now de Milagros has picked the baton up and is in a great position. Yes, somewhat aided by Francisco Mora's penalty. Mora has come out in 7th place, and I'm not sure there's going to be any further progress from him. Here they come across the line. 1 minute and 12 seconds left to go means that this should be our final lap of the race, and Jose de Milagros is going to have to try and hold on for just one more rotation of the Circuito del Jarama here. It's the second round of Iberian Supercars. It is round 2 for Supercars España. 3 different championships make up the overall Iberian Supercars, and Supercars España is the one scoring points this weekend. But those will all be mere technicalities right now for Jose de Milagros. Flashing the headlights there at the TC Class Ginetta up ahead. Mere corners away from potentially claiming the first win of the season for the Promotion Motorsport BMW squad. Here they come. They've dispatched that lap traffic without trouble. Matthew Martins, unfortunately, has run out of opportunities on this lap. Some more lap traffic that I don't think they're quite going to get to before the end of the lap here. Jose de Milagros out of that last twisty bend through the long sweeping final corner. And Milagros receives the checkered flag. It's Nerea Marti and Jose de Milagros who win the race here at Jarama. Matthew Martins, second place there along with Roberto Faria. And Tomas Guedes, after leading after the pit stops, finishes third overall ahead of Thomas Granzella. Now what's going on in the GTX class battle? Luca Staccini has been closing in. Here they come down the main straight, but it will be the Ligier of Angel Santos that wins in the GTX class. Staccini was not far away at the end by any means. But there is your GTX winning Ligier, just going through shot, taking a healthy 11th overall as well. So that's a GTC class win as well as the GTX subclass. In the GT4 Pro Bronze classification, Orlando Battina for Battina Racing, the Toyota GR Supra GT4 Evo 2 having a good finish. Here's your standings in full. Jose de Milagros wins it from Matthew Martins in the 77 Ricard machine. Tomas Guedes is next alongside Thomas Granzella in 4th, Orlando Battina in 5th position, Bernardo Pinheiro in 6th place in the number 6. Francisco Mora, unfortunately, only 7th after that drive-through. Luis Leveau in 8th position. Philip Vava in 9th. Andres Prieto in 10th place. He won in the GT4 Bronze classification. Then your GTX winner, Angel Santos, just ahead of the Italian stallion Luca Staccini for Top With Motorsports. Alba Vasquez rounding out the GTX class podium for McLaren Barcelona SMC Motorsport. Enrique Oliveira in 14th place in the older BMW M4 GT4. 15th place for Borja Hormigos. In fact, Borja, of course, not racing, so that was just Hernandez on his own. Andres Simatis in 16th place. In 17th position was JM Smurg. Francisco Carvaro in 18th. Marcus Fothergill 19th. Aubrey Hall in 20th ahead of Jonathan Ellsworth in 21st. The 44 of Alexandra Area in 22nd. Antonio Lopez in the 707 car taking 23rd overall. In 24th position, Ruin Morita. He'll be very disappointed, I think, with how that race panned out for him. Ramiro Garcia Pumarino did reach the flag after coming to a halt at one point, finishing 25th overall. Then it was Vito Costa in 26th place in another Porsche Cup car. Then in 27th, the 103 car, João Faria, winning for Monteros Competizos in the TC class, the first of the Ginetta G40's home. Martin Romao is in 28th, Rodrigo Villafa in 29th, and Miguel Ferreira did actually get to the finish, so that NGT Motorsport Aston Martin did reach the flag in spite of some clutch issues. But what a race for Promotion Motorsport, the BMW M4 GT4, having an almighty race. Checkered flag waving for the 81 team for the first time this season. It was an anonymous weekend at best at Portimao, but now the headlines head the way of Milagros and Marti. For Matthew Martins and Roberto Faria, they'll be somewhat disappointed. There were numerous occasions in that race where it looked like it was falling in their favour, but it never quite worked out. I think that Tomas Guedes will be pretty happy with third position overall. Of course, he was leading after the pit stop cycle, but it was clear the pace wasn't quite in that number 5 Speedy Motorsport Supra. With this result, we've now had 3 teams claim 3 overall victories among the GT4s here in Iberian Supercars. Of course, it was Speedy Motorsport's number 4 car that isn't here this weekend, since it's focusing on the FPAC series, the Campeonato Portugal de Velocidade. So they're not here this weekend, but it was the number 5 Speedy Motorsport car that won the first race of the season at Portimao. Then it was the TGR Portugal machine of the Franciscos, Mora and Abreu in race 2. And now we have a third team, Promotion Motorsport, taking that race victory here in this first race of the weekend. It is also the first win in the GTC class, the combined GTX and Cup runners. The first time that we've had Angel Santos and Chefo Sport at the front there. The Ligier coming to the fore here in this race. Will have been slightly helped by some of the pit stop handicaps, of course. In the GTX class, Staccini and Gracie Mitchell were with a 5-second longer pit stop. And they only finished less than 2 seconds back, so if it weren't for that pit stop handicap, perhaps Staccini and Mitchell would have been on the top step again, but pit stop handicap is somewhat there to make sure repeat winners are at a premium here in the Iberian Supercars, after all. But for Rui Morita, it will be somewhat disappointing that he started on pole among the GTX class and then fell outside of the overall top 20. Eventually finished 24th and second among the Cup cars. The first of the Cup cars home was Marcus Fothergill for Topwith Motorsports in 19th. It's only good enough for 6th in the main GTC classification. But the first of the Cup cars home all the same for Fothergill. And so that is a really good result for the Topwith team as well. Of course, they've got strength in numbers, a number of Ginettas as well as the Fothergill Porsche out there on the circuit, and second in class, they'll be fairly happy with that, but Staccini and Mitchell will be hoping for better things. However, it scarcely could have gone better for Speedy Motorsport. Meanwhile, I understand it is now time to shift focus here to the Katum racing, of which we have a few different variations here this weekend. No English feed on this race, but do stay with us because there is a full quota of racing to come here today at Jarama.
Nerea, ha sido un inicio de carrera con muchas peleas. ¿Cómo has visto?
La verdad que ha sido una carrera súper interesante. Al principio, en la salida he tenido que mantener la posición, que salíamos cuartos, porque casi no había espacio al final, pero bueno, hemos seguido luchando hasta el final. También teníamos la ventaja de que los primeros tenían handicap de las carreras anteriores, así que también hemos aprovechado eso al máximo. Y nada, luego ha salido José, ha podido remontar hasta primera posición haciendo un carrerón, así que súper contentos de ya por fin estar en nuestro lugar y bueno, y de todo el trabajo que ha hecho todo el equipo BMW España Motorsport.
Muy bien, gracias. José, has que tenido pelear para llegar al primero.
Lo teníamos muy claro, al final si sales cuarto y tienes delante dos Toyota, que se está demostrando el coche más rápido por ahora, ya que el BOP creo que todavía nos perjudica un poquito con respecto al Toyota, pero bueno, aquí jugaba que estábamos en casa y es un circuito que tiene muchísimos trucos y si cometes un error pues vas fuera a la tierra, ¿no? Entonces eso también hace que en las curvas rápidas pues los rivales se lo piensen porque al más mínimo error están fuera y es una ventaja que teníamos que aprovechar. Yo sabía que teníamos que contar con ello y no nos íbamos a rendir. Sabíamos que en cada vuelta íbamos a tener diferentes oportunidades, en cada curva hay una posibilidad de adelantamiento, es un circuito en el que prácticamente tengo una línea para poder adelantar en cada curva, así que estaba bastante confiado y esperando simplemente el momento adecuado. Sin esperar mucho tiempo para que no se me escapase la cabeza de carrera. Intenté un adelantamiento por fuera a final de recta, pero el Aston me dejó sin pista, me fui a la tierra y tuve que remontar otra vez desde la sexta posición. Me decía el equipo que quedaban 13 minutos, pero dije, bueno, con 13 minutos, si empiezan a luchar entre ellos, pues creo que puedo tener una oportunidad, ¿no? No me rendí y poquito a poco hemos ido alcanzando a todos. Un Toyota adelantó al Aston Martin con bandera amarilla, sabía que iba a tener sanción en el puesto 8 cuando salió Gineta. Así que sabía que ese coche no me preocupaba y mi guerra estaba solo con el Toyota amarillo y con el Aston Martin. Entonces me centré en luchar con ellos dos, intentar pasar por la meta en primera posición, ya que BMW ha puesto todo aquí, en el Jarama, en nuestra casa, que es donde está también la sede de Ibérica, y también estaban mis hijos, y no podía fallarles y tenía que intentar ganar delante de ellos.
Muy bien, parabéns. Saludos. Para vosotros, ¿cuál es la sensación de ganar en Jarama?
Hombre, para mí ganar en Jarama es una sensación muy bonita, no en un circuito tan histórico como es el Jarama, pero creo que la ilusión real es de José, porque al final es de Madrid, es su casa, y yo creo que para él pues es una ilusión increíble ganar aquí, como ha dicho, pues delante de sus hijos también.
Okay, muchas gracias y suerte.
Gracias.
And so they are very happy to win at their own race, and they are going to the podium now. So back to commentators.
Muito bom dia, senhoras e senhores. Sejam muito bem-vindos aqui ao circuito de Jarama para a segunda corrida do programa desportivo do Katum Motorsport Ibéria. A segunda corrida do programa. Ontem tivemos a primeira corrida, que foi ganha por Tomás Teixeira, o jovem piloto da Speed Motorsport. Celebrou assim a sua primeira vitória no troféu monomarca mais antigo da velocidade ibérica. Tomás Teixeira foi seguido de Diogo Tavares, com o JJ Oliveira a completar o pódio. Phil Jenkins foi quarto e Gonçalo Lobo do Val quinto. Estes cinco protagonizaram uma batalha muito interessante ontem, do início ao fim da corrida, com Tomás Teixeira a conseguir levar a melhor. Diogo Tavares e JJ Oliveira disputaram o lugar intermédio do pódio, até à última volta. O piloto com o número 7 também da Speedy Motorsport conseguiu levar a melhor sobre o piloto da G2B, JJ Oliveira. Pedro Reis Ferreira foi sexto, sétimo foi João Pedro Campos Costa, com o seu colega de equipa Gonçalo Nobre da Veiga em oitavo. Nono foi JJ Magalhães da Macmillan Motorsport. O experiente piloto regressa aqui em Jarama às frentes ibéricas do Katum Motorsport Ibéria. A completar o top 10, Miguel Ferreira, que será o pole position para esta segunda corrida. Relembro que a grelha de partida é formada pelos resultados da corrida de ontem, com os 10 primeiros a serem invertidos. Portanto, Miguel Ferreira parte em primeiro, com JJ Magalhães em segundo. Gonçalo Nobre da Veiga é terceiro, com o João Pedro Campos Costa ao seu lado. Pedro Reis Ferreira com Gonçalo Nobre da Veiga, depois Phil Jenkins, JJ Oliveira, Diogo Tavares e Tomás Teixeira. A partir da 11ª posição, os resultados mantêm-se. Portanto, Luís Aguiar é 11º, 12º é Daniel Ferreira, José Rodrigues é 13º, 14º é Bruno Knudsen, 15º Barry Benham com Mark Stansfield em 16º. Da Zom Racing Team, 17º Ricardo Pedrosa com Ivo Prada logo a seguir. Em 19º Tomás Lemos, 20º Santiago Ribeiro, 21º será Sérgio Saraiva a arrancar nesta corrida. Ontem David Saraiva teve um problema no seu carro que impossibilitou um dos contenders ao título de lutar pela vitória. 22º Lev Krivoshin da Speedy Motorsport e 23º Fernando Costa. Tiago Loureiro e Francisco Vilar, ontem que não evitaram um toque, serão os 24º e 25º respectivamente, e a completar a grelha Nelson Gomes, o piloto da Gianfranco Motorsport. Ontem a volta mais rápida foi de Pedro Reis Ferreira com 1:44.838 na sexta volta. Também de mencionar que entre os gentlemen, Miguel Ferreira foi o grande vencedor, seguido de Ricardo Pedrosa, e Ivo Prada completou o pódio da categoria gentleman. Entre as equipas, a grande vencedora de ontem foi a Speedy Motorsport, a estrutura de Pedro Salvador, baseada na Maia, foi quem conseguiu somar o maior número de pontos entre os seus dois melhores classificados de carros. Portanto, a Speedy Motorsport, que fez primeiro e segundo, foi quem levou a melhor entre as equipas. Vemos então os carros a completarem a sua volta de formação. Estamos aqui perto do centro de Madrid, a cerca de meia hora do centro de Madrid, da capital espanhola. Está muito calor aqui no coração da Península Ibérica, portanto não vemos aqui os carros a zigue-zaguear como é de costume, porque a pista já está muito quente por si própria. Para esta ronda tivemos mais duas inscrições por parte da Macmillan Motorsport. Andrew Macmillan trouxe até Jarama mais dois carros na pessoa de JJ Magalhães e peço desculpa, e não, Barry Benham também é cara nova para 2025 aqui para esta jornada. Vemos então os carros a completarem a última esquerda do circuito histórico de Jarama, agora a começarem a formar a grelha de partida com dois carros lado a lado. O safety car irá abandonar a frente da grelha e será Miguel Ferreira a comandar o ritmo do pelotão de 25 carros. 20 minutos de corrida que teremos pela frente aqui num traçado bastante exigente, mas que aqui no Caterham Motorsport Ibéria dá sempre corridas fantásticas. Lá vão os 25 carros, safety car a chegar-se para a direita para abandonar a grelha de partida. Vemos Miguel Ferreira com JJ Magalhães a seu lado. Não conseguimos ver daqui os semáforos, estão cobertos pelo aquele placar da Hyundai, não, agora sim. E temos a partida para a segunda e última corrida dos 420R aqui em Jarama. Veremos quem levará melhor para a curva 1. Parece que Miguel Ferreira partiu bem. Vemos Diogo Tavares a aparecer aqui do lado esquerdo da imagem. Miguel Ferreira a curvar na primeira posição, com João Pedro Campos Costa a assumir a segunda posição e Gonçalo Lobo do Vale ali assim um bocado largo. Vemos também ali JJ Magalhães. Passaram todos sem nenhum incidente, continuam os 25 carros em prova, e Miguel Ferreira a liderar na frente de João Pedro Campos Costa, JJ Magalhães, e vemos também Phil Jenkins a assumir a quarta posição, passando Gonçalo Nobre da Veiga. Vemos também ali Tomás Teixeira a discutir a esquerda, subida de Bugatti, que tem este icónico arco, e vemos um carro a sair largo. É Gonçalo Nobre da Veiga que consegue controlar o carro depois de fazer uma breve visita ali à relva. Vemos ainda Santiago Ribeiro em luta com Nelson Gomes, Tomás Lemos na frente de Ivo Prada, e temos ali um problema para JJ Oliveira, que vem lento na última posição. Entretanto, na cabeceira da corrida, Miguel Ferreira continua a liderar esta corrida. Miguel Ferreira que o ano passado se sagrou vice-campeão da categoria 340R, corrida que teremos também mais logo ao meio-dia e 50 hora portuguesa, 1h50 hora espanhola, hora local. E vemos Miguel Ferreira assim muito bem desta penúltima direita e a conseguir abrir um pequeno fosso, mas não será suficiente porque o cone de aspiração destes carros é muito, muito forte. Vemos a formar-se um comboio de cerca de 12 carros, se não estou em erro, exatamente são 12 carros, e vemos João Pedro Campos Costa agora a curvar em primeiro, JJ Magalhães é segundo, Phil Jenkins é terceiro, no final da reta da meta. João Pedro Campos Costa que ontem confessou que amanhã, ou seja, no dia de hoje, iria partir para esta corrida no lugar que gosta, na terceira posição, e vê-se que o piloto da Gianfranco Motorsport se encontra a cumprir o que disse e a liderar esta corrida. Vimos ali um carro mais lento, não percebemos de quem se tratava, mas alguma coisa se passou. Vemos então também Tomás Teixeira na frente de Luís Aguiar, com o João Pedro Campos Costa a liderar na frente de JJ Magalhães. JJ Magalhães a tentar distrair o piloto da Gianfranco, puxando o carro para a direita, que agora irão enfrentar uma súbita descida com uma curva para a esquerda feita praticamente a fundo, seguida de uma forte travagem, e lá vão eles a cumprir a última esquerda deste traçado icónico. Agora, como vão poder ver, o pelotão irá formar outra vez o típico comboio de Caterham à procura do cone de aspiração, e lá vão eles, reta da meta abaixo. João Pedro Campos Costa cruza a linha de chegada na primeira posição, 1/12 de JJ Magalhães, e veremos quem irá cruzar, e é JJ Magalhães a curvar para a primeira curva na frente do pelotão, e temos Ricardo Pedrosa a sair largo, a ir para a gravilha, ali a controlar, a não querer deixar que o seu carro enterre ali na piscina de gravilha, podemos chamar assim. E vemos Phil Jenkins a mergulhar na curva 5 e a assumir a liderança desta prova. Tomás Teixeira já é quarto, com Gonçalo Lobo do Vale no seu encalce. Luís Aguiar da Zom Racing Team é sexto. Miguel Ferreira, o nosso pulsita para esta segunda corrida, é sétimo. Gonçalo Nobre Veiga, oitavo. Nono Pedro Reis Ferreira e décimo Diogo Tavares, o piloto que subiu. E temos JJ Magalhães a sair largo, e João Pedro Campos Costa, Tomás Teixeira e Gonçalo Aldoval a aproveitarem o erro, o raro erro do piloto da Macmillan Motorsport e a passarem. Luís Aguiar agora a tentar colocar pelo interior de JJ Oliveira, mas JJ Oliveira fecha prontamente a porta e assume a quinta posição. Com isto foi Phil Jenkins que beneficiou, o piloto britânico a conseguir abrir um pequeno gap de cerca de 8 décimos de segundo sobre João Pedro Campos Costa. Na linha de chegada são 7 décimos de segundo. Vemos Phil Jenkins a tentar quebrar o cone da aspiração de João Pedro Campos Costa. Vemos Tomás Teixeira a mergulhar e a assumir a segunda posição desta corrida. Tomás Teixeira que venceu, recordo que venceu a corrida de ontem, a primeira corrida do fim de semana. Lá vão eles para a curva 5. Temos Luís Aguiar a ir fazer uma pequena excursão à terra, mas tudo controlado por parte do piloto da Zom Racing Team. Pedro Reis Ferreira a aproveitar o facto do piloto da Zom Racing Team ter saído largo e não ter conseguido uma saída de curva tão rápida. E lá vão eles, Phil Jenkins a liderar aqui o pelotão do Katum Motorsport Ibéria, do campeonato, do troféu monomarca da marca britânica Katum, troféu monomarca ibérico, com variadas provas ao longo do cantinho da Europa, do cantinho ibérico da Europa. Começámos em Portimão, encontramos em Jarama, seguimos para Zandvoort para a estreia da pista neerlandesa no calendário do troféu. Depois de Zandvoort iremos até Valência, seguidos para o sul de Espanha, Jerez de la Frontera, e por fim com o já tradicional Caterham Festival a concluir o ano, a época desportiva do Caterham Motorsport Ibéria. Vemos aqui excelentes imagens providenciadas pela Alpha Live aqui na reta da meta. Em foque a luta entre Pedro Reis Ferreira e JJ Magalhães. O piloto da Speedy Motorsport e o piloto da Macmillan Motorsport estão a lutar pela quinta posição. Tomás Teixeira aproximou-se do líder da corrida, de Phil Jenkins, passou na linha de meta apenas a meio segundo. Será que veremos a dobradinha do jovem piloto com o número 11 da Speedy Motorsport? Ainda temos 12 minutos para descobrir quem irá levantar o troféu de vencedor desta segunda corrida. Pelo andamento demonstrado, vemos ali mais um carro a sair largo na subida de Bugatti, passar por baixo daquele arco que outrora continha outra conhecida marca de pneus, agora com uma marca francesa, mas os Caterham utilizam Toyo Tires, os pneus semi-slick da marca japonesa. Aqui o carro verde de Gonçalo Lobo do Val, regressado Gonçalo Lobo do Val, que teve um ano de interregno na sua carreira desportiva. O piloto que, o já conhecido piloto aqui do pelotão, da família Katum, da família Seven, como costumamos chamar, regressou para 2025, ingressando na Speedy Motorsport nas fileiras da estrutura de Pedro Salvador, e a demonstrar que quem sabe nunca esquece. Gonçalo Lobo do Val, que se encontra a liderar o campeonato, veremos se sai de Jarama ainda com a liderança do mesmo. Tomás Teixeira a colar-se a Phil Jenkins, lá vão eles a fazer a curva 2 do circuito, curva 3, tecnicamente, podemos, na teoria é chamada a curva 3, agora a negociar a curva 5, vemos Diogo Tavares a passar Gonçalo Nobre da Veiga, Diogo Tavares que não está a ter um fim de semana nada fácil, o piloto apoiado pela Auto Restelo não está a conseguir os resultados que tanto desejava. No entanto, continua ali na luta no 7º posto. Vemos Gonçalo Lobo do Val a conseguir sair muito bem após a direita da descida do Bugatti antes de Ascari, da curva Ascari, e a colar-se à traseira de Tomás Teixeira. Vemos também Pedro Reis Ferreira a conseguir trepar pela classificação. João Pedro Campos Costa é 5º, pelo que também já liderou esta corrida, liderou as primeiras voltas desta corrida, assim como o Miguel Ferreira, que é agora 11º na frente de José Rodrigues, com Daniel Ferreira em 13º, Bruno Knudsen em 14º, Barry Banham é 15º. Vemos ali alguém a sair um pouco largo, Tomás Teixeira a assumir a liderança desta corrida, o vencedor da corrida de ontem, a conseguir travar e a executar a primeira direita do circuito na frente do pelotão. Gonçalo Lobo do Val é 3º, Pedro Reis Ferreira é 4º, Pedro Reis Ferreira que tentar encontrar aqui um buraquinho para ascender ao lugar mais baixo do pódio, ao 3º posto desta corrida, quando faltam apenas 8 minutos e 40 segundos, sensivelmente, com Tomás Teixeira a liderar uma vez mais esta prova. Nelson Gomes, que não está a ter um fim de semana, que não teve um fim de semana nada fácil, vimos que abandonou esta prova, assim como o Ivo Prada, que aparece aqui, que se encontra nas boxes. Fernando Costa é 23º, 22º é Ricardo Pedrosa, com Lev Krishovin em 21º, Santiago Ribeiro com o número 55 é 20º, Tomás Lemos é 19º, Francisco Vilar 18º, JJ Oliveira, o piloto que subiu ao 3º lugar ontem, é 17º, 16º é Mark Stansfield com o número 19, na frente na traseira de Barry Banham, assim é que é. Lá vamos nós para completar mais uma volta de corrida. Tomás Teixeira a liderar na frente de Phil Jenkins e Gonçalo Lobo do Val. Pedro Reis Ferreira a passar a fundo e a travar para a curva 1 no 3º posto. Tomás Teixeira a deixar o piloto britânico Phil Jenkins assumir a liderança uma vez mais. Veremos agora para a curva 4 o Phil Jenkins a bloquear a travagem, a bloquear ali aquele pneu frontal do lado esquerdo, mas mesmo assim a conseguir inserir o seu Caterham em curva, e lá vão eles para mais uma subida uma subida de Bugatti. Aqui está o tal icónico arco com a conhecida marca francesa de pneus, e começam eles a descer para uma direita, a seguir uma esquerda muito rápida e uma travagem em apoio para uma curva muito enrolada à direita, e agora lá vão eles descer a Ascari. Pedro Reis Ferreira, vê-se que já lhe falta ali um guarda-lamas traseiro, que deve ter saltado talvez com algum contacto durante esta corrida, quando faltam apenas 6 minutos para o término desta segunda e última corrida dos 420 RC para este fim de semana, para este programa desportivo do Jarama Classic. Os 420 R e os 340 terão apenas 2 corridas, 340 que irão ter a sua corrida à 1h50 hora local, a meio-dia e 50 para quem nos assiste em Portugal ou no UK. E lá vão eles para completar mais uma volta. Pedro Reis Ferreira a sair muito bem da última curva, colocar-se no condar de Tomás Teixeira e depois no condar de Phil Jenkins. Phil Jenkins que coloca por dentro para defender a posição, e temos Pedro Reis Ferreira na segunda posição. Pedro Reis Ferreira que para esta corrida saiu da quinta posição ontem, depois de ter sido sexto classificado na primeira corrida do fim de semana. Um fim de semana marcado por muito calor, muito sol, muito público aqui presente no circuito de Madrid, que outra hora também já recebeu a Fórmula 1 e que é sempre presença e paragem obrigatória da comitiva Katum no seu calendário, sendo que também as instalações do importador ibérico Irundo Motors e parceiro da CR Motorsport se encontram aqui dentro deste circuito. Phil Jenkins a conseguir fomentar a sua liderança, a manter-se na cabeceira do pelotão, e vemos Pedro Reis Ferreira agora a conseguir colar-se à traseira do piloto inglês, piloto sempre muito rápido, Phil Jenkins, e sempre um dos candidatos à vitória aqui do Katum Motorsport Ibéria, piloto britânico que irá fazer a época completa aqui no pelotão ibérico Katum Motorsport. Phil Jenkins a passar na primeira posição, mas é Pedro Reis Ferreira que agora assume a liderança. Vemos Luís Aguiar ali a bloquear um pouco a travagem, a atravessar um pouco o seu carro, mas a conseguir manter tudo sob controle. E Pedro Reis Ferreira vai então travar para a curva 3 na frente de Phil Jenkins. Tomás Teixeira é terceiro, o jovem piloto, como já foi referido anteriormente, celebrou ontem a sua primeira vitória no troféu monomarca e está visivelmente satisfeito Tomás Teixeira. Nos últimos 3 minutos finais conseguimos ver aqui 5 carros colados, 6 com JJ Magalhães, mas um pouco mais atrás, que vai na cola de Diogo Tavares. Portanto temos 7 carros ainda na disputa pelos lugares cimeiros. Sérgio Saraiva, que partiu lá atrás, já é oitavo, mas já se encontra a 2.2 segundos de JJ Magalhães. Veremos se consegue colar à traseira do piloto assistido pela Macmillan Motorsport. E vamos completar mais uma volta aqui no circuito de Jarama. Iremos ter sensivelmente mais 2 voltas nesta corrida e vemos Tomás Teixeira a sair um pouco do condar, a querer refrescar um pouco o seu carro, e agora Phil Jenkins a passar Pedro Reis Ferreira a colocar por fora, a travar bem, mas tem ali Tomás Teixeira no seu interior, quando falta menos de 2 minutos para o cair da bandeira de xadrez. E Tomás Teixeira agora a sofrer alguma pressão por parte de Gonçalo Duval, que é quarto, e Diogo Tavares a tentar colar-se neste mini pelotão que se formou, este quarteto de pilotos que se formou pela luta pela cabeceira do pelotão, assim é que é, peço desculpa. E vemos Phil Jenkins a liderar uma vez mais este pelotão. Phil Jenkins que parece estar a dar tudo por tudo para triunfar aqui em Jarama, mas Pedro Reis Ferreira certamente que não se quererá ficar e não ficará nada satisfeito com o lugar intermédio e irá tentar de tudo. Tomás Teixeira também está ali perto, e agora para a reta da meta iremos entrar então na última volta desta corrida, tal como previsto. Iríamos ter mais 2 voltas, esta que está a ser completada, e mais uma com o Phil Jenkins, que certamente irá passar na frente, que irá cortar a linha de chegada na frente neste início de última volta. E agora lá vêm eles a tentar discutir a primeira posição. Veremos quem irá travar na frente. Vemos aqui e Tomás Teixeira a fazer a tesoura e assumir a liderança desta prova na última volta. Será a dobradinha do piloto da Speedy. Veremos, que está tudo em aberto ainda. Agora Phil Jenkins por fora, Tomás Teixeira a cobrir o interior, Pedro Reis Ferreira a tentar chegar-se a Tomás Teixeira, mas que manobra do jovem piloto da Speedy Motorsport, que relembramos, está apenas a fazer o seu segundo ano em corridas de automóveis, que vem do karting, o piloto com o número 11, e Pedro Reis Ferreira a fechar a porta a Phil Jenkins. Tomás Teixeira agora a deixar a traseira escorregar um pouco. Pedro Reis Ferreira irá tentar aproveitar o deslize do piloto da Speedy Motorsport, seu colega de equipa. Vão eles a descer a Ascari, agora a focar na descida da Ascari, uma travagem complicada. E agora Pedro Reis Ferreira e Phil Jenkins a tentar colocar no interior, mas Pedro Reis Ferreira a conseguir manter a posição, ainda colado a Tomás Teixeira. Veremos para o último par de direitas, o último par de curvas para a direita do circuito, e Tomás Teixeira, que faz estas curvas muito bem, a conseguir abrir ali um fosso. Será a vitória de Tomás Teixeira? Phil Jenkins a ir à terra, e é mesmo, Tomás Teixeira vence a segunda corrida do fim de semana e faz o pleno. Tomás Teixeira, que este fim de semana foi perfeito. Pole position, vitória na corrida 1 e agora vitória na corrida 2. Que fim de semana por parte de Tomás Teixeira. Pedro Reis Ferreira foi segundo, Phil Jenkins foi terceiro, Diogo Tavares foi quarto, Gonçalo Duval quinto, JJ Magalhães sexto, sétimo, João Pedro Campos Costa oitavo, Sérgio Saraiva com uma recuperação notável, nono, Gonçalo Nobre da Veiga, e décimo foi José Rodrigues. Pelas minhas contas, Tomás Teixeira deve assumir agora a liderança do campeonato com este fim de semana perfeito, e vemos aqui então a classificação final desta segunda e última corrida do fim de semana. Miguel Ferreira a triunfar entre os gentlemen, com Luís Aguiar logo a seguir, Bruno Knudsen foi 13º, JJ Oliveira 14º. Uma corrida que foi disputada até mesmo ao cair do pano, com Tomás Teixeira a fazer uma manobra incrível para a travagem na curva 1, quando vinha na terceira posição, a conseguir suplantar os seus adversários com uma travagem e depois uma tesoura muito bem executada. 15º foi Daniel Ferreira, 16º Francisco Vilar, Mark Stansfield foi 17º, 18º Tomás Lemos, e segundo entre os gentlemen, a Barry Banham foi 19º, Santiago Ribeiro 20º, Lev Krivoshin foi 21º, Ricardo Pedrosa, Fernando Costa, Ivo Prada e Nelson Gomes completaram esta classificação da última corrida do fim de semana por parte dos 420R. Os 420R agora irão arrumar as suas coisas, voltar para casa e preparar a corrida de Zandvoort, que será em meados de julho. Nós regressaremos para a corrida dos 340R, que será ao meio-dia e 50, hora portuguesa, 1h50 em Portugal. Eu despeço-me por agora e voltarei para os comentários da corrida, dos 340. Obrigado e até já.
Well, as always with race-ready events, it is a celebration of motorsport in the modern day at its finest, with a healthy dose of historics mixed in as well. And that's what we're about to see with the Iberian Historic Endurance Grid out on the circuit. These guys already had a race on Saturday, but they're back out for Sunday and some more action. And this is always one of the most thrilling grids in the Iberian region. A healthy mix of cars across several classes. There's a GTP and sports class, a class for pre-1976 cars, pre-1971s and pre-1965s. And it is one of those cars that falls under the GTP and sports car umbrella that starts from pole position. There is Paulo Lima. Now Paulo has quite the act to live up to in this race in his Gulf-coloured GT40 because he won that race by a lap. So he is the heavy favourite coming into this encounter. It will, much in the ilk of the Iberian Supercars, be 50 minutes in duration with mandatory pit stops in the middle phase. But Paulo Lima, the heavy favourite here, as we said. He's on pole in the GT40 alongside Miguel Lobo in his Porsche 911 3-litre. A few cars of that ilk. The Santos is in third position. Felipe Silva Jesus in fourth position on the grid. Jose Carvalhosa, fifth place. He's the first of the pre-1971 cars. He starts fifth. All Porsche 911s there. Then it's the always fast Merlin of Felipe Vieira de Campos in sixth place. Nuno Afoito's Lotus 7 in seventh place. Then it's another of the GT40s, Tiago Raposo Macales in eighth place. Guillaume Huber in ninth position in the Ford Mustang, alongside the Simoes Dominguez Ford Escort, another of the 1971 cars. Angel Lanchares Alonso in 11th place. Pablo Munoz in 12th place in his wonderful Ford Capri. In 13th, the Shelby Mustang GT350 of Andre Castro Pinheiro. In 14th place is Antonio Cubero in his 1976 spec Porsche 911. Ralph Huber is in his Shelby GT350 in 15th alongside Nuno Nunes. Paulo Rompante in 17th position, his Alfa Romeo TI Super. In 18th place, the second, I should say, of the GDS class cars. That is the Lotus Cortina of Luis Sousa Ribeiro. Roberto Diaz Rincon in 19th place in his Alfa Romeo 1750 GTM. Porsche 911 short wheelbase of Jose Rodrigo Santos rounds out the top 20, and from there it is Tomas Velez Grillo in his 221 BMW 1800. The Lotus Elite of Adam Rusas is 22nd. Jorge Noguera Pinto in his Corvette C3. You can see that thing big and imposing towards the rear of the field there, starting from 23rd. It looks to me like we've only got one other car behind that Corvette, and that will be the Datsun 1200 of Rui Castro. So we've got a few non-starters there. We were due to have 27 cars. Looks like we're missing Alcides Pitis, Francois Guaran and Jerome Pera, among others. But of course, that is often the nature with these historic cars. A 50-minute race yesterday inevitably wiped out a couple, but we are ready for more racing. Of course, the Race Ready organisation organises the Estoril Classics, one of the best, arguably, historic event in the Iberian region, certainly Portugal's leading historic motor racing event. And the Iberian Historic Endurance, always a part of that bill and always a highlight, usually going into the evening, the Iberian Historic Endurance. And it is a real mix and match of that 60s, 70s era. There's shades of Le Mans, of the British Touring Car Championship, of the European Touring Car Championship, even some of the cars feeling more rally than race. It is a really special grid of cars. We always get great variety. Lots of shapes and sizes on the circuit. The question is, can anybody do anything at all about Paulo Lima in this race? He was dominant yesterday. His fastest lap was the only lap under a 1:50. The best lap behind him was some 3 seconds slower, saying that Tiago Raposo in his GT40, should that car be taking the start, is quick as well. But I don't actually see the GT40 in the field. All the same, Paulo Lima's GT40 at the front of the pack is there and is leading in the early stages. There is the second GT40 actually, so do keep an eye on that car, the black and gold machine of Tiago Raposo Magalhães. The rest of the field streaming through the field. Looks like the Cortina may have moved into the GDS class lead at the expense of the short wheelbase 911 of Nuno Nunes there, further back in the pack, and the big Corvette C3 is moving handily through the pack as well. This grid based on yesterday's race results, so it is a product of what happened in the previous day's racing. And I wouldn't mind betting that that Merlin and that GT40 moved through the field. You might be thinking, looking at everything else in front of the Merlin or around the little Merlin, you see there the blue and orange car just going through shot, you might be thinking, really, that's going to move through the field? Yeah, I wouldn't mind betting. I've watched that Merlin Mark IV get pedalled hard by Carlos Barbo previously at Estoril Classics. I will believe anything that car can do and more. Has done some real giant killing in this series previously, but for now it's Paulo Lima at the front of the pack, and then the Porsche battle, the 1976 class battle, H1976, being headed up there by that trio of 3-litre Porsche 911 RSs. It's Lobo from, I think it's Bruno Santos at the wheel for this race. The first stanza, let me just check that. No, it's Tiago Santos in third position for the first phase of this race. But there's Lima, he's well past the start finish line already. And there's the gap that tells the story, almost 6 seconds to the good is Lima after just one lap of racing, and he's a solo driver as well, so it's not as if he's going to suddenly hand over to a driver that loses all that speed later on. There's the other GT40 just sneaking to the inside of the Merlin. That was for 5th overall and 2nd among the GTP and sports car class. That was a nice little move there from Tiago Raposo Magalhães. Gold car. There's also a black and gold Porsche there in third place, a 3-car scrap among the RS 911s. Looks like that Merlin not quite on the pace here. And it's not just because of that long straight, of course, as I've said, I've seen that thing run at Estoril very strongly before. And that has obviously one of the longest straights in Iberian racing. To Estoril, but doesn't look like Felipe Vieira de Campos quite has the speed of the GT40 for now. Jorge Nogueira Pinto is on the move though. He was 8th position through the last sector split. That's the Corvette that started 23rd on the grid, is already up into 8th position and on the back of the Merlin by the looks of it. So keep an eye on the big Chevy Corvette C3, about 6 cars back from this Porsche scrap. It is looking very interesting there. There is the big Corvette just behind the white Porsche. Now, interestingly, it hasn't made up many places on this lap, so I think it's kind of got up to its region of the field. But here we go to the inside of the Porsche. That is for the 1971 class lead, the H1971 class lead before us here. And the 2.5-litre Porsche is not going to have the grunt of the big Chevy Corvette C3 down the main straight, nor is the Merlin. And the Corvette moves up into 6th position. Big muscular beast of a car, the C3. In racing trim, I think it's absolutely gorgeous, although it definitely bites back as we saw there, and in fact the Merlin might well bite back here through the twisties. Although that Corvette, I reckon, probably has something like 3 to 4 times more power under the bonnet. It's like it's actually outpacing Tiago Raposo as well, so the GT40 here is potentially going to come under threat. I don't think that Corvette has quite the pace to challenge for the lead with the other GT40, especially with the handicap of starting at the rear, but what a car to watch. And Tiago Raposo Magahales is watching it through his wind mirrors at the moment and going, that does not look compliant, and I do tend to agree, but it sure is looking quite fast. Down the hill towards the sweepers, and I suspect as they go through the Bugatti S's, it will be the Corvette in front. Yes, it is. In fact, where is the GT40? There it is. Okay, it is still there, and in fact it's got the Merlin for company. Bit of a to-and-fro battle going on there between the GT40 and the Merlin, and the Corvette has scythed past, and the next target for the Vet is the RS Porsches. There's the Merlin sneaking back through. Featherweight little thing, the Merlin, Mark IV. Currently jousting for second in the GTP and sports car class, and the GT40 is going to fire back past on the straight, inevitably in that scrap for sixth position. There is the Porsche scrap. It's second place now for the Santos car, so Miguel Lobo has dropped down to third position from the front row of the grid and is in battle with Felipe Silva Jesus for third place now. So this is for second and third in the 1976 class, and then they've got that ever-growing spectre in the rear-view mirror of the big Chevy Corvette C3. Here's the Chevy, knocking it down those gears, going into the sweeping Portago bend. Definitely closing in on the two Porsches ahead. 156 last time, 156.0 in fact for Jorge Nogueira, and both cars ahead of him were slower on the previous lap. It must be said Miguel Lobo does seem to be struggling a little bit for outright pace. He was 4 seconds slower than the Santos Porsche up ahead on the previous lap, and a couple of seconds back from Felipe Silva Jesus behind him. So I'm just wondering if maybe the red and white Porsche is slightly ailing in some capacity, because usually that number 75 car is right up there in Iberian Historics, and we're not really seeing that right now. Here comes the Corvette down the main straight. He's loving it. We're all loving it as they power down the main straight. Justified joy, especially if he's with the Corvette team, because through into third has gone Jorge Nogueira, and he even manages to get it stopped at the first corner, just. But still alongside now is Miguel Lobo as they come out of the corner. Of course, that Corvette C3, child of the late 1960s, I think 69 the first model year for the C3 Corvette. Lobo side by side with Felipe Jesus here, Felipe Silva. And around the outside he goes with confidence. Again, I just get the feeling Lobo isn't quite hooked up in the car this morning, or the car isn't quite hooked up underneath him one way or the other. Miguel Lobo not quite on pace. Elsewhere in the field, the Luis Souza Ribeiro Ford Cortina Lotus still leads in the GDS class, but only by half a second over João Rodrigo Santos in the Porsche 911 short wheelbase. So there's a good battle going on there in the GDS class. But it's Lima in the lead, and his form from yesterday has not gone missing overnight. He's 26.2 seconds clear of second place for now. The big Corvette's gone rally crossing. Oh dear, Jorge Nogueira losing out there to Felipe Silva. Meanwhile, we look further back here at the Datsun 1200. This is right at the rear of the field. The bottom three places being contested here, and Rui Castro has just gotten past the Lotus Elise of Adam Bruzas. A little Elite looking positively diminutive next to the BMW 1800 as our leader Paulo Lima goes through already into the lap traffic. The BMW 1800 TISA looking resplendent. There's your lead battle in GDS, just 2-3 cars ahead of this Mustang. That Cortina is leading in class GDS, but both of those Porsches behind, the two short wheelbase 911s, the early cars, are right on it. And goodness me, João Rodrigo Santos with some suspension travel, certainly. That car quite softly sprung. So it's Cortina versus 911, which did in fact happen in period. The 911s were entered in touring car races in the 60s. The ruling was it's 2+2. You can put someone in the back, ergo touring car. Got the Shelby GT350 there of Ralph Huber in amongst this as well. He's in the H1965 class, so not in GDS. He's scrapping it out there with Nuno Nunes in his short wheelbase 911, so that's the third place car in GDS getting into it with Ralph Huber, but it's the top two up ahead, Luis Sousa and João Rodrigo, fighting it out for the lead in that class. And as much as I am a Porsche man, until very recently I lived in flat 6. It wasn't intentional, but I did. As much as I am a Porsche man, that Cortina Lotus just always looks so fabulous. The earliest VHSs in my collection, good lord, I'm dating myself, was the 1964 British Saloon Car Championship season review, where of course those Cortina Lotuses were in their prime, being run by Colin Chapman and the same crew behind the Formula One team at Lotus, with Jim Clark and Stewart and Hill and all of those luminaries driving them also. Leading in the GDS class for now. Paulo Lima carefully picking his way through at the front of the field. An entirely different beast, of course, that GT40. I believe that one will be powered by the 4.7 litre engine. You can see the bubble on the roof as well. The slightly taller drivers. Bubble was the saving grace of one Jeremy Clarkson when he got the opportunity to drive a GT40. I believe an authentic racing chassis as well for one of his 90s videos. Look at the wayward Porsche of João Rodrigo Santos. It's looking a bit like a rear-engine mattress as it bounces around the corners. Oh, goodness me. And all alpha scrap as well. Paulo Rampante and Rodrigo Diaz-Rincon fighting it out for 15th and 16th positions. Now, they're in different classes, but that's not going to stop them having a scrap, is it? Rampante, inexplicably, is in the GTP and sports car class. I did mean to reach out and ask for the logic there, because I'm not quite sure it works out, but all the same, a gorgeous thing to see. The 1750 GTM, though, is through there, so Rodrigo Diaz-Rincon has moved up. there is your leading car in the overall standings and indeed in the GTP and sports car class. 37 seconds clear at the front of the field right now. Paulo Lima. Now further back, Jorge Nogueira in the somewhat wayward Corvette has moved back up into second overall. In fact, he's moved into second overall for the first time, and that is courtesy of dispatching the Thiago Santos 123 Porsche, the black and gold machine. So the big Corvette is up into second place now. Paulo Lima flicking to the left there through the Picasso bend. There is the big Corvette in second place, and Nogueira struggling a little bit to get it stopped, but all in a day's work. There's your Datsun running down in 21st position at this stage. Castro at the wheel of the 1200 Datsun. There's your number 73 Corvette, Chevy Corvette C3. Jorge Nogueira Pinto, fabulous little machine. Not so little. One machine that is a little is Nuno Afoito there in his Lotus 7, running 4th in the GTP and sports car class. Yes, it is in the same class as the GT40. But leading this train is the Ford Escort of Simoes and Dominguez, and actually that car's just made up a position, so the Escort has just gotten past the GT40 of Thiago Raposo, which looks to be lapping a little bit slower than it did yesterday. I wonder if maybe we might see that car jump up the field somewhat after the pit stop phase when Hipólito Pérez takes the car over. Certainly Pérez is usually pretty sharp behind the wheel, but for now it is his co-driver Thiago Raposo who is under some pressure there from the Capri of Pablo Rueda Munoz. There's the Ford Escort that's gotten past the GT40 on this lap, the 43 car of Antonio Simoes and Manuel Dominguez. Of course, the Escort, as famed as it was on the rally stages, is also very strong in touring car competition. And, to my eye at least, a lot better looking in touring car spec with the wide arches, the wide tyres as well. Looks like a little bit more boy racer, and maybe that appeals to me somewhere deep down. There's one of the big Mustangs troubling the little Lotus 7 further back in the back of shot there. That's Nuno Afoito coming under some pressure from Guillaume Huber. Ford battle that maybe wasn't on the menu in our heads going in there, with the Capri all over the back of the GT40. It's a 2.6 litre Capri. Of course, they got up to 3.5 later on. These hugely impressive works. Cologne Capris, of course. Huge force in mid-70s European touring car racing, going up against the BMW CSLs, the Batmobiles. Alfa Romeo 1750 GT Am, of course. You saw the Cortina earlier on, and this car a little bit later than that. I think we're looking at around 1968, roughly speaking, for that Giulia. And you can see that by then the tyres had started to get wider, the arches had started to get more flared in touring car racing. The cars gradually became more and more muscular. Easy battle for second and third place overall, having been overtaken by the big Corvette. It does seem as though Thiago Santos is at least able to match the pace of Jorge Nogueira. Of course, they're racing in different classes, the pre-71 and pre-76 classes respectively, but second overall is second overall, and a battle is a battle. If I'm not mistaken, the pit window should now be open as well. Oh, and we've got a car stopped there. Was that Angel Anchares in the 2.5 litre 911? It was certainly one of the 2.5 litres, and Lanchares is dropping, and it is the 174 of Lanchares, unfortunately, that has come to a halt there. Also, pit window is indeed open. As we can see, quite a few cars peeling in now, and that might be in anticipation of a safety car, given the stranded 174 Porsche. Into the pits there comes that 911 that will now be taken over by Carlos Brodizo, the number 75 red and white machine. Also, of course, will be switching from one Santos to another as the team in the 1, 2, 3 get to work. Now, while this is all happening down in the pits, the safety car has indeed been scrambled, so anyone who isn't in pit lane now, they really want to get on with it. Paulo Lima, the race leader, has pitted. I imagine at this juncture the safety car's biggest problem is going to be figuring out who they pick up, because everyone will scramble for the pit lane as one, I'm sure. Iberian historic endurance with a safety car mid-race is going to certainly shuffle the deck a little bit, I feel. Safety car has picked up a Capri. Maybe BMW 1800 actually, but all the same. Leaders in, Paulo Lima, and just about everybody else as well. Was the Capri behind the safety car, but that's waved by. They're going to desperately search for the leader, but he is in the pit lane, Paulo Lima. There's an illustration of quite how far the 911 came in a decade, with the earlier short wheelbase being followed by Carlos Brodizio's car, the number 75 that's now been taken over. Pedro Bethencourt taking over the big Chevy C3 as well. Look at the size of that bonnet. Just the Corvettes say really kind of hit its racing stride by the C5 generation once Pratt and Miller were involved, but many attempts, especially in the early days with the C1, C2, C3, of course, to go racing, often with success, but it's that yellow vet era that is, I think, the best remembered these days. Now, is Carlos Brudizio slowing down with a problem, or is he unsure whether he should have overtaken the safety car? I'm none too certain. Out goes the Shelby GT350 of Ralph Huber. Now, what's Brudizio doing? Is he waiting for the safety car to come back past? He's certainly very slow. See the Calvin Motors team working away on the other Huber family Mustang. That would be Guillaume Huber in his 1965 class car. The H1965 category exclusively populated by the Huber family Mustangs in this race. Of course, Max will be out later on in Iberian Supercars once again. The whole clan here this weekend. Onto the circuit they go. There's Paulo Lima, I believe, in the queue in the GT40. Of course, the interesting thing for Paulo is who's going to be dragged back to the rear of his car. Now, it's rather going to depend on whether they wave around anyone, because that Porsche of the Santos family, the 123, is currently going to lose a lap because of this safety car effectively, which of course will be a detriment up against the leading GT40, but that's not really that car's battle. It'll be a much bigger concern for the 1976 class, where of course that 123 car was dueling and winning up against the likes of Bruno Duarte and Carlos Brudizio. Carlos Bruzido, I should say. But we'll see whether that 123 car gets the wave around. I would think, strictly speaking, it probably should, but that might not come until the field is neutralized. Certainly there, that little look to the left, I think, rather implies that Bruno Santos thinks he should be overtaking the safety car. Of course, you already saw Carlos Bruzido go past and then look a bit uncertain as to whether he was meant to. So certainly the deck has been shuffled here. There goes the wave around, so unsurprisingly Bruno Santos is waved by, and Paulo Lima will lead the queue. So as it stands, your order with the pit window, I think, having been served by everybody at this stage, is Lima in the lead. Carlos Barbo in the Merlin Mark IV runs second, so he's made up some time. Carlos Barbo, who's taken over the Merlin, rejoins the race in second overall. That could be very interesting. Carlos is certainly pretty potent in that Merlin normally. Bruno Duarte is third and leading the 1976 class in the 3-litre RS Porsche. In fourth is the leading 1971 class car, that is Piero Del Maso in his 2.5-litre Porsche 911. So that's changed hands during the pit window as well, during the pit window / safety car. it's Del Maso now ahead of Bethencourt. So Bethencourt has dropped down, but we saw the Corvette rather readily dispatch that Porsche before. So whether that stays the case, I'm not so sure. Then it will be Carlo Brasidio in 6th. 7th place is the other Porsche 911 3-litre RS, Brasido and Santos, Bruno Santos, running 6th and 7th. And then the first of the cars a lap down is that Lotus 7 of João Mira Gomez that we see behind the GT40 in the queue. There's a huge amount of cars between first and second place in the safety car queue. You see there the GT40 at the head of the field, and then about a dozen cars further back is the diminutive Merlin Mark IV of Carlos Barbo. I believe is powered by a little twin-cam Ford engine relative to the 4.7-litre beast under the engine canopy of that GT40. It's quite a different world, but I am expecting that Merlin to maybe be a bit of a thorn in the side in the final phase of the race for second overall. It's in second now, and I don't know that Carlos Barbo is going to be the easiest to combat with, the likes of Duarte in third, or indeed Bethencourt in the Corvette. It'll be interesting to see what Pedro Bethencourt can do, of course, because he's taken that car over. Of course, in historic racing, there's often a little bit more breadth in terms of driver ability. And so what we know from the first half of the race may not apply to the second half. Some will be faster, some will be slower. But the safety car confirmed to come in this lap. We will find out the answers to the questions. I will put my neck out there and say that I'm not sure anyone's going to be able to challenge Paulo Lima regardless. The timing of this safety car ensures that he more than likely will not repeat yesterday's feat of lapping the field, but all the same, he will be one to watch. Now, the real interesting thing to watch here is going to be that little blue and orange Merlin, which is about 15 cars back in the queue, because that's second overall, and then behind it is effectively the rest of the top half dozen, all in close proximity. Paulo Lima is the leader. Then there's a lot of drivers a lap down, and there, just going through shot, is the little open top Merlin Mark IV. That car's running second, but not by much as this race restarts. Paulo Lima will drive off into the distance once again. But what's going to happen for second place? That's going to be the big question in this second phase of the race. Paulo Lima turns into the first corner. And then we keep our eyes peeled here for the Merlin Mark IV. It's hiding behind a big Mustang, I believe. There is the Merlin. Is it still in second place? Yes, it is. But there is the third place car directly, but almost directly behind it, the grey Porsche of Bruno Duarte. So we'll keep an eye on that scrap. It's worth noting that already there's been a change in the 1971 class. It looks like Pedro Bethencourt has used the power of that Corvette to move back into fourth overall at the expense of Piero Del Maso. Fourth overall and the 1971 class lead. A bit of a lock-up there from the Lotus 7 of João Mira Gomez, who's just been dispatched for 8th overall by the GT40 of Hipólito Pires. Now, Pires, I feel, is capable of challenging Paulo Lima, but unfortunately these two cars are a lap apart. So the two GT40s, while they're both being driven now by pretty sharp drivers, unfortunately there is a lap between them, and that will cost us in the long run. Let's find this battle for second place then. It should be just now coming through order. There's the Merlin in second place. And then just lurking in the back of shot there is Bruno Duarte in the 3-litre Porsche RS, the grey car, in third overall. Now Duarte is also going to have to consider the fact that just 4 seconds or so back from him is Carlos Brasido as well. Duarte maybe not quite able to match the Merlin right now. We'll see what the first lap times are as they come down the start-finish line. 1:58 for Barbo. Duarte only with a 2:01. Interesting. So Carlos Barbo, as I rather suggested early in the race, usually quite quick in that Merlin and able to drive away from the Porsche at this juncture. There's Brasido going through shot there in the red and white car, running 4th overall. And there's still a battle going on for 5th place as well. The big Corvette is still behind Piero Del Masso. Now, at one point, Piero had definitely gotten overtaken by the Corvette, but you can see there, Del Masso still just ahead for now. Not even just ahead. He's 2 or 3 cars clear. The Porsche alongside the Corvette is not the car he's fighting for position with. It looks like Bethencourt is maybe just struggling to get the bit between his teeth in the big C3. Indeed, instead he's jostling there with Nuno Nunes, who's a lap further back from him. Now Nunes is chasing that Cortina for the lead in the GDS class. But he's got the distraction of the big old Chevy Corvette kind of in the middle at the moment, and the Corvette through the corners is being handled with an amount of caution by Pedro Bethencourt, but of course down the straights, off it goes. I think if anything here, the driver of that short wheelbase 911, Nuno Nunes here, is going to be hoping now that the Corvette takes off down the main straight, gets past the Cortina of Luis Sousa, so he can focus on trying to get the GDS class lead. Interesting situation amongst all that lap traffic. There's the white Porsche of Piero Del Masso just turning in, not the red bumpered car, the car ahead of it, the 2.5 litre Porsche. That is now the leader in the 1971 class and getting away from that Corvette. So that change appears to be permanent. Piero Del Masso ahead of Pedro Bethencourt, who's now just about dispatching the Cortina of Luis Sousa for just the sake of lapping him. But Sousa, of course, doesn't want to get stuck behind the Corvette, because lurking behind is Nuno Nunes in that 911 short wheelbase for the GDS class lead. So it's a compelling situation they've got here, where the huge power of that Corvette should make it faster, but through the corners it's being driven quite carefully, and ergo the little Cortina and the 911 are catching it all in all the wrong places at the moment. At the front of the field, Paulo Lima is well, getting away, unsurprisingly. 24 seconds to the good over Carlos Barbo in the Merlin. Merlin in turn being hustled around by Carlos Barbo. There's the GT40s running in tandem. Hipólito Pires, who sadly I must remind you is a lap down on Paulo Lima. Even though he's matching pace, he's been handed the car a lap behind, and so unfortunately, while he can keep up with Paulo Lima, he cannot take the lead away from Paulo Lima. But there are quite a few competitive GT40s here in the Iberian region. Just a couple of them out this weekend, and certainly both Lima and Pires know just about everything there is to know about hustling these cars. Of course, these examples paying homage to the earliest iterations of the GT40, 65, 66 era. Mark IV GT40 in 1967, of course, an entirely different beast, and then towards the end, by 68, 69, the JW cars were very different. The John Wyer Automotive GT40s were quite a bit wider and more aggressive, also comprehensively outpaced by the factory outfits by 1969, but that didn't stop them at Le Mans. The mechanical sympathy aspect was a much huger part of endurance racing. The kind of cliche phrase of it's a 24-hour sprint definitely didn't apply in the 60s, and it took a deft touch and a sympathetic foot to make these cars go the distance in a 24-hour. Of course, today the cars, in a lot of cases, faster and more reliable than they ever were in period. The scope of modern engineering, even in historic racing, where of course development is controlled to try and give this grid an air of authenticity, it's still just a matter of fact that we've learnt so much over the course of now 60 years since these GT40s were in vogue. Better than they ever were in period. Here is the battle for third and fourth place. Bruno Duarte leading the 1976 class, the pre-1976 category. Carlos Bruzido has been outpacing him fairly comprehensively. Duarte's last lap, a 1:56.042. Bruzido's last lap, a 1:53.863. It's for a place on the overall podium. It's for a place in the top of the podium, or the top step of the podium, in the 1976 class. Now, there has been a drive-through penalty applied, and that's the 158 car for driving across the pit line. That's the little Lotus Elise being driven by being driven by Martin Orbert. So that car's well down the order, won't affect too much that penalty. Just got to hope that this battle remains unaffected, because for now this is looking a bit thrilling. Duarte, I think, has been somewhat woken up by the presence of Carlos Bruzido. Ooh, a big lock-up up ahead there. Not quite sure who threw that smoke screen at Carlos Barbo and the Merlin. Side by side now for third and the lead in the 1976 class, and it looks to me like Bruzido's got it done on the straight. Got a good run out of the last corner, and it translates to a move for the class lead and for third overall. Carlos Bruzido is through. Bruno Duarte dispatched down to fourth place. There's your second overall car, running second in class as well in the GTP and sports car category, the Merlin Mark IV. Whip run second, and then about 10 seconds further back is Carlos Bruzido. Now, I'm not sure Carlos quite has the pace to close in for second overall, but it'll depend on what Carlos Barbo can do, because Carlos has set 1:52 since taking the car over. He's now dipped down into the high 55s. Bruzido has also done 52s, so it depends whether Carlos is just managing the race or if he's managing a problem. With 6 minutes left to go, I think second overall might be a bit of a far leap for Bruzido. There's just been a change for fifth overall, not within class, of course, separate classes here, but Bruno Santos there in the 1-2-3 car that was rather wrong-footed by the pit stops taking place in the midst of that safety car. He's now dropped down behind Piero Del Masso in sixth position. Or rather, sorry, he's moved ahead of Piero Del Masso, who's now down to 6th position. Del Masso, though, comprehensively clear now of Pedro Bethencourt. Bethencourt, I think, himself rather hindered by the safety car period, because quite clearly the objective for Jorge Nogueira was build a gap for me, and he did, but then the safety car took that work all away. There is your car running 7th overall. I'm not entirely convinced that 7th overall will be safe by the end of the race, because Hipólito Pérez, who's running around behind the race leader in his GT40, is only about 30 seconds back as of this juncture. And that's, yes, a lot of time, but there's also a lot of pace differential between the big Corvette and the GT40. Perez's last lap was a 150. Bethencourt's last lap was a 202. It's not inconceivable that the Corvette's going to lose a place. Fabulous breadth of variety and machinery as always here in Iberian Historic Endurance. The grids. Oh, Hipólito Pérez. I was just hyping up the potential for him to move up and gain another position at the expense of that Corvette, but I think that spin down at the first corner is going to put paid to that aspiration. He'd knocked the gap down from 30 seconds to 21 on the previous lap, but he'd lost all of that time with the spin. So I think Perez may have to settle for 8th overall on this occasion. Big shame for Perez that ultimately his car was a lap down at the time he took it over, because he's been with Paulo Lima up until that mistake. Just, I think, getting caught out there under braking, the rear brakes, slowing that rear axle down a little faster than he anticipated, and around it went. Quite sure if there's any control of the brake bias in the cockpit of that car. I think possibly not, but if there is, he needs to make an adjustment. 2.5 minutes of the race left to go, and there's Lima going through shot as the race leader. The battle for the GDS class is still looking very interesting. The Cortina is leading GDS, but only by 0.8 of a second. Nuno Nunes, in that short wheelbase Porsche, has not let go of the Cortina at any point in this race. Both drivers are running this race solo as well, so neither man will be particularly fresh here. Luis Sousa or Nuno Nunes. Now, ooh, where is the Cortina gone? Did I miss? I was looking at the timing screen there. Ah, the Cortina had a moment. Oh, goodness me. Apologies for missing that one while I was looking at my timing, but you see there Nunes slowing down. We're also seeing the Corvette slowing down. It looks like Pedro Bethencourt might be nursing a problem here. We saw the C3 slow. There it is. So, dramas of the driver error nature for the Cortina of Luis Sousa, who now drops down to second in class behind that Porsche of Nuno Nunes. And the big Corvette, unfortunately, of Pedro Bethencourt is possibly pit lane bound. Will be classified, but might lose places as a result of that. 30 seconds left on the clock. Keep our eyes out on that GT40, of course. Paulo Lima will come across the line, I think this time by, to win the race. Yes, he's in the first sector at the moment, so it's going to be a while before the race winner crosses the line to complete this race. Interestingly, Pedro Bethencourt's staying out there, so he's going to limp it home. He's already lost out to Hipólito Pérez, who's moved up to 7th place in that GT40 we see on camera. Paulo Lima, some 50 seconds clear of Carlos Barbo in the Merlin Mark IV. I've been incredibly impressed by Paulo Lima in this race. He lapped the field yesterday. He hasn't quite managed the same thing today. The number 5 car, the race leader, is just coming through the second to last corner now. That's the number 3, but it's the other GT40 that we need to see. It'll be approaching the final turn now. Life's too short to drive boring cars. Paulo Lima certainly agrees with that mantra. We need to go to the start-finish line where the race leader is about to take the flag, and has now taken the checkered flag. Paulo Lima, in the other Ford GT40, has crossed the line to win the race. There it is, across the line. Paulo Lima has done it quite comprehensively as well. Not quite to the same level that he did yesterday, mind you. The Merlin Mark IV of Carlos Barbo will be across the line in second. Oh, and actually there's a battle on for second place. The Merlin and Carlos Brasido in the Porsche. They will be, I think, just going into the last 3 corners now, going into the 3rd sector, and they're fighting it out for second overall. In fact, Brasido, coming down through the last turn now, has moved up into second place. You can see the red and white Porsche crossing the line now, and Carlos Brasido has moved up to second in the final sector of the lap. Great work from Carlos Brasido then to move up at the end. I think that Merlin might have been struggling with Carlos Barbo towards the end. Its pace was nowhere near what we expect from the Merlin towards the end. Bruno Santos takes 4th place, so he moved up into second in class late on at the expense of Bruno Duarte in that grey car. 6th overall, and just crossing the line now to win in the 1971 class, Piero Del Masso. And a good indication there of just how comprehensive the issues appeared to be in the Corvette. It almost got lapped by Del Masso towards the end. Bethencourt was really limping that car home at the end. That's just about everybody across the line. And Paulo Lima has once again shown the way in the Iberian Historic Endurance Championship in his mighty Ford GT40, 55 seconds clear of Carlos Brasido, who just took second towards the end of the race, ahead of Carlos Barbo in the Merlin. So Ford, Porsche, Merlin, your top 3. Then it's Bruno Santos, or the Santos family, 1, 2, 3 Porsche in 4th. Bruno Duarte, 5th position, and rounding out the 1976 class, which was dominated by the 3-litre Porsches. Piero Del Masso, 6th overall and winning in the 1971 class. Hipólito Pérez in 7th overall. And a lap down in his GT40, João Mira Gomez in 8th position. The number 14 car, Pedro Bethencourt in the Corvette, did get a top 10 finish out of limping home to 9th. Simoes and Dominguez in their Escort rounding out the top 10 ahead of Guillaume Huber in 11th. In 12th place, the Ford Capri 2.6 litre RS of Jose Rueda in 12th position. Roberto Diaz Rincon in 13th in his gorgeous 1750 Alfa Romeo. The Antonio Cubero Porsche in 14th, Ralph Huber in 15th spot, Paulo Rompante in 16th, Nuno Nunes in 17th, Luis Sousa Ribeiro in 18th, Jose Cavalosa in 19th, Davide Marquez in 20th, Alberto Velez Grillo in 21st, 22nd to Martin Aubert, and Angel Lanchares Alonso in 23rd. The last of our finishers, of course, Nuno Nunes. There on that screen was the winner in the GDS class in that short wheelbase Porsche 911, and that was because of a late issue for Luis Sousa. That's the race in the books. Let's take a look back. So, highlights of the race. It was Paulo Lima starting exactly where he left off at the front of the field as the race began. He drove off into the distance, perhaps trying to best himself from the previous day with lapping the entire field on Saturday. That wouldn't be the case, though, on Sunday. One of the early headlines was the driving from this incredible Chevrolet Corvette. It's big power helping Jorge Nogueira through the field. It would soon move up into the overall top half dozen, courtesy of Nogueira's driving further back in the field, battling between all shapes and sizes of car. That little Lotus Elise, part of the GDS class, the pre-1971 category, seeing some fighting there as well. That Escort and the 911 2.5 litre, both part of that. This was the GDS lead battle, the Cortina being pursued by that short wheelbase 911. That was Nuno Nunes pressuring Luis Sousa. And Sousa ultimately, much later in the race, would of course crack to that pressure. Alphas, Porsches, Corvettes, GT40s, Escorts, just about everything on the circuit all at once. That number 3 car driven by Tiago Raposo, the GT40, was unfortunately a lap down at the time the safety car came out. The pit window was served by just about everybody during the safety car as well, so we rejoined the race with quite a shuffled deck. And it was that little Merlin Mark IV that was running second overall, albeit around a lot of traffic as the race resumed. At the front of the field, Paulo Lima was dominating, but the little Merlin had some pressure coming up from behind, and that was from the Porsches of Bruno Duarte and indeed the charging number 75 machine of Carlos Brusido, who'd taken over from Miguel Lobo. Further back in the pack, that Corvette was starting to ail, seemingly, with Pedro Bethencourt at the wheel. It was slowing down. Meanwhile, this was for third overall. The 75, Carlos Brusido, getting past. Hipólito Pérez was closing in on the top half dozen, but that spin did him no favours, proving just how tricky these cars are at the limit. Paulo Lima, though, mastering the car at the limit, dominating the race and driving well clear of the field. You can't take away from the performance of Paulo Lima there. That was brilliant racing from him, and he has taken both victories here this weekend in the Iberian Historic Endurance. We are now into the lunch break here at the circuit Jarama. The racing action will resume at 13:50 local time for more Caterham action from the 340R category, but that is not being covered as part of the English broadcast, at least in audio. But of course you can watch along here on the Alpha Live stream. We will, however, be back with Iberian Supercars and some of the best sports cars of the 1980s in the Carrera AT division. We've got 2 more races to bring you in English language for today, and 4 more races after our lunch break. Thank you for joining us for this morning. There's a lot more to come today at Jarama.
Muito boa tarde, senhoras e senhores. Sejam muito bem-vindos à segunda corrida do Carrera Motorsport Ibéria. Desta vez temos prontos para partir a grelha dos 340R. Grelha que teve a sua primeira corrida no dia de ontem. Corrida que Bernardo Belo venceu após uma intensa luta com Abílio Justo. Gonçalo Aguiar de Matos levou a melhor sobre o seu irmão Guilherme Aguiar de Matos pelo último lugar do pódio. Salvador Poças de Andrade, Miguel Carmo levou a melhor sobre Salvador Poças de Andrade e Nathan Corbett seguiu-se ao seu colega de equipa da Roda Clássica. O piloto da Irundo Motors, Félix, com o número 87, foi sétimo, com Kika Queiroz a ser com Kika Queiroz, Félix foi oitavo, com Kika Queiroz a ser nona classificada, piloto da CRA Motorsport, a superar José Maria Marreiros, que foi décimo. Em 11º, Bernardo Passanha, seguido de Ruben Costa da Speedy Motorsport, Pedro Ramos, que teve problemas com o seu carro, foi 13º, na frente de João Rebelo Martins, que partilhará o carro com Marcos Rodrigues, que terminaram a classificação. Para esta corrida, os 10 primeiros invertem, pelo que José Maria Marreiros irá partir da pole position, com Francisco Queiroz do seu lado. Piloto Irundo Félix parte da segunda linha da grelha, com Diego Sirgado a seu lado, Salvador Poças de Andrade e Miguel Carmo da terceira linha. Quarta linha, Guilherme Aguiar de Matos e Gonçalo Aguiar de Matos, e da quinta linha será Abílio Justo e Bernardo Belo, este par que dominou os tempos mais rápidos ontem, e vamos ver o que é que irão conseguir fazer partindo do miolo do pelotão. Aguardamos a ordem de direção de corrida para que se dê início à volta de apresentação. A grelha dos 340R que chega aqui a Jarama para a segunda ronda do campeonato, quando estamos apenas a 1 minuto da volta de apresentação. Chegamos aqui ao coração da Península Ibérica, a grelha dos 340, que é liderada por Abílio Justo em termos pontuais, o piloto que conseguiu em Portimão sair no primeiro lugar. Vemos então 15 segundos, a placa de 15 segundos a ser mostrada na grelha. Arranca o leading car e iremos ver uma bandeira verde a dar ordem de início de volta de aquecimento. Vemos então a grelha de partida aqui a ser mostrada. José Maria Marreiros na pole position, com Francisco Queiroz a seu lado, Félix Carrera e Diego Sirgado, seguidos de Salvador Poças de Andrade, Miguel Carmo, Guilherme Aguiar de Matos, Gonçalo Aguiar de Matos, Abílio Justo e Bernardo Belo. Bernardo Passanha, Ruben Costa, Pedro Ramos e Marcos Rodrigues a completar esta grelha de 14 carros aqui para a jornada, para a última corrida do programa desportivo dos 340 aqui em Jarama, no Jarama Classic Festival. Um circuito mítico, um circuito com muita história, situado nos subúrbios de Madrid, a cerca de meia hora do centro da capital espanhola, que também é casa do parceiro da CRA Motorsport, o organizador deste troféu monomarca, o troféu monomarca mais antigo da velocidade ibérica. Que já conta com 17 17 anos, a completar o 17º ano de existência. Começou com os antigos 1600 com o motor Rover, que temos um presente nas mãos de Marcos Rodrigues. Depois surgiram os 420R, que assistimos a uma corrida espetacular um pouco mais cedo no dia de hoje, e depois surgiram há 2 anos este novo modelo, o Katum 340R, uma evolução dos 1600 que veio em boa hora e que tem tido uma grande adesão por parte dos pilotos na Península Ibérica principalmente, e em França, com uma grelha de perto de 35 carros. Os pilotos aqui em Jarama temos umas condições muito complicadas, muito difíceis, com muito calor aqui a fazer-se sentir na capital espanhola, com cerca de 35 graus ontem, hoje um bocadinho mais fresco, mas mesmo assim a fazerem-se sentir 30 graus, uma sensação térmica muito parecida à temperatura que existe, mas temos uma pista, um circuito com 48 graus e meio de asfalto, então não será nada fácil para os pilotos manterem os pneus na temperatura correta para funcionarem. Vamos então ter início a corrida, com a grelha já a ser formada, uma formação 2-2, com o leading car agora ainda a liderar o pelotão, mas em breve sairá para as boxes e será José Maria Marreiros a liderar o ritmo do pelotão. Já começam a alinhar na grelha de partida, os olhos postos já no semáforo que se encontra do lado direito dos pilotos, do nosso lado esquerdo da imagem, e temos a partida para a segunda corrida dos 340R, segunda e corrida final dos 340R. Vemos então o pelotão a espalhar-se, com o Salvador Pócer de Andrade, com Guilherme Aguiar de Matos a conseguir curvar na primeira posição, o piloto que saiu da 7ª posição, a conseguir assumir a ponteira do pelotão. Iremos ver, temos ali José Maria Marreiros a tentar colocar-se no interior de Salvador Pócer de Andrade, também ali Miguel Carmo e Abílio Justo já na 4ª posição, Miguel Carmo atrás de si, Diego Sirgado a encaixar-se atrás do piloto com o número 77 da CRM Motorsport, mas Guilherme Aguiar de Matos a liderar esta primeira volta. Gonçalo Aguiar de Matos a conseguir passar Diego Sirgado também. Vemos Bernardo Belo a discutir também a posição com o piloto da roda clássica, que tenta ali manter o seu carro ainda dentro de pista, ali com um pequeno slide. Vemos um piloto a abrandar, não consegui perceber de quem se tratava, pareceu-me ser Gonçalo Aguiar de Matos, e Diego Sirgado a conseguir controlar ali o slide, e Ruben Costa a ir à gravilha, mas mesmo assim a manter o carro sob controle, e a conseguir efetuar a ultrapassagem a Diego Sirgado. E foi mesmo Gonçalo Aguiar de Matos que abrandou, que perdeu ali um bocado de ritmo. Vemos ali outro carro ir à gravilha, não se conseguiu perceber de quem se tratava, e lá vão eles para a reta da meta a tentarem quebrar o cone de ar, que é muito, muito forte aqui neste troféu. E vemos Salvador Pócer de Andrade e Abílio Justo a bloquear a travagem no limite, e Guilherme Aguiar de Matos a manter a liderança, e vemos Kika Queiroz a bloquear e a ir para a gravilha, e vamos ver se a piloto não fica presa na gravilha. E Abílio Justo já colado a Guilherme Aguiar de Matos, vai tentar passar, mas Guilherme Aguiar de Matos fecha a porta. Agora vamos ver se Abílio consegue uma boa saída. Temos Salvador Pócer de Andrade na 3ª posição, José Maria Marreiros é quarto, passar agora por Salvador Pócer de Andrade. Bernardo Belo vem no encalço do piloto de José Maria Marreiros, que é o piloto com o número 55, que no lifetime aqui erradamente aparece no segundo posto, mas posso confirmar que é Abílio Justo que vai na segunda posição. Bernardo Belo vai-se tentar mostrar ali a Salvador Pócer de Andrade. Depois temos um pequeno gap para Diego Sirgado e Miguel Carmo, seguida com Pedro Ramos, também a seguir estes dois. Vemos Abílio Justo colocar-se atrás de Guilherme Aguiar de Matos, que bloqueia ali a travagem na entrada para esta dupla direita, a comprometer um bocadinho. Ui, temos o Ruben Costa a ir à gravilha uma vez mais. O piloto da Speedy Motorsport não está a ter uma corrida nada fácil, já com duas incursões na gravilha. Não está nada fácil de mostrar que as condições da pista não estão nada fáceis. Temos bandeiras amarelas a serem agitadas na curva 1 e Abílio Justo já a curvar na primeira posição. Veremos se o piloto da CRM Motorsport não passou sob amarelas. Não conseguimos perceber bem porque é que temos bandeiras amarelas a serem agitadas. Não conseguimos ver. Se calhar temos ali Kika Queiroz e temos ali outro carro a sair largo. A sair largo e a juntar-se de novo à corrida. Bernardo Belo, que já passou José Maria Marreiros, agora encontra-se na traseira de Salvador Pócer de Andrade. Piloto português a viver em Madrid, a mostrar toda a sua experiência neste técnico traçado espanhol. Vemos Ruben Costa a encostar, Ruben Costa com algum problema mecânico no seu Caterham, mas a conseguir regressar. Pareceu que tinha perdido ali o motor do seu carro, mas pelos vistos já recuperou. Vemos aqui a luta entre Pedro Ramos e Miguel Carmo, com o Miguel Carmo a levar a melhor sobre o piloto da RXF, piloto apoiado pela RXF. Vemos Salvador Pócer de Andrade a ir à gravilha também, ali com uma pequena incursão na gravilha, nada de mais. E Abílio Justo já a conseguir abrir uma distância considerável para Guilherme Aguiar de Matos. Abílio Justo que se encontra com algum problema no seu transponder, o que faz com que às vezes o live timing fique um pouco enganado, assim como o Salvador Pócer de Andrade, que agora deu um salto na classificação. Vemos então ainda Kika Queiroz, que já abandonou esta corrida, assim como o Ruben Costa não parece ter abandonado. Veremos aqui no live timing qual a indicação. Creio que se tenha dirigido à boxe, mas não. Deve estar parado alguns na pista. E Gonçalo Aguiar de Matos, que pelos vistos conseguiu recuperar um pouco de andamento, encontra-se agora a atacar Miguel Carmo. Miguel Carmo, que tem Bernardo Passanha, que faz a sua estreia aqui nesta grelha, assim como José Maria Marreiros. Vemos também um slide de Salvador Pócer de Andrade aqui nesta direita após a descida de Bugatti. Agora este grupo de 5 carros encabeçado por Diego Sirgado a fazer a descida para Ascari. Salvador Pócer de Andrade ali em grande estilo, com uma travagem em apoio, o carro a deslizar, e agora Diego Sirgado a ser fortemente pressionado por Pedro Ramos, mas a conseguir defender bem o piloto da roda clássica com o número 73. Na cabeceira da corrida continua Abílio Justo e agora Bernardo Belo a pressionar Guilherme Aguiar de Matos. a tentarem fazer o jogo do cone da aspiração para se chegarem mais à frente e aproximarem-se de Abílio Justo. Bernardo Belo, que ontem venceu a corrida, mas foi a volta mais rápida, foi feita por Abílio Justo, e vemos Miguel Carmo preso na gravilha. Miguel Carmo preso na gravilha ali a ajeitar o espelho retrovisor que se encontra caído, e vemos Diego Sirgado a ser fortemente pressionado e já passado por Pedro Ramos, e agora a Bernardo Passanha a querer seguir a Pedro Ramos, e Diego Sirgado ali a ter que adotar uma linha defensiva. Veremos agora para a subida, e Bernardo Passanha é obrigado a desviar-se. Agora eles começam a descer uma direita seguida de uma curva muito rápida para a esquerda, com uma travagem em apoio. Nada fácil para dominar esta pista. Lá vão eles a descer a escar, e Salvador Poça de Andrade ali a liderar este grupo de 5 carros. Agora a realização a focar ali Diego Sirgado com o carro número 73, e Diego Sirgado que se encontra sob grande pressão por parte de Bernardo Passanha, que por sua vez se encontra a ser pressionado por Gonçalo Aguiar de Matos, irmão de Guilherme Aguiar de Matos. Bernardo Belo a aparecer aqui no live timing, que já se encontra na frente da corrida, mas creio que seja só um erro de cronometragem, pois não. É Abílio Justo que lidera, com duplas bandeiras amarelas a serem agitadas na curva 1, devido a Miguel Carmo ter ficado parado na gravilha, e já vemos Francisca Queiroz a rodar de novo, jovem piloto da CRA Motorsport, a conseguir voltar à pista. E agora assistimos à ultrapassagem por fora de Gonçalo Aguiar de Matos sobre Bernardo Passanha. Um dos irmãos Aguiar de Matos agora a pressionar Diego Sirgado, e vimos que Pedro Ramos já passou Salvador Poça de Andrade. E já descolou do piloto com o número 19. Piloto apoiado pela Mac Rente, com o carro ali verde fluorescente. E assistimos agora à grande pressão por parte de Gonçalo Aguiar de Matos sobre Diego Sirgado, e Bernardo Passanha a ver o que se passa com atenção, a ver se consegue capitalizar com algum erro de um dos dois que seguem à sua frente. Entretanto, Abílio Justo continua na frente, com Bernardo Belo na segunda posição, e Guilherme Aguiar de Matos é terceiro. José Maria Marreiros é quarto. Quinto já é Pedro Ramos. Sexto, Salvador Poça de Andrade. Sétimo, Diego Sirgado. Oitavo, Bernardo Passanha. Nono, Gonçalo Aguiar de Matos, que entra na reta da meta muito junto a Diego Sirgado, e certamente agora com o cone de aspiração irá passar. Vemos Guilherme Aguiar de Matos em luta com José Maria Marreiros, os dois a gladiarem-se pelo último lugar do pódio. José Maria Marreiros a pôr por dentro, Guilherme Aguiar de Matos por fora, mas a curva seguinte beneficia Guilherme Aguiar de Matos, e José Maria Marreiros a comer o corretor, a cortar o corretor mesmo a meio, tentar pressionar a Guilherme Aguiar de Matos. Estes dois que lutam pelo terceiro lugar da classificação. Ali atrás destes dois que lutam vemos Kika Queiroz, que já está a ser dobrada devido àquela saída de pista na curva 1, e Bernardo Belo colado a Abílio Justo. José Maria Marreiros, que também está a correr na novíssima categoria SS 600, piloto que irá ter a segunda parte da sua corrida hoje, ao final do dia, com o privilégio de encerrar este programa desportivo de Jarama Classic Festival. Agora a realização a focar esta batalha pelo terceiro posto. Guilherme Aguiar de Matos a bloquear a roda direita, a roda frontal direita, assim é que é. Mas mesmo assim a conseguir fazer a curva. Vemos também Miguel Carmo, que já retomou o andamento, irá agora entrar nas boxes, certamente para ver se está tudo bem com o seu carro. E vemos Pedro Ramos também lá atrás a aparecer. E depois o comboio de Salvador Pócer de Andrade, Gonçalo Aguiar de Matos, Diego Sirgado e Bernardo Passanha também no fundo da reta da meta. Relembramos que os 340, ao invés das restantes rondas para esta ronda de Jarama, só irão fazer 2 corridas. Guilherme Aguiar de Matos a bloquear de novo roda da frente do lado esquerdo, a demonstrar que está no ataque máximo. A realização agora aqui a mostrar-nos a equipa da CRM a reapertar os cintos a Miguel Carmo. Está tudo bem com o carro, pode seguir, vai retomar a corrida. Ruben é que não teve um fim de semana nada fácil do piloto da Speed Motorsport, com 2 abandonos em 2 corridas. O piloto que ganhou 3 das 4 corridas em Portimão, portanto a ter uma viagem até Madrid nada feliz. José Maria Marreiros na frente de Guilherme Aguiar de Matos. José Maria Marreiros também se estreia nesta grelha dos 340R, filho do conhecido piloto português Pedro Marreiros. E agora vamos ver se José Maria Marreiros consegue se aproximar de Bernardo Belo e Abílio Justo, mas a distância já é superior a 3 segundos, não vai ser nada fácil. Bernardo Belo ali com algumas dificuldades em chegar-se a Abílio Justo. E veremos se o piloto português radicado em Madrid consegue-se colar ao líder do campeonato e líder desta corrida. Guilherme Aguiar de Matos agora a mergulhar para o interior de José Maria Marreiros e a conseguir consumar a ultrapassagem. Agora a levantar a mão e lá vai José Maria Marreiros agora pelo interior, mas Guilherme Aguiar de Matos a conseguir fechar a porta antes que o jovem piloto português conseguisse ter ideias de colocar lá o carro. A luta pelo terceiro lugar desta corrida está ao rubro, assim como pela liderança. Vemos Abílio Justo a defender de Bernardo Belo. José Maria Marreiros está por fora, vai ser mais complicado, mais metros. Esta pista de Jarama que não é nada fácil para quem se estreia, e depois com este calor ainda mais difícil se torna. Guilherme Aguiar de Matos com um grande slide, mas a conseguir recuperar o seu 340R e a manter-se na frente de José Maria Marreiros. Imagens espetaculares de 2 pilotos que vão no limite. José Maria Marreiros a conseguir pôr por dentro, mas agora Guilherme Aguiar de Matos a tentar fazer a tesoura. Guilherme Aguiar de Matos a escorregar, mas a conseguir recuperar o carro sem tirar o pé, e lá vão eles outra vez para a reta da meta. Agora vemos Bernardo Belo a tentar ultrapassar Abílio Justo, já ultrapassou. O piloto da Irundo já conseguiu ultrapassar Abílio Justo. Mais atrás vemos Gonçalo Aguiar de Matos e Bernardo Passanha. Não, Gonçalo Aguiar de Matos e Salvador Pócer de Andrade, Diego Sirgado e Bernardo Passanha no seu encalço. Piloto de Irundo, Félix Carrera, 10º. E E vemos então Bernardo Belo e Abílio Justo a descer o Bugatti, coladíssimos, quando temos apenas 2 minutos de corrida restantes, com tudo ainda em aberto. Quem irá vencer esta segunda corrida? Marco Rodrigues é 11º, Miguel Carmo 12º, Kika Queiroz 13ª e por fim Ruben Costa que desistiu desta corrida. A luta pelo terceiro lugar também muito intensa entre Guilherme Aguiar de Matos e Zé Maria Marreiros. E com isto quem se vem aproveitando é Pedro Ramos, que cada vez se encontra mais próximo deste par de pilotos que lutam pelo terceiro lugar. Será que ainda vai conseguir disputar o lugar mais baixo do pódio? Com tanta luta, e vemos agora a Abílio Justo a passar para a frente uma vez mais, a passar para a frente. Agora esta aqui é a última volta da corrida. Guilherme Aguiar de Matos é terceiro, com José Maria Marreiros a ser quarto. Tudo em aberto ainda. Bernardo Belo a tentar colocar por dentro. Abílio Justo a fechar a porta a Bernardo Belo. E Bernardo Belo agora com uma melhor saída da curva 5. E lá vamos a descer Bugatti pela última vez este fim de semana. Reparem na diferença entre Bernardo Belo e Abílio Justo da última vez que passaram pela linha de meta. Apenas 5 milésimas de segundo entre os dois. Lá vão eles pela última vez a descer a Ascari. Bernardo Belo a tentar preparar a saída desta última esquerda do circuito. Vemos os líderes também a alcançar Marcos Rodrigues, o carro vermelho que apareceu ali por breves momentos na imagem. Irão receber agora a bandeira de xadrez os líderes. Quem irá vencer será Abílio Justo, será Bernardo Belo. Vamos esperar que o lifetiming e é Abílio Justo a vencer esta segunda corrida por apenas 43 milésimos. José Maria Marreiros em terceiro, Guilherme Aguiar de Matos por 49 milésimos é quarto, Pedro Ramos é quinto, Gonçalo Aguiar de Matos é sexto, sétimo é Salvador Poça Nadado, oitavo Diego Sirgado, nono Bernardo Passanha, Félix Carreira. Agora aqui a brincadeira da equipa técnica da CRM a festejarem. Ali no centro da imagem, Rui Gomes a festejarem a vitória de Abílio Justo. Foi por pouco esta. E termina assim o programa desportivo da Katum Motorsport Ibéria 340R com a vitória de Abílio Justo. Bernardo Belo é segundo, José Maria Marreiros terceiro, quarto Guilherme Aguiar de Matos quinto, Pedro Ramos sexto, Gonçalo Aguiar de Matos conseguiu uma boa recuperação, sétimo Salvador Poça de Andrade, oitavo Diego Sirgado, nono Bernardo Passanha e décimo Félix Carreira. 11º e vencedor dos 310R Marcos Rodrigues, 12º Miguel Carmo, Francisco Queiroz foi 13ª e por fim, e com outra desistência, Ruben Costa. É o fim do programa desportivo dos 340R em Jarama, os 340R que voltarão em Zandvoort meados de julho. Voltaremos aqui aos comentários para a corrida, para o final da corrida de endurance dos SS600, sendo a última corrida do programa. Fiquem então com os melhores momentos e até já.
Welcome back to Jarama. The Iberian Supercars are heading out onto the circuit at the moment for their second and final race of the day here in the Spanish sunshine. And the cars are currently out there doing their sighting lap, getting ready to head to the grid. An interesting grid it is as well for this race. The pace setter, not the race winner mind you, but the pace setter in the race earlier on was the Toyota Gazoo Racing Portugal car that was dominant for most of the race before a through penalty. And that was Francisco Mora and Francisco Abreu's car. Unfortunately received a drive-through in the previous race. Now that car looked to be at times almost in a league of its own earlier on in the day. Race 2 is going to be a much greater challenge. Yesterday during qualifying's 1 and 2 held back to back. The car did not make it out in qualifying 2. It did one flying lap in the hands of Francisco Abreu, and then there was a collision with one of the Porsches out on the circuit. So just one flying lap. That flying lap, you'll remember if you were watching earlier on today, was good enough for pole position for Toyota Gazoo Racing Katum, Portugal. However, that meant the car didn't take part in qualifying 2. It had a puncture, it had some damage. It did not take part in quali number 2 of the day on Saturday. Therefore, the car lines up 28th on the grid, so one of our fastest cars at the very back. Some jumbled orders as well at the front of the field, but we can now get down on the ground with our Spanish language reporter and get a closer look at the grid down here at Jarama.
Estamos aqui na grande partida para a segunda corrida de Jarama do Supercars Espanha. Temos aqui o vencedor da primeira prova na divisão GT4 Pro Bronze. Vamos tentar falar com ele. Orlando, depois da vitória na primeira prova, acho
Estamos cá para lutar até ao final, mas temos a concorrência forte, por isso do que duvido, mas vamos acreditar.
E consideras que os pneus vão ter uma palavra a dizer, uma vez que está muito calor?
Neste momento não estamos a sofrer com a degradação dos pneus, também otimizámos o setup de corrida e um setup de quali, e neste momento posso dizer que estamos muito confortáveis com a degradação dos pneus a longo prazo. Talvez com estas condições e com uma pista tão abrasiva que é a Jarama, pode dificultar, mas estamos confortáveis.
Muito bem, muito obrigado e boa sorte. E temos, este aqui foi o Orlando Batina, que venceu a primeira corrida na GT4 Pro Bronze. Vamos tentar encontrar mais alguns pilotos que possam falar connosco. Temos aqui o Toyota de José Carlos Pires e Tomás Guedes. Vamos tentar falar com o Tomás. Com licença. Tomás, temos que falar um bocadinho?
Sim.
O Tomás vai partir de segundo lugar e ficou em terceiro lugar na primeira corrida. Achas que nesta prova poderão ter uma prova a dizer também na luta pela vitória?
Espero que sim. A última corrida não nos correu muito bem, tivemos muito desgaste. Fizemos aqui umas alteraçõezinhas para melhorarmos isso, por isso
Isso será um fator também determinante para o resultado da corrida?
sofrer, vamos sofrer e vamos sofrer todos, mas acho que na última corrida nós sofremos um bocadinho mais, por isso vamos tentar igualar aqui nesse sentido o jogo e pronto, e vamos ver o que conseguimos fazer.
Muito bem, muito obrigado e boa sorte. E depois temos aqui ao lado na pole position o BMW M4 GT4 da BMW Espanha Motorsport. Vamos tentar falar um bocadinho com o José de Los Milagros, que venceu a primeira.
So I think we may have lost our connection down there, unfortunately, for the time being, just as we were taking a look at the pole-sitting car, which for this race is the car that came out on top earlier on. So yesterday's qualifying went very well for Jose de los Milagros, and the first race earlier today did also. The Promotion Motorsport team, who had a fairly quiet start to the season in Portimao, have come on very strong indeed here at round 2 of the season in Jarama, and they line up on pole position for this race. Of course, Nerea Marti will be sharing that car with Jose, so we'll see how she performs in the second half of the race. Nerea was very quick this morning, was well up there in the top 5. It's a strong pairing, Jose and Nerea. And we certainly expected great things from them coming into this season. Perhaps a little bit of a head scratch going on collectively in the paddock when they weren't really up there in the season opening weekend. But this time they are on pole position. It's going to be very interesting to see how Jose Carlos Pires and Tomas Gueras perform relative to them. That's the yellow and white and black Supra on the front row of the grid alongside our pole sitter, starting from second place with Tomas Gueras at the wheel. Now, Tomas, in the race earlier on, he seemed to have the deck stacked against him a little bit, whether there'd been some more taken out of the tyres in the first phase of the race or what the circumstances may have been. The car just looked a bit unbalanced and a bit leery for him earlier on in the day. So he'll be looking to rectify that and try and claim himself a victory if at all possible. By no means was it a poor race for Speedy Motorsport, though. They did get a podium out of it, 3rd position behind Marti and Milagros, the winners, and Roberto Faria and Matthew Martins, who were ultimately the runners-up. So that was the top 2. Ricard Motorsports number 77 Aston coming home in 2nd earlier on today. Now that car will once again be up there, I imagine, in the race, but starting from 5th on the grid with Martins at the wheel. Now, quite a few of the Pro Bronze lineups, which are effectively Pro-Am lineups, have their second driver nominated as their pro. So the drivers that took part in qualifying 2 yesterday are the pros of the Pro Bronze lineups. And that means that you've got the likes of Alexandra Aria there in 3rd position in the Gianfranco Motorsport Toyota. He's 3rd on the grid and will be a force to be reckoned with in the first half of the race. Ditto Orlando Bettina for Bettina Racing in their Toyota GR Supra. That is going to be a compelling dynamic as well. You've got those drivers that were kind of in the mid-pack by the time their bronze driver handed the car over earlier on this morning, who will now be fighting for the overall podium positions, at least in this first half of the race. And of course, they'll all be very determined to maybe get to the front of the field, build a gap, and hand the car over to their bronze compatriot in a strong position. That's always the ultimate aim. So we've already mentioned Jose de Milagros on pole position for Promotion Motorsport. Tomas Gueras alongside him on the front row. The first of the Pro Bronze cars is Alexandra Aria, as we've alluded to. Now, the first of the All Bronze lineups is the NM Racing Team number 97 car. So that is Andres Preto and Ricardo Costa's NM Racing Team Mercedes AMG GT4. That car will be one to watch. In 12th position, Hector Hernandez should be at the wheel of the BMW M4 GT4 from AutoWorks Motorsport. However, that car is now being soloed for today, and that's because Hector Hernandez no, sorry, I'm getting this the wrong way around. Hector Hernandez will be soloing the car today. So Hector starts the race. He would have normally handed over to Borja Hormigos, but Borja is otherwise occupied today. Thankfully, this is his local circuit here, just outside Madrid, and he's just welcomed his daughter into the world, Victoria. So congratulations to Borja Hormigos and family. He has understandably decided to steer clear of the track today and welcome his new child into the world, and that is really great to hear that all things are good. But AutoWorks Motorsport driving solo, and Hector Hernandez is on the GTX class pole position in 12th place. Now GTX is for predominantly GT4 cars that are out of homologation, but you also see Ginetta Super Cup spec Ginetta G55s in there, primarily entered by Topwith Motorsport. There's also the Ligier JS2R eligible for the GTX class, and we have examples of both on the grid here. Now, in addition to that, there is the Cup class, which is for some slightly older vintage single-make machinery from the Porsche Carrera Cup, even from Ferrari Challenge as well. And the first of the Cup cars is actually 13th on the grid, the Montelos Competitos car of Rui Morita. Now, Morita started in much the same position earlier on today and ended up on the fringes of the top 20 after just a few corners. So Morita will be looking for a better run of things this time around. And it's worth noting that those two classes, GTX and Cup, they do amalgamate into one combined category called GTC. So while they are separate classes for separate breeds of car, they do all fight for the same championship as well. GTX and Cup are effectively subclasses of the GTC categorization. So that will be something to keep an eye on as well. Hector Hernandez, as we said, the first of those GTX cars. The other class to consider, or the other classes to consider, the GT4 AM category, which is for effectively national level drivers who aren't on the FIA grading list. JM Smurg for Promotion Motorsport lining up 16th on the grid overall in his current generation BMW M4. And then in 24th place we have the first of the TC class cars. That's the Ginetta G40 from Montelos Competitos, and that is Martin Romao at the wheel of that car. João Faria and Rodrigo Vilaza, the two other cars in that category. The TC class so far this season has been the exclusive domain of the Ginetta G40 and indeed the exclusive domain of Montelos Competitos. They've been entering all of those cars into the category so far this season. So key storylines coming into this race will be, can Promotion Motorsport sweep the weekend from pole position? They will have a 10-second handicap as a bit of a thorn in the side during the mandatory pit stop window. It's a 50-minute race. The pit stop window will open with 20 minutes completed and then last 10 minutes. So we'll see when they choose to make that stop and how much of an effect that 10-second handicap will have. Everyone else will be in the pits for 2 minutes from pit entry to pit exit. For our winners from last time, for our pole sitters for this race, they have 2 minutes and 10 seconds extra to serve in the pits. So this is further down the order. Here's our pole sitter, Jose de Milagros on pole, Tomas Guedes in the front row alongside Alexandra Aria in third position alongside Orlando Battina in his Toyota Supra from Battina Racing. Matthew Martins, who finished on the podium earlier on, along with Faria lining up fifth. Philip Barber in sixth place. Andres Prieto in the NM Racing Team Mercedes. Two cars there, sixth, seventh and eighth. In fact, all three NM Racing Team Mercedes in sixth, seventh and eighth. Francisco Carvalho in ninth position. Rounding out the top 10 is the Speedy Motorsport Cayman of Bernardo Pinheiro. Luis Leveau in the CV Performance JP Motorsport Mercedes in 11th, alongside Hector Hernandez, soloing that older spec BMW that leads the GTX contingent. Rui Morita's Porsche 911 Cup car is next, alongside Andrea Zemaitis in 14th. Angel Santos in the Ligier that won the GTX category earlier in the day. He lines up 15th alongside JM Smirk. In 17th place is Jonathan Ellsworth for Tocquith. Alba Vasquez in 18th place in the McLaren Barcelona 570 SGT4, another GTX entry there. Enrique Oliveira, the young talent, in 19th, alongside Luca Staccini, the British-based Italian who'll be looking to make an impact in this race. Aubrey Hall alongside, then Antonio Lopez, Ramiro Garcia Pomarino in 23rd, Martin Romao in 24th position. That is the first of those TC class Ginetta G40s. João Faria, Rodrigo Villafa, Marcus Fothergill, who'll be starting from towards the rear of the field. Expect him to move up quite a way. Expect the car alongside him, though, to be a real troublemaker. Francisco Mora, the fastest car in the race earlier on today, starting from 28th on the grid. Keep an eye on that Supra at the back. Vitor Costa in another of the Porsches, starting from 29th place. It was Vitor Costa that had the collision with Toyota Gazoo Racing entry yesterday in qualifying, so both cars didn't get to compete in Q2, which is why they're so far down the order. So then, the cars are making their way towards the start-finish line now. They'll get into 2x2 formation. They are doing so currently, and then the race will get underway. Jose Di Milagros lines up on pole position in the BMW M4 GT4. The car that won the race earlier on. Promotion Motorsport will be looking to make it 2 from 2 at Jarama, but Tomás Guedes, ever the feisty racer, will be looking to make his mark. And what about those pro bronze lineups with the pro drivers in the car? Alexandra Arias, certainly someone I wouldn't bet against, nor Orlando Battina in the Battina racing car. 2 pro bronze lineups with the pro driver starting the race on that second row of the grid. That will be a compelling wrinkle as well, but keep an eye on the Supra back there in 28th position. The Toyota Gazoo Racing Portugal Racing car from Francisco Mora, who lines up 28th on the grid. Can they break the top 10? Can they break the top 5? How high could they go from there? The lights are out, we're underway and racing, and it looks like a good start from about row 3 there from one of the NM Racing Team Mercedes AMG GT4s, but it looks as though the start from Jose Di Milagros is going to be enough. He's got the inside line into the first braking zone and the first corner of the lap, and indeed the big BMW does lead the way in the early stages. One of the BMWs going out wide there, that was the pole-sitting GTX car of Hector Hernandez, unfortunately dropping places there in the early stages. He's going to have lost out on that class lead down outside the top dozen, but your race leader is Jose Di Milagros. He leads the race through the first corners of the lap. It looks as though the GTX lead has been inherited by the Chefo Sport by Petrogold entry. That is the Ligier JS2R of Angel Santos that won the class earlier on, is once again in prime position further back in the field. Looks like just about everybody has gone through the first few corners without any dramas, and already up as far as 16th at the first sector split is the car just going through shot. The Toyota Gazoo Racing Portugal machine of Francisco Mora has already made up a dozen places, and the first lap hasn't come to an end yet. It's Di Milagros from Guedes, from Matthew Martins, who got a good start for 3rd overall in the Aston Martin Vantage from Ricard Motorsport. It's BMW from Toyota from Aston Martin at the front of the field. Ooh, and a bit of an off-track excursion there from one of the NM Racing Team cars. I think that might have been Philip Varver there, just exploring the outer limits of the corner. They're still running in tandem, those 3 NM Racing Team Mercedes holding 6th, 7th and 8th places. I'm sure that will be equal parts exciting and maybe just a little bit tense for Neil Montserrat, the team boss, who'll be watching on in the garage. And oh, the SMC McLaren running very deep into the first corner. Alba Vasquez, will she get that car out of the gravel? Let's hope so. There is the car that started 28th. Francisco Mora is now into the top dozen already. I make it 11th place at the moment. I questioned would they get to the top 10. I didn't think I'd be questioning whether they get to the top 10 before the end of lap number 2. Incredible stuff from Francisco Mora. We should never count him out, of course. He's got a great record here in Supercars Endurance. A multiple-time champion as well in touring car competitions across Portugal and Spain. Oh, and straight on up ahead has gone that Porsche. That, to me, looked like a mechanical issue. That was Bernardo Pinheiro going straight on there at the end of the Bugatti S's, and I don't think Pinheiro would miss his braking by that much. I have to suspect that that could have been a problem with the Porsche. Either way, the result is the same. The car is in the barriers. I have to wonder, I was just going to say, I have to wonder if there's going to be a safety car. Sure enough, the safety car has come out. And that's going to be even more of a benefit to Francisco Mora there in the Toyota Gazoo Racing Portugal car, because that thing is now going to be dragged towards the leading pack by the safety car bunching everything together. So the race is under a momentary pause to collect that that Porsche Cayman. In fact, red flag being shown here. So the red flag is being shown. The race will therefore be neutralized just over 4 minutes in. I believe we can take a look back now at the start of the race. The Promotion Motorsport BMW M4 with a brilliant launch, and you see there the GTX leaders going 3 wide through the first corners, which is how the almost factory-coloured M4 went off the circuit. The SMC Motorsport McLaren there going out wide as well. That looked more or less unassisted there. It's quite easy to pick up an excessive head of steam. Going down this long straight here at Jarama, of course, it's effectively flat out from Monza until the Fangio bend. I'm told that Bernardo Pinheiro has gotten out of the car, so I'm thinking the red flag may have something to do with getting barriers into position again, more so than anything else. Which of course is a very valid reason to neutralise the race. You want to make sure that you don't lose too much time in the race to a barrier repair. The red flag is out then, and we'd completed 2 laps of the race at the time that the red was thrown. So whether we do a complete reset of the race or whether the first lap counts, I would think the latter. They usually do a count back, of course, where there's a red flag. I think potentially the situation will be resuming the race effectively at the end of lap 1. But we'll wait for that to come out in the wash. For now, we can head down to the pit lane.
10º lugar, achas que...
Sorry, false count now.
Sorry?
So I think we can now go down again. Let's try and get back down to the pits.
Francisco Moura já recuperou algumas posições, vocês arrancaram na última posição depois de não terem podido fazer a qualificação de ontem. Achas que esta bandeira vermelha vos prejudica ou vos vai favorecer na vossa recuperação?
Não, creio que nos beneficia porque, apesar de um excelente arranque das duas primeiras voltas do Kiko, estamos em P10, mas vamos sempre perdendo um bocadinho para os da frente. E isto ajuda a compactar o pelotão, portanto, vamos ver, nós não temos handicap para esta corrida, grande parte dos nossos adversários rápidos têm. E agora vamos ver como é que as coisas agora se resolvem.
Então, com isso queres dizer que a vitória ainda está no vosso horizonte?
Sim, nunca se sabe, só podemos baixar os braços no fim e a corrida só acaba com a bandeira xadrez, portanto até lá temos sempre corrida.
Muito bem, muito obrigado. So Francisco is telling us that it was a great recovery from Francisco Moura, and this red flag is a good thing for them, and is not putting out the possibility of winning this race today. So back to commentary.
So then the field has returned to the pit lane, as we saw, under red flag conditions. And Jose de Milagros will be one of a few drivers that has total security here while everything is worked out, because of course he was on pole position and he's led the race from the start. Now the timing screen has now reverted back to the order as of the end of lap number 1. So I think that my previous hunch in regards to what happens next is correct, that we will go back to the end of lap number 1. So Francisco Moura thankfully won't have to start from the very back of the field again. It won't be a total reset of the race, but he will drop back to 13th in that Toyota Gazoo Racing Katum Portugal machine. But still, that's nowhere near as bad as it could be, given he started 28th and made his way up to 13th through some very slick driving on the first lap. He will be fairly pleased that at least that first lap's work is in the record books and will be utilised to restart this race. So we had a fairly tumultuous start there with Vasquez off the circuit in the McLaren, with the Porsche of Pinheiro going straight on there. Quite a lot happening in one fell swoop in the early stages of the race. And this marks a good opportunity to take stock and catch our breath. As we said, De Milagros will be the leader once things resume. Now the timing screen has just now reverted back to the standings as of lap number 3, which is effectively how they came back into the pit lane. So there seems to be some crossed wires, some confusion as to quite how these cars will take the restart. We await definitive confirmation to that end. And so actually the most recent bulletin from the race control does give that information. Cars to be placed as they were at the end of the first lap, so that is accurate, that we will be going back to the end of lap number 1, but they're just shuffling that deck at the moment. The race is to restart behind the safety car, so that should mean, in theory, that as soon as the Toyota safety car heads out onto the circuit from the pit lane, the clock will start ticking down again, and then one would suspect that after just the 1 lap of safety car, maybe 2 if they're being a little bit cautious, the cars will be released back into green flag conditions once again. But we'll go back down now to the pit lane while all the drivers and cars are there waiting.
Estamos com o Pedro Salvador, o chefe de equipa da Speedy Motorsport. Pedro, antes de mais, o que se passou com o Bernardo? Teve uma saída de pista e podes dar alguma informação acerca disso?
Não temos grande informação, vamos ver o que é que aconteceu. Obviamente uma situação estranha, mas acima de tudo garantir que o Bernardo está bem e depois então vamos analisar o que é que poderá ter provocado.
E vocês têm um carro em segundo lugar, na luta pela vitória. Achas que esta bandeira vermelha pode jogar a vosso favor?
Não sei se pode jogar a favor ou não, obviamente com o calor que está ajuda toda a gente no nível dos desgastes de pneus, temos aqui uma interrupção que baixa as temperaturas de pneus, mas obviamente a nível da nossa estratégia temos que lidar com vários cenários, este era um dos cenários possíveis, vamos ver como é que vamos lidar com ele, não vou entrar em grandes detalhes, não vale a pena.
Ok, muito bem, muito obrigado.
Obrigado.
E boa sorte.
Obrigado.
So Pedro Salvador was telling us that Bernardo is okay. It was the driver who had the off and the red flag was showed because of him, and is in the second place with the Toyota, and is looking forward to the race. And this stop won't do anything for their strategy. So thank you, and back to commentary.
So we should note, of course, we've alluded to the pit handicaps, and they will most prominently affect the class winners, of course, from earlier on. Every class winner from earlier on has an additional 10 seconds of pit stop handicap. It's not just the overall winner. So, of course, I've mentioned that Jose de los Milagros and Nerea Marti will receive a 10-second additional handicap upon the pit stops. Ricard Motorsports, Farrier and Martins will have 5 seconds. Speedy Motorsports, Jose Carlos Perez and Thomas Guedes will receive a 3-second handicap on top of their 2-minute minimum stop. But it's also worth noting that Bettina Racing, the car that will restart the race, I think in 4th position, Orlando Bettina's car, it has 10 seconds to wait. As well, the NM Racing team, number 97 of Pietro and Costa, that car has 10 seconds for winning the bronze class earlier on. The GTX class is going to be very interesting to see how that deck is shuffled as well by the handicaps, because 10 seconds for the Ligier JS2R that will restart the race as the class leader. The Tocqueville Motorsport machine of Gracie Mitchell and Lucas Decini, that car has a 5-second handicap to consider as well. That dynamic pairing of Stachini and Mitchell will be ones to watch. And then you've got a 3-second penalty in that class as well for Colomina and Vasquez. Should that McLaren take the start again? I'm not so convinced that it ever made it out of the gravel trap, unfortunately. In fact, just looking at the timing, no, it did make it back in the pit lane. So Alba Vasquez is there, but she not only has a handicap to consider, but she's also, of course, now almost at the very rear of the field. So Alba Vasquez has some work to do before you consider that 3-second handicap to the pit stop. Marcus Fothergill, ditto, has got an amount of work to do in this race. He had been making up positions fairly efficiently, leading the Cup class actually at the time of the red flag. I don't know if that's going to hold by the time they revert to the end of lap 1. But we'll find out as they continue to shuffle the deck down there in the pits. Let's go back down to pit lane.
So we have Jan Lammen, the technical director of TV Performance. Jan, can you explain us how your weekend went until now?
Went quite okay. I mean, it's a little bit hot, but better than rain. I think the track is really exciting. I think it's a lot of fun for the drivers. It's completely new for us, but I think we adjusted quite well, and we did a couple of good steps for the long-term improvement. So we are happy how it's going.
And for this race, you have a new racing driver, Louis Levaux, and how is getting along with the team?
It's good. We know him from a test already in the winter. He is quite young, but he has a lot of talent. And yeah, we try to teach him something. He learned something new. And I think it's also going quite well for him.
Okay. And for this race, which kind of results are you expecting?
I mean, we start from P11, so for sure we hope to drive in the top 10, get a couple of good points, and we just try to focus to have a clean race, no crash, no penalty, hopefully learn something that we can take with us home for the next race.
Okay, thank you very much, and good luck for the race, and back to commentators.
So continuing to get insights down there. That, of course, from CV Performance, JP Motorsport, the kind of coalition of very strong German-Austrian teams there, which is a really interesting addition to this season's calendar, or this season's lineup. We've always had something of an international feel to the Iberian Supercars, of course, not just crossing the border between Portugal and Spain, but also with the international flavour of the cars, and increasingly with the teams as well. There's always been a British contingent from Topwith Motorsports who have been consistent supporters of the series, but now we're seeing more and more from elsewhere in Europe as well. Let's go back down to the pits.
Estamos com Guilherme Oliveira e Rubén Silva. Henrique Oliveira, peço desculpa, mas esteja aqui no fato, Guilherme. Estamos com o Henrique Oliveira e Rubén Silva, que correm num BMW M4 da Montes Competições e estão neste momento na 4ª posição da divisão GTX. Henrique, achas que nesta corrida vocês podem ainda chegar ao pódio e até, quem sabe, vencer a prova na divisão GTX?
Claro que é possível. Temos alguns problemas mais nos pneus. Já tem um bocado de gastos, este carro é muito pesado e gasta muito pneu nesta pista. O máximo é gerir os pneus e tentar subir as posições, tentar ganhar a corrida, que é o nosso objetivo principal.
Muito bem. Rubén, tu vais fazer o segundo stint. Este aqui está muito calor neste momento aqui em Jarama e os pneus seguramente que vão ser um fator determinante no desfecho da corrida. Como esperas gerir os pneus, né, durante o teu stint?
Bem, já de manhã tivemos bastante dificuldade com os pneus devido ao fornecimento que não correu assim tão bem, por isso estamos a tentar fazer desde a primeira corrida um gerenciamento dos pneus para conseguir chegar a esta fase final e conseguimos lutar por resultados. Por isso, tal como o Henrique está agora a fazer, a tentar ir para a frente, mas a gerir os pneus vou fazer da mesma forma, mas a tentar lutar pelo resultado e vamos ver se conseguimos arrancar daqui um pódio ou até mesmo uma vitória.
Muito bem, muito obrigado e boa sorte para a corrida. So Enrique and Ruben are saying that at this stage they are in the 4th position, but they are looking forward to a podium or even to get a better result and win the race in the GTX division. Thank you, and get back to commentators.
As you can see, a healthy spectator crowd here at the Circuito del Jarama today, and that was even the case yesterday on what was, at least for the Iberian Supercars, of course, primarily a qualifying day. The overarching Jarama Classic event had races, of course, for some of the older cars, and both days of the event have been very well attended here. There is another motor race happening in Spain this weekend, but all the same, the locals here in Madrid very much enjoying the ability to come here to the Circuito del Jarama and take in the Iberian Supercars, which is increasingly revered as one of the flagship categories in this region for any discipline of racing, but of course specifically with GTs, this mix of GT4s and other GT cars from other backgrounds like the Ginetta Super Cup cars, the Ligier JS2R. It's a very compelling mixture that we've got here, and if you are GT racing inclined, let's say, you might be scratching your head at the fact that the Porsche 991 Cups, the Porsche 997 Cups, seem to be quite a lot slower than the GT4s. Now there is some balancing in play there, of course. Under normal circumstances, yes, a Porsche 991 Cup car would be quicker than a GT4. It must be said by an increasingly small amount. The GT4s of the current day keep getting quicker, but ballast and performance balancing is used to make sure that those cars to make sure that the Cup class and the GTX class run well, and so that's always interesting to look at as well. It's a good home for 997 Cup and 991 Cup cars. There's quite a lot of them here in this region of the world. Of course, there was a 997 Cup exclusive series released or launched going into the 2020s by P21 Motorsport, and so there's a lot of 997s knocking around, and we see quite a few of them here in Iberian Supercars. We can go back down to the pits now, I understand, so let's pop downstairs.
So we are with Luca Staccini, who is in the G55 from Talk with Motorsport with Mitchell.
Yes.
Your teammate did a very good start from P7 to P3. Can you explain this?
Gracie is incredibly good when it comes to racecraft and actually getting positions out there on track. You know, so we struggled a little bit with temperatures this weekend, the both of us, both in car and the car itself. But as we've seen last year in her first race and in Portimao the last time, Gracie is very good at race starts. She nailed it. So she got an amazing overtake of around the outside in turn 3, and she's on the pace with the rest of the pack. So we're really confident that she can do very well. That's her specialty.
So you are in P3 at this moment?
Yes.
From P7, and the win is still on the cards?
Yes. There's a chance. We need to do our best out there, of course. We got a lot of very fast competitors. So yeah, the race is still long. There's basically still the entire race to go. So our ideal is to keep a good pace, save the tires for the last part of the race, and then from there on we'll see how to go. So yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, and good luck for the race.
Thank you so much, guys. Enjoy your day.
Back to commentators.
A man with a fan club there, Luca Staccini. Always a highly requested interview as well for our live audience. I know that Luca carries quite a contingent of fans with him from his origins in UK motorsport. Despite being an Italian driver, he is primarily known from the British racing scene, where he's competed in some endurance stuff on a fairly low level in Enduro KA racing, and also in Hyundai Coupe Cup quite significantly as well. But this is undoubtedly a huge step up this year for Luca to come here to race in mainland Europe, to be running a car like a Ginetta G55, along with Gracie as well as a really good teammate to have. It's a really interesting campaign this for Luca Staccini, and I know the fans are behind him. Many of his fans in the past have had the opportunity to sign his helmet and sometimes even his race car as well, because he's always got a marker pen and is always willing to invite you for a hug and an autograph. Not an autograph from him, an autograph from you on either the helmet or the car. Quite the exuberant character, Luca Staccini, and great to have him in Iberian Supercars this season. So 40 minutes has been listed on the clock. Now that means that we are going to get a slightly reduced race distance once the cars are rolling again. You see there the RACE banner there, with which is the local club, the Royal Automobile Club España, and until this year, the Spanish points classification of the series did run to that name, Jarama RACE, but this year it has been rebranded to Supercars España, which again just adds to this feel of growth and importance for the series. Of course, you can't run it with that name of Supercars España without some backing from the RFEDA, the local, the Spanish motor racing body, and we have received that for this year, which is a really exciting little addition. There are 3 classifications total. Of course, this weekend we are running purely points for the Supercar España category, which is why some of the Portuguese teams that we saw last time aren't with us. But the Campeonato Portugal de Velocidade, which of course is the Portuguese points, that will come back into effect next time out when we hit the streets of Villarreal on the first weekend of July. That will be very exciting to witness. Of course, the streets always a harsh mistress for a GT car, but we'll see how the drivers fare there. Will be the overall, of course, Iberian Supercars classification that a lot of people are keeping their eyes on too. Across this season, we do take in some fabulous circuits here in Iberian Supercars, still yet to tackle Villarreal, as we've mentioned, Valencia, and Jerez and Estoril. It will be quite a late end to the season as well. 29th to 30th of November is the slated final date for the season at Estoril, which is really taking advantage of the weather down here in southern Europe, of course. And it won't be much of a break for the Race Ready organisation, and indeed some of the teams from this series will no doubt cross over into the Guidlet Winter Series, which begins but 6 weeks later in Portimao in mid-January. So not much of a pause at all these days for the motorsport community down here in Portugal and Spain. Now the green flags are waving around the circuit and the clock has started ticking. We are back to safety car conditions. I am yet to be aware as to whether it's going to be a single lap or a couple of laps behind the safety car, but all the same, we are back to rolling now, which is really good news. And so confirmation as well that the pit window will be unchanged. So at 30 minutes to go, which is in less than 10 minutes time, the pit window is going to open. So that does mean that for teams in the Pro Bronze class in particular, they've lost a bit of time there, where their Pro would normally, of course, be building a gap. In the case of all three teams in the Pro Bronze classification, they will have been hoping for that exact scenario, because it is all of the silver drivers in the cars at the moment. Philip Varda, Alexander Aria and Orlando Bettina. So we'll see how they manage their pit strategy. I would suspect they will push it to the very end of the 10-minute pit stop window. I think we could see some interesting strategy as well from Toyota Gazoo Racing Portugal. They come back into the race, by the looks of it, in should be 13th position. I see the car there just behind the Ligier. There is the Supra that started at the back initially in this race. And so for Francisco Mora, I suspect he'll be told to do as many laps as possible as well. I'm thinking maybe he can get himself some clean air here and do some quick laps, particularly if the likes of Jose de Milagros, Thomas Guedas et al. Pit early, then they can get some clean laps in that Toyota Gazoo Racing Portugal machine. And on the pace of the two Franciscos, Abreu, his teammate, and Mora, who's in the car at the moment, they'll most likely be fighting for the top 5 by the end of the race. So safety car in this lap, and that means that the field is now at the whim of Jose de Milagros at the front of the field. When will Jose choose to put the hammer down on that BMW? I'm sure he'll go quite early. He's already gone, as a matter of fact, and that makes perfect sense. Use the straight line speed that BMW has on the run to the first corner to make sure that the Supra and the Aston behind can't make a lunge into turn 1. Sensible stuff from Jose de Milagros there. They head into the first corner. We're back to racing conditions with 36 minutes and 25 seconds to go. Moreover, with only a half dozen minutes until the resumption of, or the beginning, I should say, of the pit window. Who will elect to pit when is going to be a big question here, with everybody bunched together. Of course, usually we'd be 15 minutes into the race at this point, and the field would be more spread. We saw though Francisco Mora, having made his way past Angel Santos for 11th position, is now challenging that CV Performance JP Motorsport machine of Luis Leveau. Side by side as they head downhill, but Mora makes that look remarkably easy. That will move that Toyota Gazoo Racing Portugal machine into the top 10. 28th on the grid. A sizable red flag contributing to the distance as well, I grant you, but still very interesting to see that car carving its way forward. Promotion Motorsports' Jose de Milagros is certainly still under some pressure by the looks of it. I don't think Thomas Guedes is too far back. In fact, well, 0.7 of a second. In fact, under more pressure is Matthew Martins for third. Orlando Bettina is looking quite racy there in fourth place, not close enough to make a lunge into turn one. If anything, Bettina, I think, is maybe watching the mirrors more so than the windscreen at the moment, because Alexandre Aria for Gianfranco Motorsport is right there with him, and of course that is the Pro Bronze class lead that those two are contesting, as well as fourth overall. The orange Supra leading the Pro Bronze class ahead of Alexandre Aria for the legendary and returning Gianfranco Motorsport. Philipp Wava in the NM Racing Team Mercedes AMG GT4 is third among the Pro Bronzes, so 1, 2 and 3 in Pro Bronze are 4th, 5th and 6th on the road. Less than 4 minutes now until the pit window opens. Who will peel in early? Who will extend the window as far as they dare? I think it's going to be a matter of do the opposite of what the leader does for Guedes, for maybe Matthew Martins as well. If Jose de Milagros peels in early, they'll extend, and vice versa. I think maybe Jose might get a slightly longer stint here. I think he might extend his stint a little bit, because it looks like he has the bit between his teeth today. Showed magnificent speed in the first race, and that of course proved to be enough to win the race. Ray Amati will be taking over and relishing the possibility of taking over in the lead. Of course, I do think with the handicaps as well in play, certainly Promotion would be better served holding off on the pit stop, because they have 10 seconds of handicap in addition to the regular 2-minute pit stop here. So in order to not lose reams of track position with that 10-second additional hold, realistically staying out on the circuit should be the only option for them. Certainly the combination of the handicaps and the red flag has created a strategically intriguing situation here in a lot of these battles. Racar Motorsport Aston Martin in third place will be in the pits for an additional 5 seconds. The Speedy Motorsport Supra that currently runs second will have an additional 3. Everybody else will have the base time of 2 minutes, along with that 10-second extra hold for the Promotion lead car. So the top 3 are all going to have a slightly longer hold, and that's going to be a really compelling scenario. However, the cars in 4th, 5th and 6th are all Pro Bronzes, and they have their own handicaps to consider because they're in their own class. So will the top 3 lose out? I'm not sure they'll lose out, but they will have the deck shuffled during this pit window when it arrives in 90 seconds time. Here's some of the GTX battling going on. In addition, some of the GT4 AM runners mixed up in that as well. You've got the Cup leader there, the Porsche 991 Cup car of Marcus Fothergill, and this is the TC class battle. This is second in the TC class at the moment. João Faria there holding off Rodrigo Velazquez. Of course, the G40, a familiar platform at this point, has been raced for over 15 years, but still such a great entryway into racing, and that's how so many youngsters here in Portugal and Spain make their debut. Enrique Oliveira raced as part of the Portuguese junior team last year here in Iberian Supercars, and now, of course, for this year has moved up into the GTX category, where he currently runs 5th in class. And oh dear, the Porsche held together by tape already. Vitor Costa's number 73 has been in the wars this weekend. And that spin looked a little bit telltale. Now, is there something amiss with the car beyond the aesthetic damage? Whenever I see a damaged front end on a Porsche, of course, my mind immediately goes to the radiator, which is a known vulnerability on those cars, but I didn't see fluid going down. I think it may have just been driver error, but let's keep our fingers crossed this race can continue unpaused. For now, we're still green, and the leading cars there going past the first corner where that spin took place. So your top 10 at the moment. De Milagros in the lead from Guedes, from Martins. Then it's that pro bronze battle for 4th, 5th and 6th overall, with Orlando Bettina under increasing pressure there from Alexandra Aria. So 4th overall, and the pro bronze lead under contest there, with Philip Varda keeping a watching brief as well in the first of those NM Racing Team Mercedes. Those NM cars are still 6th, 7th and 8th. The all-pro car, Thomas Granzella at the wheel, is 7th, and 8th is Andres Prieto with the bronze leading car. Then it is Francisco Mora in 9th place. That car, of course, leads the way within the... Well, doesn't lead the way, sorry, but of course came up from 28th on the grid and is now running 9th, so very impressive there. Francisco Calvaro rounding out the overall top 10. Now, we saw the pit stop starting. The window has been open now for about 90 seconds. Only a couple of cars have taken the opportunity early, but now, and this is compelling, into the pit lane comes Matthew Martins. 5 seconds worth of additional handicap to serve on that pit stop for Matthew Martins, who will now hand over to Roberto Faria. Other cars in as well. Francisco Ebru is about to receive the Toyota Gazoo Racing Portugal car, because his namesake Francisco Mora has just brought the car in, and ditto the number 10 Pro Class Mercedes is in as well. Now, Max Huber, I would always credit him as a very fast driver, because he absolutely is, and it could be interesting to see how he comes out, because he was running 4th in the Pro Class, behind the 3 cars that all have handicaps assigned to their pit stop time. And the question is now, what will Jose de Milagros and Thomas Guedes be instructed to do by their respective teams? There's your bronze class battle, all 3 of those cars in the GT4 Pro Bronze class. Of course, these are all 3 the pro drivers in their Pro Bronze lineups. But Orlando Bettina has just started building a slight gap over Alexandra Aria, although it seems to fluctuate almost on a sector-by-sector basis. You see the TC class battle being navigated by the overall leaders as well, and that's one of the challenges for both parties. For the TC cars, it's a bit of a distraction maybe to be carved up by these GT4s. The TC class leader has come into the pits, so Thomas Martins will now take over that 103 car. João Faria putting in a very good early stint. And to my point about the battle seemingly resetting in GT4 Pro Bronze almost sector on sector, it certainly looks like Alexandra Aria made some time there on the main straight, but he's under huge pressure from Philip Varda. Philip Varver, who will hand over to Guillermo Eso later on. Guillermo, I think, will be licking his lips at the prospect of taking this car over and getting involved in this fight. Now, the Bettina racing car that leads this battle, the orange and black machine, has a 130-second stop, so they've got the 10 seconds worth of handicap. Guillermo Eso and Philip Varver have 5 seconds. And that Gianfranco Motorsport number 44 car, the predominantly white Supra, has only 3 seconds of additional handicap on top of the 2-minute base pit stop time. So this is another battle that is likely to be shuffled by the pit stops as Rui Morita makes himself scarce off the racing line there. Rui doesn't quite seem to be in the same place that he was in Portimao. Of course, at Portimao, the grids were split. The GTC and TC classes ran independent of the GT4s in their own race. And Rui Morita won the first of those 2 races in the GTC division. Some carbon fibre there flew off the Gianfranco Supra and was picked up by Rui Morita. But Rui doesn't seem to quite have the same pace available to him as we saw last time, which will certainly be a concern for his team down at Montelos Competición. Into the pits this time we saw the 44, so that has released Philip Varver to try and pursue Orlando Bettina now for that GT4 Pro Bronze lead. As expected, Jose de Milagros has extended that stint as far as he can. Ditto, Thomas Guedas has stayed out there in the speedy Motorsport car. And of course, for the leading cars that pitted early, like Roberto Faria now in the Racar Motorsport 77, they have come out in some traffic and in amongst ever-shuffling field as everyone tries to get their pit stops done. So it's a difficult situation, really. You never quite know whether you're going to make it out onto the circuit in an area where you haven't got much in the way of dirty air ahead of you, or whether you're going to be laywayed with traffic. As much as it is a strategy call, I think it's also a big roll of the dice what you do with the pit stop window. And we'll see whether the Racar Motorsport dice roll has paid off, getting Roberto Faria into the car. Not quite at the first opportunity, but fairly early on. He's now got the bit firmly between his teeth. Battling going on there in the background as well. That's interesting. That's for position. Francisco Mora there. Francisco Ebru in the back of shot there is fighting it out with Max Huber. Those 2 cars are both pitted, and Ebru is past Max Huber. Francisco Abreu with a great move there. Set that up coming out of the final corner, had the outside line for turn 1, but he still managed to make it work, and that moves the Toyota Gazoo Racing Portugal car up to 5th in class for now. But of course, both Jose de Milagros and Thomas Guedas at the front of the order still owe us a pit stop. Once all is said and done, that Supra, and indeed the Mercedes, might be in the overall top half dozen. And we're running out of time for pit stops as well. Jose de Milagros and Thomas Guedes are just going through the final sector now, and I wouldn't mind betting they pit this time. In fact, I don't think they've got any choice but to pit this time. And indeed, our top 2 cars are into the pits. So Nerea Marti will take over this, the leading machine. But what position will it be in at the end of a 2-minute and 10-second pit stop? Of course, the cars we were just watching on circuit are over a lap down at this stage. It's a sub 2-minute lap here, of course, and they are holding them in the pits for over 2 minutes. But with a 10-second handicap, Nerea Marti, I'm not so sure she'll be taking the lead by the time she exits the pits. Of course, the big thorn in the side, I think, for Nerea is going to be the car that followed hers into the pits, and that is Jose Carlos Perez, who will take over the Speedy Motorsport Toyota. Their pit stop handicap is 123 seconds. They're due to spend 7 seconds less in the pit lane. 7 seconds less in the pit lane, and yet they came in just under a second apart. So, all being accurate with the stopwatches, Jose Carlos Perez should come out well ahead of the Promotion Motorsport BMW in that yellow and white Speedy Motorsport Toyota. The question is, where will he come out relative to the cars that have already pitted? Predominantly, of course, that number 77 Racar Aston Martin, just ahead of these dueling Toyotas. This is Nuno Alfonso in the Pro Bronze Supra for Gianfranco Motorsport, who's currently being quite the thorn in the side of Francisco Abreu. Francisco is struggling to find a way through here. There's the man to watch, and indeed the woman to watch, as Nerea Marti leaves the pit lane. Where's the number 5 car? Just leaving pit lane now. And Roberto Faria has only just come through the final corner. It will be a fairly comfortable lead for that car, the yellow, black and white Toyota. Jose Carlos Perez rejoins the race in the lead, but who's going to be second? Here comes Nerea Marti. Alongside, as they go into the first corner, is Roberto Faria. Faria's got the outside line, but he's got warmer tyres than Nerea Marti. They're 3 wide with some lap traffic in the situation as well. Marti trying to hold on, but around the outside at turn 2 goes Roberto Faria, and that is for second position. Once everything comes out in the wash here. Faria then up into second position. Jose Carlos Perez is at the front of the field and leading the race. I think the gap between Perez and Faria is going to be something in the region of 5 seconds. While that's been going on, we see there that the Pro Bronze entry of Nuno Alfonso has lost out to Francisco Abreu, so Francisco has gotten past. We'll talk you through the order as it stands as the cars come through on the start-finish line this time, because that's when the timing screen will fully figure out where things stand. But it looks like it's been a difficult lap for Jose Carlos Perez. He's struggling with cool tyres, not getting the temperature out of that Supra at all, and he's drifted wide. Roberto Faria is your race leader. Roberto Faria with an error there for the number 5 Speedy Motorsport Toyota has fallen down to second position. Perez to second, Faria to the lead. I must admit, I wasn't expecting that, and Perez has fallen to third place as well. Nerea Marti has moved up to second place. All of the advantage from that shorter pit stop from Perez has come to nothing, and it seems like there might be a problem with the car. I don't think that's just cool tyres. I think something might be wrong with the number 5 Supra. Through has gone the leading Pro Bronze car of Guillermo Eso, which has been moved up to third overall, and that Toyota is limping. The pit stop handicaps provided Speedy Motorsport with a golden opportunity, and unfortunately a circumstance of some description, looks mechanical, has ended their run. Roberto Faria therefore takes the race lead. Will have a couple of seconds here over Nerea Marti, and she will be hugely motivated to pursue the leading car of Faria. We see there Marcus Fothergill cruising. He looks like he's got some issues as well. Let's go down to pit lane as this race continues to unfold.
So, José, ha sido una carrera difícil, con muy calor y con la bandera roja, y ahora con el handicap has salido en tercero. ¿Cómo ha sido tu stint?
Bueno, ha habido dos salidas lanzadas. La primera hubo un accidente, como sabéis, se paró la carrera, pudimos liderar todo ese stint y además me escapé bastante. El problema es que al reagrupar otra vez pues te tienes que volver a escapar, ¿no? Y cada vez quedaba menos tiempo. Entonces no nos hemos quedado con margen para poder sacar la diferencia que nos hubiera gustado sacar a los perseguidores, para dejarle a Nerea el coche con una amplia distancia con el segundo clasificado, que no interfiriese con el hándicap que teníamos, porque por la victoria de la carrera anterior teníamos que estar 10 segundos más parados que los rivales. Entonces yo tenía que intentar escaparme 10 segundos, o si no Nerea saldría segunda o tercera, como así ha sido. Pero bueno, tercero por ahora está bien, estamos cerca de la victoria. Si le pasa algo a alguno o Nerea consigue adelantar, pues estamos ahí segundos o primero.
Has subido para segundo porque el Toyota ha parado ahora.
Vale, pues vamos a ver, vamos a ver. Las carreras son carreras hasta la bandera de meta. Entonces, por ejemplo, en la carrera anterior, a 8 minutos de la meta, yo estaba en sexta posición y he conseguido ganar. Así que no se puede cantar victoria ni tampoco sentir derrota hasta que cruces la bandera de meta.
Muy bien, muchas gracias y suerte.
Gracias.
So Jose was telling us that it was a tough stint because of the red flag. He could not find a gap to the cars behind, and he had the handicap of 10 seconds after the win in the first race. So he and Nerea are still fighting for the overall win. It's hard, but they will try. And that's all from here. Let's go back to commentators.
Well, we return to the lead battle. There's Roberto Faria in the lead, 2.5 seconds clear and gaining more and more cushion over Nerea Marti. Faria leads from Marti, from Guillermo Eso, who leads the Pro Bronze classification, but he is currently under pressure for third overall from Francisco Abreu. Francisco is on the move here, looking to try and move into third overall in a car that started the race in 28th position. And here we go, there's the move. That was audacious. A huge lunge from Francisco Abreu, and he moves up into third overall at the expense of the Pro Bronze leader. Now, Guillermo Eso is always a driver that likes a fight, likes a battle, likes to get in the thick of it. He's flashing the headlights at the number 26 car, but quite frankly, his battle isn't with the Toyota Gazoo Racing Portugal machine. He needs to worry about the number 44 car behind him. That's Nuno Afonso from Gianfranco Motorsport, running second in Pro Bronze. Guillermo Eso might be best advised to worry about what's going on in the mirrors rather than trying to launch a counter-attack there for third overall, but we'll see whether Guillermo Eso can measure up at all to Francisco Abreu. So Eso, now in fourth place, is your Pro Bronze leader, with Afonso there just behind him, second in class. The first of the GT4 bronze runners is another of the NM Racing Team Mercedes. That is Ricardo Costa. The GTX class is being led by Alejandro Iribas, who has taken over the Chefo Sport by Petrogold Ligier JS2R. Of course, that's the car that won earlier on. They're on course at the moment for 2 wins from 2 races. A very good day at Jarama if they manage to hold on to that statistic. And that car's currently lapping very quickly as well. 1:43.4 last time by for the Ligier versus Gracie Mitchell in the 1:28 Tocqueville Ginetta G55. Unfortunately lapping a good couple of seconds back at the moment. So we'll see if Gracie can find some speed to challenge for that GTX lead as we go back down with a dozen minutes left to the pit lane.
Mathieu, estamos muito perto do final da corrida. Vocês estão a liderar a prova depois de um stint em que tiveste alguns não tiveste sempre muito preso com os carros à tua frente. Depois a equipa chamou-vos muito cedo para fazer o vosso pit stop. Pensas que isso foi determinante para o resultado, para o lugar em que estão agora?
Sim, é uma boa estratégia, porque havia um carro que estava parado e estavam à espera de um safety car que não passou, mas estamos em primeiro da corrida, é top. O Roberto está a fazer um trabalho muito bom e pronto, esperamos que fique assim até o fim.
E durante o teu stint, qual foi o maior desafio?
Foi a partida porque estava a P5 ao início e passou P3 a primeira curva, assim. Então estou muito contente por isso e depois era só poupar os pneus para o Roberto e ele está a fazer o trabalho agora, é top.
Muito bem, muito obrigado e boa sorte. So Matthew is telling us that his stint was very demanding because of he was stuck with the car in front, but the team called them earlier, and Roberto is doing a good job. Then they are expecting to win, to maintain the position to win the race. Thank you, and let's get back to commentators.
There's your race leader, Roberto Faria, just put a lap on one of the Top-With Motorsport Ginettas. We saw in the background there one of the other Ginettas, the Monteros Competicios Ginetta G40 of Diogo Castro, back in the pits for a second time. Looks like there's a problem with that car. And also, you'll be unsurprised to hear that Jose Carlos Perez, after his issues earlier on, is unfortunately out of the race. And no, Gracie Mitchell! Looks like the speed has really escaped that Ginetta. I was alluding to the fact that the car was a couple of seconds slower than the Ligier, and I didn't think that was a true marker of that car nor Gracie's performance. And the Top-With Ginetta 128 car is slow. Looked to me like she might have been fighting the gearbox in there, just on how the car was jittering around. What a shame for Mitchell and Stachini. They had a hope of challenging for the class win. Oh, reset the car by the looks of it there. You saw the lights burst into life and then back out again. Something's clearly wrong, unfortunately, for Gracie Mitchell. I suspect that car is heading to the pit lane. That will hand second in class to their Top-With teammate, Simon Moore, in the 125 car. And that hands, of course, that's the car that Aubrey Hall started before handing over to Simon Moore. There is an interesting battle pack on circuit there, just going through our shot. That is Francisco Abreu, who has yet to shake Guillermo Eso. Guillermo is still right on the rear of Abreu, who doesn't seem to have the car quite as hooked up as he would like. Or maybe he's just having to drive through the mirrors too much, because Guillermo Eso is right there with him. And Nuno Afonso is closing in on the Mercedes for the GT4 Pro Bronze lead as well. So Guillermo is kind of caught between a rock and a hard place here. I said earlier on that maybe he wants to focus more on the Toyota behind the Toyota in front, but as the Toyota in front continues to not really break away from the Mercedes, it's becoming more and more of an active obstacle as he tries to defend the Pro Bronze lead. So your top 10 is Roberto Faria, 3.6 seconds clear from the Promotion Motorsport BMW of Nerea Marti. Then it's this battle covering 3rd, 4th and 5th overall, as well as the 4th and 5th place elements, Eso and Afonso fighting for the Pro Bronze lead. Then you've got Max Huber there in 6th place. Oh, Gracie Mitchell just spotted that car in the gravel. Was she trying to get the car out of the way? And if she was, has she done so sufficiently for race control to keep the race green? We'll have to keep an eye on that, as the race leader, or second place in the race I should say, picks through the traffic. Now, last time by, Roberto Faria lost a lot of time, I suspect, in the lap traffic. The last lap for Faria, a 1:43.005. The last lap for Nerea Marti, a 1:41.2. The gap has gone from over 3 seconds to under 2 seconds, 1.906 at the line. And I'm wondering if maybe Faria ended up having to follow those back markers through the yellow flag zone there because of Gracie Mitchell's stricken car. That might be the situation. Of course, I call them back markers. That itself is the battle for 3rd and 4th in the GTX class. So that is Hector Hernandez defending from Alfonso Colomina at the moment for 3rd in that category. Your top 2 then a bit closer, and again Roberto Faria has traffic, and again they will be approaching the yellow flag zone here. So Roberto Faria in the grey Aston Martin might have a bit of a problem here, because he's going to be trying to find a way around a car. There it is, he's gotten through, but I think maybe again getting slightly held up by that BMW in the yellow flag zone. Of course, you can't make an overtake under yellows, and that applies to lap traffic as well as overall position. There is something of a force majeure if the lap traffic almost forces you to go through, or it's a car that's absolutely limping, but Farrier has to play his cards right here. Your bronze class leader is also from the Rakar Motorsport stable, incidentally. It's going very well for Rakar Motorsport at the moment. Vasco Oliveira in the 79 car. We haven't seen much of that one in this race. You might recall earlier on in the day it went grass or gravel tracking at the first corner. It leads the bronze class by just 0.6 of a second from Ricardo Costa. But I believe Oliveira has gotten past Costa for that position, so I think the battle there may have already ended in favour of the Aston Martin from Rakar Motorsport, but that's 9th and 10th overall with the GT4 bronze lead at stake. And one of the GTX front runners is off the circuit, Ruben Silva from Montelos Competizos. I didn't see where that was, but it was very deep in the gravel. And with marshals immediately lunging to the circuit to try and assist, I do have to wonder if they can cover that with local yellows alone. We'll wait and see what the decision is. Oh, and we've had a spin. Which of the NM Mercedes is that? It's Guillermo. No, it's not. Sorry, it's Max Huber. Max Huber's had a spin. Guillermo Eso remains. But unfortunately, Max Huber, who was running strong in 6th overall and 4th in Pro, he's had a spin. Still green around the circuit at the moment. I think it's here at the hairpin where that number 47 BMW is beached in the gravel. There it is. It's somewhat away from the firing line that far around the corner, so maybe we can just about justify staying green here. And with Nerea Marti hunting down Roberto Farrier, certainly Promotion Motorsport will be promoting the idea of the race staying green, because their dog in the fight is closing in on Roberto Farrier. Nerea Marti. Oh, red flag. Red flag. Red flags have been waved around the circuit, and with 3.5 minutes of the race left to go, that will be it. Surely. Well, that's somewhat anticlimactic, unfortunately, with the race that was shaping up there between Farrier and Marti, but with my sensible hat on, I do understand. We've got 2 cars that we've seen in the gravel. There may be more. But with so many cars stricken around the circuit, I think it is quite the valid call to scramble that red flag, and with that, to my understanding, comes the end of the race. It's been confirmed by race control the race will not be restarted. That is certainly a blow with the exciting race that was developing there at the end, but anything but for Roberto Farrier and for the wider Rakar Motorsport organisation. Farrier and Mathieu Martins will be the race winners, and in the bronze division, Vasco Oliveira will be the winner in GT4 bronze. Of course, that's alongside the code. Actually, no, Vasco, of course, is a solo driver, so Vasco will be winning that class on his own, but all the same, 2 wins across 2 classes there for Rakar Motorsport for Guillermo Eso. 4th overall, that's the GT4 Pro Bronze win as well. Your order in full: Roberto Farrier winning the race for Rakar Motorsport. Nerea Marti was so close at the end there. We'll have to settle for second this time around for Francisco Abreu, taking third place despite notable pressure from Guillermo Eso, who wins the Pro Bronze division in fourth overall. Nuno Afonso in fifth place. Max Huber in sixth overall despite that spin. I think that spin might have been nullified from the record with that red flag. Miguel Lobo in seventh position for Patina Racing. Jonathan Engstrom for CVJP, they come eighth. Vasco Oliveira in ninth, the bronze winner ahead of Ricardo Costa. In 11th place, Alejandro Ilribas in the 133 car. That, of course, is the GTX class winner. In 12th position, Andres Zamatis in the GT Race Marbella Toyota Supra. 13th, Javier Macias Amores with the GT4 AM winning Promotion Motorsport BMW. 14th place for Top With Motorsports Ginetta G55 of Simon Moore, second in GTX. Borja Ramigos obviously not in the car. Hector Hernandez, the only driver there, 15th place. 16th for Afonso Colomina in the McLaren, 5th in class and 17th overall, Ruben Silva from Montelos Competizos. That is, of course, courtesy of the red flag, as that car was in the gravel. Steve Curtin for Top With Motorsports in 18th. Rui Morita, the Cup class winner, 19th overall. Again, that car didn't look right in that race, but all the same, a good result. The Racar Motorsports Aston in 20th of Felipe Vigiera. In 21st place, Angel Lanchares. In 22nd, your winner in the TC class, Tomas Martins in the 103. Thomas Gomez, second in class in 23rd overall. Gracie Mitchell, classified 24th, an unfortunate end to the race for her, running very strong in GTX at the time that the car seemingly started to let go. Marcus Fothergill, only 25th, I think had problems as well with the Top With Porsche. Jose Carlos Perez, unfortunately a DNF after leading the race immediately post pit stop, but a problem with the car developing soon after. Diogo Castro, classified 27th, ahead of Vito Costa and Bernardo Pinheiro. Well, a very dramatic motor race to say the least here in the Iberian Supercars. Perhaps not the grandstand ending that Nerea Marti's pace was promising, but all the same, it's well worth going down to the pits and hearing more about the race that was. Let's go there now.
Mathieu, foi uma corrida tensa, mas no final acabou por vocês por superarem e vencerem a corrida.
Sim, fizemos um bom trabalho. Acabou a bandeira vermelha, mas o Roberto estava a acabar o trabalho e pronto, estamos muito contentes de ganhar a primeira vitória nesse campeonato. E pronto, não vai ser a última, a primeira, a última, desculpa.
Quer dizer que não vai ser a primeira e não vai ser a última?
Sim, é isso mesmo, desculpa.
Roberto, foi um final de corrida tenso porque o BMW estava a aproximar-se e tem muita velocidade de ponta. Como foi viver esses momentos?
Sim, o Matheus fez um ótimo trabalho no primeiro stint poupando o pneu, então a gente conseguiu ter um ritmo bom na minha parte. Eu estava perdendo tempo mais com as bandeiras azuis e retardatário, então aí, no final eu acho que nosso pace e o do BMW era bem parecido, por isso que não se aproximava tanto e mesmo assim a equipe fez um ótimo trabalho. Estou contente por eles mereceram esse resultado. Há muito tempo o carro está muito bom e eles mereciam isso. Contente com isso e vamos para a próxima. Agora vamos focar em Vila Real para fazer o mesmo que nem a gente fez aqui.
Muito bem, e Mathieu, vocês agora estão a liderar os três campeonatos, Supercars Espanha, o Iberian Supercars e o Campeonato de Velocidade. Qual é a sensação ao fim de duas provas?
Ok, desculpa.
Vocês neste momento estão no primeiro lugar do Iberian Supercars, do Campeonato de Velocidade e do Supercars Espanha. Qual é a sensação ao fim de duas provas estar nesta situação?
Pronto, então é o objetivo, então temos que ficar aqui toda a época e acabar primeiro, mas é o objetivo do carro e da equipa.
Muito bem, muito obrigado, parabéns e podem ir celebrar agora para o pódio. So the two youngsters that are really pleased with the result today, they've said that there were some issues along the way with some blue flags that weren't showed, but they are very pleased and now they are looking forward for Vila Real, the next round of the Iberian the Campeonato de Velocidade Championship. So let's get back to commentators. Thank you.
Well, there we go. We hear from our winners, Roberto Faria and Mathieu Martins. Huge success for them here in Iberian Supercars. Let's take a look back at that race, dramatic as it was. We got underway with the leading car, the number 81 BMW at the front of the field from pole position. It was a perfect start for Jose de Milagros, who led the early stages of the race. Further back in the field, working their way through the field very quickly, the Toyota Supra of Francisco Mora, the Toyota GR Supra GT4 Evo 2, making huge positions from 28th to 13th over the course of the first lap of the race after issues in qualifying on Saturday. At the front of the field there was plenty going on, and in the midfield too, with the SMC McLaren having a moment there going into the first corner. While that was happening, Mora was carving his way through the field, breaking into the overall top 10 here in just the third lap of the race. But unfortunately, a safety car would soon be deployed. Several incidents around the circuit, including Pinheiro in the Porsche hitting the tyre wall. That would cause a red flag that would shorten the race down to 40 minutes. With about 36 of those minutes left to go, the race went back to green with just a few minutes until the pit window opened. It was a strategical head-scratcher for many drivers and many teams alike. At the front of the field, Jose de Milagros had a fairly easy task. Try and run away with it, but with a 10-second handicap for the BMW team, it was well known that it was going to be a challenge for them going through the pit stop handicaps. 2 minutes the base time. They had 2 minutes 10 to serve in pit lane. Dramas further back as well. It was a radiator leak for the Porsche. Getting a second look at that, you can see the fluid spraying out of the car. Elsewhere, the battles were continuing on. Of course, the GTC, the TC cars proving to be obstacles for some of the quicker cars at times, but having their own battle as well. This was Max Huber losing out to Francisco Abreu there. That was for fourth in the pro class. As the pit window continued on, there were dramas for several drivers, including the driver that came back out in the lead. Briefly leading was Jose Carlos Perez, but he seemed to be struggling for corner speed just about everywhere, and he would ultimately DNF, unfortunately, and lose the lead before doing so. We saw there some dramas elsewhere as well, unfortunately. Gracie Mitchell having an off-track moment there. We also saw some lap traffic shenanigans, and this was Francisco Abreu getting to the inside of Guillermo Aso. That was for third overall, and Aso would continue to try and fight back for the remainder of the race. Lots of contact and drama all around the order that we didn't necessarily see in the live pictures, but we certainly weren't missing action in this race. That was Max Huber's moment, unfortunately. That would be one of the final incidents, along with two cars in the gravel, that would ultimately trigger the red flag just as Nerea Marti was clawing in the car in the lead, and that car in the lead would of course be the winner, Roberto Fario. Matthew Martins in the Aston Martin, winning the day here in Iberian Supercars. What a result for them. Next up, in just a couple of minutes, the Carrera 80 class. A bit of retro racing to close out the English language portion of today's broadcast. So then the cars lining up here, and hopefully you can now hear me. Indeed you can. I think we had a bit of an issue with the connection there on our commentary platform, but we're back and ready to go now for this Carrera 80 race. Again, a bit more of a retro feel to this grid, and why not? It is the Jarama Classic after all, and it is Jorge Lopez Atienza with that fabulous Porsche 968 CS that starts from pole position for this race. That is the transaxle Porsche, of course. Well, one of several transaxle Porsches, of course, from the 70s, 80s into the early 90s. That's our pole sit of this one, alongside the rather older vintage Porsche 911 RSR alongside. That is Lucas Vieira in the number 44 car, the bright green machine with the audaciously wide wheel arches. That car is quite a beauty. It was the 968 that came out on top yesterday. This grid, to my understanding, formed by yesterday's results. Indeed it is. And it was a 22nd win eventually for Lucas Gonzalez Atienza and Lucas Gonzalez and Leo and Jorge Lopez Atienza. Atienza will be the driver starting the car in this race. He finished the race yesterday. Then it will be the Vieiras, Claudio and Lucas in second. Ricardo Pereira not there, unfortunately, on the grid in his Escort RS2000. But Jesus Diaz Villarreal, a driver that we've seen in many Porsches over the years here in the Iberian region, he starts fourth in his 944. That will be one to watch, as will the BMW E30 there. You see the E30 M3 of Carlos Tavares, and he'll be sharing, I believe, with Francisco Carvalho in this race. Nuno Afoito is due to start from 6th. Hopefully he is there in his Escort, another Escort RS2000. Eduardo Santos is set to start in 7th in the number 5 car in 7th place. Teo Antonio Perez in the E36 BMW is set to start from 8th place. Then it is Dan Jimenez in his Honda Civic set to start from P9. Jaime Artayo Navarrete starting from 10th position. João Neves in 11th place in his Toyota Starlet. Jose Antonio Zorrilla in 12th position. Manuel De La Torre next in his Datsun 1200, which I believe is the same car that we saw earlier on. No, it's a slightly different spec of Datsun 1200 actually for him. Javier Basagliotti in the Volkswagen Golf Mark 1 lining up 14th, and Antonio Duarte set to start another Mark 1 Golf at the back of the field. So an interesting and fairly broad mix of cars taking the start for this race, with some 70s, 80s and indeed early 90s representation on the grid. That Porsche 968 CS was the car to beat in yesterday's race. Two cars' fastest lap times would suggest that actually the quicker of the two cars is the RSR 911. Fastest lap of the race from that car was a 1:49.6, which I think might have been while Claudio Vieira was at the wheel, whereas the fastest for the winning car, the 968, was in the middle 151s. So on paper, that RSR should be the quicker machine, but can it be translated into a race win in the second race of the weekend here? Let's wait and see. The car's now forming into 2x2 formation, and with a few gaps in the grid, of course, they have to be wary to make sure they're starting in, well, at least approximately the right position. It will be a 40-minute race. There is, of course, with 2 driver pairings throughout the field. There is, of course, a mandatory stop, which, if I'm not mistaken, is minute 15 to minute 25 in the race. So let's see how that added strategy wrinkle is played out here by our competitors. And let's see which Porsche leads into the first corner. Will it be front or rear engine that gets to the first turn first? Jorge Lopez Atienza in that 968 CS, the yellow machine on your left of picture. Our winner from yesterday leads the field down to the first corner, but the RSR Porsche looks like it's got the legs. Yes, it does, down the main straight, and even the 944. The turbo 944 of Jesus Diaz Villarreal has moved into second position. Not the start at all that Jorge Lopez Atienza would have wanted. The field streaming through the first turns, and it is an all Porsche top 3, but perhaps not in the order that we anticipated. In fact, it's an all Porsche top 4, because the 924 of Eduardo Santos is up into 4th place. Then it's the Group A homage BMW E30 M3 of Tavares in 5th position. That RSR of Lucas Vieira showing a clear pair of heels for the moment, driving off into the distance. They're used to the E30 now being followed by the E36. That's a 325i, a 2.5 litre for Teo Antonio Perez. Group A E30. Rather splendid in the hands of its custodian Carlos Tavares. It's not currently listed as circulating, so I think there might be a wee transponder issue with that car, but it is definitely there. We can see the factory BMW livery of the E30 just ahead of the E36. There's your leader, though, the 44, with a 2.9 second advantage at the end of the first lap. So Lucas Vieira showing his stuff here in the RSR, and Jorge Lopez Atienza will not be delighted with this. 3rd position and losing time, seemingly, to Jesus Diaz Villarreal at this stage. Jesus, who runs 2nd in that 944 Turbo. Beautiful example, I must say, and it looks like it's still road registered as well. I somehow doubt it drove here, but fabulous all the same. 4 different flavours of Porsche in the top 4, with the RSR followed by the 944, followed by the 968, and then the 924. All 3 transaxle Porsches represented on this grid. I honestly can't remember the last time that happened in a motor race that I've seen. You have to go back some way to find all 3 on the same grid. Of course, it was the 944, which is the car running 2nd, that kind of kicked off the whole Porsche Carrera Cup thing in a roundabout sense. It developed from the Porsche 944 Turbo Cup in the late 1980s, and then they switched over to the 964 and it became the Carrera Cup. But the genesis of Carrera Cup, ironically, was with the transaxle Porsches, the cars that at one time were slated to replace the conventional rear-engine 911. Or should that be unconventional? Lucas Vieira, 4.4 seconds clear. Then then you see that BMW pack in 5th and 6th. There is that E30. Group A of Carlos Tavares in 5th place. Now it's still not registered. Well, it is now registering on the timing screen, but it is a lap down from where it should be, and it's just now been corrected actually up to 5th overall. So Tavares is indeed now registered in 5th on the timing to reflect where the car is on your screen. Certainly looks like the Porsches are going to go somewhat uncontested here. It's the Porsches with the pace. So several different classes at play in this race. The quartet of Porsches and this E36 BMW are all part of the GT Copa class. Some of the more exotic and high engine capacity stuff. The Escort just behind this BMW of Nuno Afoito is running in the Group 1/Group N category, and that car is the only runner in that class. Then in the up to 2-litre touring car class, the leader is this machine, the Honda Civic of Dan Jimenez. At the risk of being chastised by the internet, EF Civic, I believe. I do start to lose my way with the Civic around the early 90s, unfortunately. But the EF, I believe that is, running in 8th overall as it is. And that car leads in the up to 2-litre touring category. With the teeth on the front of the car. No one Teleo Racing. Position is another of the cars in the T-Max category, which is also where you find the E30 M3 in 5th overall. That's again for some more, should we say, spicy touring cars, or production cars, over 2 litres in capacity. And the other two classes to consider are T1400, and it's currently João Neves in his Toyota Starlet that leads that in 11th overall. Group 2, which is being led by Antonio Duarte in his Mark 1 Volkswagen Golf. That Golf is leading by looks like about 13 seconds actually at the moment there over Javier Basagliotti. There is Javier's machine, the number 50. Very well turned out little machine. Of course, the Mark 1 Golf, the genesis not just of the Golf nameplate, but also of the GTI, which early on was meant to be a German market exclusive, just for the domestic market, and eventually the motoring press and indeed the motoring enthusiasts who were knocking on the doors of the dealerships and saying, I'd like a GTI too, all over the world, swayed Volkswagen into making that GTI nameplate a global phenomenon, and with it came the birth of the hot hatch generation. Cars that could do everything a lightweight sports car could do, and yet it could also do the shopping run, and when you went out to try and start it in the morning, it would work, unlike some British sports cars. Antonio Duarte leading the way. I believe Rui Moura will take that car over, but leading the way in Group 2 for the time being. Another of those Mark 1 Volkswagen Golf machines. Proper throw-around car. The Mark 1 Golf. I'm personally more of a Mark 2 man myself, but there isn't one of those on the grid. Datsun 1200 of Manuel de la Torre. Rather less advanced state of tune than the faux factory car that we saw in the Iberian Historic Endurance earlier on. Splendid looking car all the same. Of course, what was Datsun would go on to become Nissan. A lot of the kind of most famous cars of the Datsun era in terms of racing actually came from the US. The blue, white and red would often be seen in some of the lower classes of Trans Am and IMSA competition. But of course the domestic racing scene has always been a huge priority for Nissan. And hasn't that scene evolved from the days of production touring cars to what we have now in Super GT? There is the slightly newer Honda Civic of, I believe that's Jimenez's car, or is that Jose Antonio Zorrilla? No, that is Jimenez. There's only 2 Civics on the track. For a moment there, I thought that was a Vauxhall Nova. That, of course, is a Toyota Starlet. That caught me out for a minute there. Toyota Starlet in the hands of João Neves. That leads the T1400 class at the moment. Of course, the Starlet, quite a fizzy little rally car, utilised by the Irish in particular. Very famed rally car there, in the vein of the Ford Escort as well. 2 real heroes of that scene. Should correct myself while I'm at it on the Civics, as I believe that's a 3-door hatchback version being driven by Dan Jimenez, and so that should be, I believe, an EC. This one is the 5th generation Civic, so that is the one that really kind of kicked off the tuning scene for the Hondas, at least outside of Japan. I think the EG, which is what that grey car is, the number 20 of Jose Antonio Zorrilla, the EG is really where the Civic started to become a bit of a tuner car outside of Japan. There is your leading car, the 911 RSR of Lucas Vieira. Whale tail, the imposing wide arches, paints quite a picture. There's one thing you can't criticise an old Porsche for, it's a lack of purpose. It's always just the most aggressive shape, especially when you get towards the RSRs and the real flared arches. Of course, the 911 RSR is another breed of car that did a lot of winning in America, all over the world, of course. Porsche, the 911 throughout the 1970s, winning just about everywhere there was to win. And the further derivatives, the 934, the 935, built upon the 911, really made for incredible viewing in the late 70s into the 80s and even into the 90s. The 935 was still in use. The first British GT races all the way back in 1993. Quite a few 935s out there. They're incredibly almost 20 years after their heyday. So Lucas Vieira currently leading by 12 seconds over Jesus Diaz Villarroel at the moment. I feel like there's an asterisk to be had there because the order was dramatically different yesterday. The RSR faded towards the end of the race. The 968 that currently sits third was the ultimate overall winner. And it's currently the fastest car on track as well. The car we're looking at now of Jorge Lopez Atienza, while it faded from first to third on the opening lap of the race here, it's now in the 158s, whereas the leading RSR is up over 2 minutes, and DS Villarroel ahead is over a second a lap slower. So this 968 is closing in, and a little bit of smoke from Jesus DS Villarroel as well, which may be a slight cause for concern. I did erroneously say earlier on that all of the transaxle Porsches were on this grid. Of course, we are missing a 928, I should note. The V8 one is not present. Into the pits comes the Vieira Porsche. Now the window is open, so hopefully this is just a routine stop. But that car did look a little bit slow to me on the last lap or so. So hopefully everything's okay. Moreover, the new leader, the inherited leader, the 26 car of Jesus Diaz Villarroel is still smoking a little bit. It doesn't appear to be slowing it any, but call me a cautious man, but I'm still a bit worried about that car. On the previous lap, it was again some 0.8 of a second slower than the pursuing 968 of Jorge Lopez Atienza. Is everything okay with Villarroel's car, or is there something afoot with the 944 Turbo? I feel like it's fairly rudimentary. There's clearly something amiss with the smoke, but is it bad enough that car won't make the finish? That's the real question. Always exciting to see a few road-registered race cars out there. There's quite a few on this grid. Very rare these days that you see cars driven to and from the track, but up until the 90s there were championships, at least in the UK, where that was actually part of the regs. You've got to drive it to the track. The road saloons, as they were called. Just approaching half distance in the race, pit window open. Will either party elect to pit this time at the front of the field? No, both staying out there, but moreover, Jorge Lopez Atienza closing in on DS Villarroel at the moment. And side by side for the lead, and through has gone DS Villarroel, through has gone Lopez Atienza in the 968. So Jesus DS Villarroel is down to second place. And the 944 was again slower on the previous lap, a 2-minute point 4, the grey Porsche, and I just have to wonder if we are starting to see the car lose some performance with that smoke. Certainly, Jorge Lopez Atienza is only opening up the taps again. Best lap of the race. He's done that at least twice in the last 4 laps, a 158.766 last time by. Of course, we saw the number 44 RSR Porsche head back out onto the circuit from its pit stop a few moments ago, so the 44 RSR is back out on the circuit, now with Claudio Vieira at the wheel, and Claudio's pace relative to Lucas Gonzalez and Leo, who is set to take over this number 27 Porsche 968 at the front of the field. That's going to be very interesting. Is the 968 going to be quicker in the second phase of the race than the RSR that pitted as the leader? Certainly a lot of drivers suited and booted and ready to go down there, so we'll, I imagine, see a couple peel in this time. In comes the number 20 Civic, so Jose Antonio Zorrilla is in, as is Dan Jimenez, actually. Both Honda Civics, both occupants of the T2000 class, are in. Again, that smoke screen for Diaz Villarroel appears to be under power as well, and that makes it all the more concerning, quite frankly. If it were a tyre rub or something a little more innocuous, I think it would be exclusively when the car's at full throttle. Jorge Lopez Atienza looking to stretch this stint a little bit, seemingly, before handing over to Lucas Gonzalez and Leo, has really opened the taps up, a 157.2 last time by. However, while this is going on, Claudio Vieira has just set the fastest first sector of the race in that RSR Porsche. The green and black machine has been unchained, and Claudio Vieira is on the move. So we'll quite possibly see this car resume the overall lead once the pit window is closed here, because it is being hustled right now by Vieira. Claudio, of course, taking over from Lucas Vieira, who started the race. You can see there the kind of just the aggression, the cornering speed at the top end of the circuit there. Into the pits comes the 968. So our momentary race leader there is into the pits. Meanwhile, the RSR unlapping itself against the smokescreen Porsche 944 of Diaz Villarroel. Of course, the RSR are lapped down because of the fairly lengthy pit stops. And next time by, it will be the last opportunity for Diaz Villarroel to serve his stop within the pit window, so he's going to have to pit next time by. Meanwhile, this is the 968 with the pit stop ongoing. In fact, no, it's not. It's one of the BMWs. I saw a Porsche shirt in the car and thought it was our former race leader. In fact, it was the E30 325, which has now been taken over by Jean Bataillot-Dinot. Just about within the overall top 10. So as this RSR continues to run, the question is going to be, where does this machine of Lucas Gonzalez and Leo come out relative to this man Claudio Vieira? Now, Vieira was in the lead before the stop, and based on the purple sectors and the lap times he is setting, there's no reason really to believe that he won't still be in the lead. The question is, what can Lucas Gonzalez and Leo do once he gets behind the wheel? We saw the team there fanning him, keeping their man cool before he goes out into the heat of action. And it's just exiting the pit lane now. Here comes the Porsche 968 out of pit exit. It will be the lead for the RSR. But not by much. In fact, no, that's a 924 coming out. Sorry, so that's the 924 of Pedro Portas that's come out of the pit lane. Still in the pits for now. is the 968 of Lucas Gonzalez and Leo, so the green RSR is going to be well clear as we go into the second phase of the race. Only now does the Porsche 968 of Lucas Gonzalez and Leo make it out. Now I wonder what the discussions are down here in the Porsche 944 Turbo pit. Jesus Diaz Villarroel, I don't know if he'll be aware of the smoke, but certainly his team will have seen it. It looked like he was primarily hydrating and focusing on getting back out there, so we'll have to see. Looks like it's been a fairly long stop there for the 968 of Lucas Gonzalez and Leo, and it didn't strike me that he was going particularly quickly as we cut away. Was that car railing or was that my imagination? I don't think it was my imagination. No, the 968 is slow. The 968 has stopped. Oh no. Lucas Gonzalez and Leo coming out of the pits. I was curious to see his pace up against that RSR of Claudio Vieira, and well, it's not to be ultimately. It's, oh, well, maybe. It's running again. But it's not running where it should be in the order. There is the number 20 Civic, which has come back out into the race just outside the overall top 10, but with some ailing cars, may well finish in the top 10 all said and done. So the question now, I think, for the number 27 car, the Porsche 968 CS of Lucas Gonzalez and Leo, it's no longer where are you going to be relative to the 44 car, the former leader, Claudio Vieira. It's going to be where are you relative to that 944 Turbo of Jesus Diaz Villarroel, which has gone back out onto the circuit. And I think the answer is behind. And in fact, I'm not convinced that the top two aren't with each other at the moment. The 944 Turbo, yes, they are together on the circuit. I think the 944 came back out briefly in the lead, so a fairly nifty stop there for Jesus Diaz Villarroel, but now the RSR is back through, and again that smoke on the Jesus Diaz Villarroel 944 continues to make itself known, but doesn't seem to be causing any problems. All the same, Claudio Vieira is fairly comfortably in the lead now, having dispatched the 944 on that lap. So that's your top two through shots, and they're 4 seconds apart already, having switched positions on that previous lap. Now, registered on my timing screen in third place is the Porsche 924 of Pedro Porfaz. Indeed, he does come across the line in third overall, 28 seconds off the leader. In fourth place is Carlos Tavares in the BMW, and in fact, fourth and fifth place are very close together. If we could maybe get to turn two, I believe they're pretty much neck and neck on circuit, at least according to the timing screen. Albeit I know Carlos Tavares has had some transponder issues. They're not quite neck and neck, but they are close together. This is the fourth and fifth overall. Last lap times, João Mira Gomez was fractionally quicker in that Escort as well. So this is fourth and fifth place now. Certainly could be up for debate. About 20 seconds behind them, as well as that Porsche 968, which, having had some issues, is now setting its fastest laps of the race. So Lucas Gonzalez and Leo, after slowing and having some sort of drama, is slowly but surely making his way to that battle for 4th place. And equally, we saw there the 924 of Pedro Pofath, which is indeed in 3rd place, but Carlos Tavares in the number 4 car is closing in, so the podium is certainly up for debate at the moment. It's been all Porsches in the top 3 throughout the race so far, but both the Escort of João Mira Gomez and the BMW E30 of Carlos Tavares, which we aren't getting sector splits for, but it is out there on the circuit in 4th place, and it is closing in. It's only 2 or 3 seconds back at the moment. They'll be heading into the first corner as we speak. There is your battle for 3rd place on screen. The 924 through shot in 3rd, and then it's the BMW E30 M3 Group A in 4th place, then the Escort in 5th. And last time by, with the carrot being dangled of that Porsche 924, Carlos Tavares was quicker. So this car, Tavares in the E30, is hunting. It drops through the field over the course of the lap because the transponder isn't seemingly playing ball. But make no mistake about it, it is hunting down for 3rd place here. Of course, they're in separate classes, these two cars, but the overall positions count for a lot. And Tavares, I'm sure, has been informed, based on the rate at which that BMW is moving, that the next move will be for position. The little Datsun 1200, now driven by Guillermo Velasco Bache, will be just ahead as well. Hopefully doesn't trip anybody up. Stays well clear. Good driving from the Datsun racer. To the inside goes Tavares. A wide berth given there by Pedro Porthaz. Now, which car has the legs in a straight line? I would give it to the E30, surely. But we'll find out as they head to the start-finish line together, and sure enough, it does look like Tavares has the edge. He crosses the line just ahead in 3rd position. And look at that, well clear by the time they get to turn 1. An impressive piece of kit that BMW is. 3rd position then for Tavares, 4th position for Pedro Porthaz. I believe still in 5th place is João Mira Gomez, yes, in the Escort, which has been rather dropped here by Tavares. But hunting him down at a rate of knots, of course, is our former, during the pit window at least, race leader, the former pole sitter, Lucas Gonzalez and Leo, who is very quickly coming in that yellow Porsche 968 for the 5th position, and I reckon that could be 4th as well, at the very least. And Leo is currently lapping in the 153s. And these cars are all lapping in the high 50s, if not the 2 minutes. So keep an eye on that yellow number 27. We'll see if we can find that. But at the front of the field with 6.5 minutes to go, Claudio Vieira is your race leader, of course, in that magnificent 911 RSR. 33 seconds clear of the smoking Porsche 944 of Jesus Diaz Villarreal. This is the car I was talking about. This is the Porsche 968 car 27. Lucas Gonzalez and Leo, who is, just visually speaking, going quite a lot quicker than the cars he's bearing down on. But as I say that, it slows again. Fuel pressure is my thought there. Or alternator. But one way or the other, that 968 has problems. Oh, Tavares locking up a little bit going into the first corner. Looks like some gravel might have been kicked up by somebody as well. There's no car there, just some tracks, potentially. I was just hyping up that number 27, and unfortunately it is again slowed down, and I think with that may end the chance of an overall top 5 as Carlos Tavares wagging the tail just ahead of that Toyota Starlet of João Neves. He's just put a lap on. Battle for 4th place is steadily closing in as well, because João Mira Gomez is making time on that Porsche 924, the white number 5 car. But the gap there is about 3.2 seconds, and they're about 1.5 seconds a lap differentiated, so certainly João Mira Gomez is going to have to press on if he wants to try and claim that 4th overall. Of course, on your timing screens or on your graphics right now, it says it's for 3rd overall, but that's because the Tavares car has a transponder problem. There is Claudio Vieira in the RSR, lights ablaze. What a gorgeous machine. A big intake at the front. I'm sure a huge intercooler just below. And a huge radiator, of course, just on the other side of the bodywork. Porsches quite famously have that weak point of the radiator at the front of the car, which in recent generations has been somewhat abated. They've made the cars a bit longer and more aggressive at the front, and with it has come some more bodywork between the rest of the world and the radiator. But even as far back as the 997s and the early 991s, if you took any kind of knock to the front, you're in danger of losing your radiator. Saw that a lot with the 997 RSR in particular. It was a real notable weak point. This recipe, of course, for the 911. Unchanged now in terms of the layout for 60 years. Stubbornly rear-engined, the Porsche 911. Although, if you ask Manti nicely, they will do you a midship one. Like that Volkswagen Golf of Javier Bassagoiti is just limping around a little bit here. Quite a few cars ailing towards the end of the race. And it's half a second between 4th and 5th place at the moment. The number 5 car. Oh, Tavares! Tavares in a spin! And just behind him is the battle for 4th and 5th place. Tavares will hold on to 3rd. But with 2 minutes left to go, João Mira Gomez is all over the back of Pedro Porthaz. There they are in 4th and 5th position. Third across the line there is Carlos Tavares. He's running 3rd in the race even with that spin. But then just behind him, 4th and 5th, is the battle to watch. Pedro Porthaz, João Mira Gomez. There they are in the back of shot. Keep an eye on that white car being pursued by the Escort. Final lap of the race for the leader this time by. It'll be 2 to go for these. And there's the move. João Mira Gomez is past Pedro Porthaz. Pedro tries to fight back. And as they come out of the Farina bend, it looks to me like the Escort has got the better of that one, perhaps definitively. It's been closing in at the rate of a couple of seconds a lap for the last several minutes, and now Pedro Portas is behind that Escort RS 2000. Of course, there is a Group 1 series that we see sometimes on the Race Ready package, and I believe Mira Gomez is one of the drivers in that series in that car, and showing its potential there, running 4th overall at the moment, just behind the Group A spec machine of Carlos Tavares. Meanwhile, on the final lap of the race, the number 44 of Claudio Vieira. The clock just now hit 0. It is the final lap. And the Vieiras certainly should be proud of how this race has unfolded. That RSR has looked unimpeachable at the front in this race. Claudio Vieira brings it home for he and Lucas. It's a win in Carrera 80 for that 911 RSR. A great showing from the green machine. As imposing and aggressive as it is, it looked fairly easy for the Vieiras. In second place it will be, a long way from now, Jesus Diaz Villarreal. I think maybe we should look elsewhere for now, because it's going to be a while before we see second across the line. It will be coming through the last couple of corners now. Diaz Villarreal in his 944 Turbo, which is very smoky still, I understand, around the circuit. It was over a minute back last time, though. Lost a lot of time to the RSR. Across the line there in 6th place goes the 325i of Teo Antonio Perez. That's the E36 just going through shot, and eventually we'll see the 2nd place car, but it will be a while yet. There is the Civic coming across the line. Juan Alonso Boras taking 9th overall and 2nd in the T2000 class. There's 2nd overall, Jesus Diaz Villarreal in the 944 Turbo. Made it to the end, and it looks like it isn't smoking anymore, so maybe everything rectified. Or maybe there's a little bit of smoke left. Either way, it got to the flag. That's the important thing. Carlos Tavares takes 3rd overall in the E30 M3. 4th across the line is that gorgeous RS 2000 for João Mira Gomez, rounding out the top 5 just now across the line. Pedro Portas eventually lost out, of course, to the Escort RS 2000, but will still be fairly happy, I think, with that result. 7th across the line, the E30 325i, which is centre of screen now. That is Jean Atayo Dino, and then Dan Jimenez, one of the last across the line, in 8th overall in the T2000 class, winning that class in the Honda Civic. Unfortunately not taking the flag eventually, that Porsche 968 of Lucas Gonzalez and Leo, classified 10th. But it's Claudio Vieira, along with Lucas Vieira, that wins the race in Carrera 80. Jesus Diaz Villarreal in the 944 taking 2nd position, the number 26 car. Carlos Tavares in the E30 BMW M3 in 3rd place. João Mira Gomez in 4th position in his gorgeous Ford Escort in 4th place. Pedro Portas in 5th position in the 924 Porsche. In the number 5 car as well, the 5 in 5th. Teo Antonio Perez in 6th place. Jean Atayo Dino in 7th position. Dan Jimenez in 8th place, the winner of the T2000 class, ahead of his fellow Civic driver Juan Alonso Boras. Lucas Gonzalez and Leo in 10th. Rui Moura in 11th place, winning the Group 2 class in his Mark 1 Golf. 12th position going to João Neves in the Toyota Starlet. Javier Bazagliotti, I think, just about got to the flag with the Golf that looked a bit slow earlier on, in 13th overall, and Guillermo Velasco Basha finishing in 14th place in his Datsun. All of the cars, aside from that 968 that started the race, took the flag So not a bad rate of attrition despite what looked like a few problems. Let's take a look at some highlights of that race. As the race got underway, our pole-sitting Porsche 968 unfortunately rather swallowed whole by the field, particularly by Lucas Vieira, who led the early stages in that mighty Porsche 911 RSR. It was a bit of a scrum further back in the pack, though, as Carlos Tavares and a few of the other Fords, BMWs and Hondas all fought it out for position in the top 5. Lucas Vieira at the front of the pack, though, was in his own ballpark for much of the race. Built a huge gap to hand over to Claudio Vieira, and that gap would remain unimpeached for the remainder of the race. A real lights to flag affair for the 911 RSR. Further back, the Volkswagen Golfs, the Honda Civics, the BMWs, all present and correct. A real display of 70s, 80s and indeed early 90s machinery. That 968 moving back up to second place after some early slow laps. Whether there was a problem underlying the whole time, we don't know, but Jorge Lopez Atienza moved from third to second and handed the car over in quite a strong place ultimately to Lucas Gonzalez and Leo, but as we know, that 968 unfortunately didn't go the distance. It has been a perfect day here, but not always perfect driving. Carlos Tavares having a small moment there. But no harm, no foul. Certainly that E30 looking a little bit taily in places. It can be an unforgiving car on the edge. And certainly Tavares was pressing on, especially post-pit window when it became clear that maybe third was on the cards. The RSR was doing RSR things as well. You don't go 40 minutes around Jarama in a classic 911 without having a couple of sideways moments after all. This was third and fourth position. After the pit window, Tavares moved up into third, then had a spin, but managed to get the car back underway and held on to that third position in spite of the error. But Claudio Vieira well clear at the front. Jesus Diaz Villarroel taking second, ahead of Tavares in third. But what a showing there from that Porsche 911 RSR. Absolutely gorgeous machine, and what a way to wrap up at least the English language portion of today's broadcast. A fabulous day of racing between the historics and the supercars as well. We thank you so much for joining us. It has been a pleasure to bring you the Jarama Classic. Next up for the Iberian supercars, the challenge of the walls at the streets of Villarreal.
E muito boa tarde, senhoras e senhores, sejam bem-vindos à última corrida do programa de Jarama Classic Festival. A segunda metade da corrida de resistência da novíssima grelha SS 600 Endurance. Uma corrida que para esta jornada em Jarama foi dividida em duas partes, que costuma ser corridas de 2 horas, e para esta ronda madrilena foram divididas em duas corridas de 1 hora. Ontem tivemos a primeira metade, onde a corrida foi dominada por Pedro Salvador e Javier Morcillo, da equipa Speed Motorsport, seguidos de Miguel Praia, do AIA Racing School número 2. A equipa Minhojantes, composta por Bernardo Gonzalez e Diogo Lopes, foram terceiros, receberam bandeiras de xadrez na terceira posição, com o número 11 WTC Wall Up de Pedro Marreiros, José Maria Marreiros e Bernardo Passanha foram quartos. Quintos, a equipa Carrera Motorsport Ibéria 2, com Ensis Garcia e Ignacio Pérez, com o número 25 logo a seguir Dajas Douro Valley, com Artur Soares Dias e António Ressurreição. Número 19, a equipa da Mac Rente, Salvador Poças de Andrade e António Ricciardi, com o número 48 o Gentleman Drivers Team, com Eurico da Fonseca e Diogo Santos. Número 12, Furipa Racing Team, Henrique Machado e Sandro Ávila. E na 10ª posição a equipa com o número 1 Flying Lap F1 de André Fernandes e Diogo da Silva. Com o número 56 logo a seguir na 11ª posição a equipa L2C de João Paulo Campos Costa e de Alexandre Beirão. Número 8 veio logo a seguir com o Rodrigo Buzzi. Com o número 20 Tim Palma, António Poças de Andrade, Pedro Lacerda. Com o número 6 a equipa da ZOM, António Miguel Aguiar e Patrícia Santos. O número 91 Armazém Rita Maria Tim, com Adherbal Grilo e Guilherme Grilo. E por fim com o número 70, depois de um toque e um desentendimento com outros concorrentes, a equipa da Gianfranco Motorsport, com Ginho Rodrigues, Diogo Costa, José Pedro Faria e Afonso Cidrais. E esta também será a grelha de partida para esta prova de endurance de 1 hora, nesta nova grelha do Carrera Motorsport, a primeira grelha de endurance, com este novo modelo SS 600, com umas especificações bastante interessantes, com um motor pequenino, 600 cm3 da Suzuki, um pequeno turbo para ajudar a potência, pneus radiais, como podem encontrar nas nossas estradas, e com o comportamento de um Caterham. Portanto, diversão não é nenhuma questão, é muitíssimo divertido conduzir estes carros. Para esta partida vemos que será Javier Morcillo a receber a luz verde, seguido de Miguel Praia, de Diogo Lopes e com Bernardo Passanha a seu lado. Aqui já vemos os 16 carros a formarem as 8 linhas. Aqui informação 2-2, com o safety car, com o leading car neste caso na ponteira do pelotão, que assim que entrar na reta irá recolher as boxes, e será Javier Morcillo com os olhos postos no semáforo do lado direito a comandar o ritmo do pelotão. Vemos aqui o último carro, que não consigo identificar quem será. E vamos ter a partida então para esta corrida de 1 hora. Estes carros não fazem propriamente barulho, mas são muito divertidos de ver, e temos semáforos encarnados e apagaram, e temos o início da corrida de 1 hora, e espalha-se o pelotão pela reta da meta de Jarama. Estes modelos são os modelos menos potentes da Caterham, mas não é por isso que são os menos divertidos de conduzir. Este campeonato que é dedicado a empresas, e vemos Diogo Lopes a assumir a ponteira, com o Miguel Praia na segunda posição e Javier Morcillo ali a colocar por dentro e temos um peão por parte da Zom Racing Team, nada de grave. Ver se consegue pôr o carro em marcha. Com Diogo Lopes na frente, a equipa Mingojantes a tomar a ponteira do pelotão. Miguel Praia a ser atacado por Bernardo Passanha, que tenta colocar no interior. Como poderão ver ao longo desta hora, estes carros são muito giros de ver, estão sempre a escorregar. Vemos aqui a luta entre Miguel Praia e Bernardo Passanha, então a equipa Algarvaia Racing School e um exagero por parte de Miguel Praia a permitir que Bernardo Passanha o suplantasse. E Diogo Lopes confortavelmente na liderança, seguido da equipa Speedy Motorsport com Javier Morcillo ao volante. Ali a luta entre WTC Wall Up e AIA Racing School 2, entre Bernardo Passanha e Miguel Praia, conhecido piloto português de motas Miguel Praia, e seguidos da equipa com o número 48, Gentleman Drivers Team, com Eurico da Fonseca ao volante, se não estou em erro. Diogo Lopes a ser o primeiro líder, e temos uma travagem queimada, mas nada de preocupante. Temos aqui o pelotão mais retardatário, todos muito juntos ainda. Os dois primeiros já criaram aqui um pequeno fosso para o terceiro e o quarto. Vemos aqui a traseira do carro da L2C com João Paulo Campos Costa ao volante. Ali o João Paulo Campos Costa a atacar. Na descida de Bugatti. Aqui vemos Miguel Praia a aplicar alguma pressão sobre o carro número 11 de Bernardo Passanha, e agora vemos Javier Morcillo também a pressionar Diogo Lopes. Agora para as últimas duas direitas do circuito, Diogo Lopes ali a bloquear a roda interior, a roda da frente do lado direito. E vemos Miguel Praia também ali a ter um pequeno deslize e a ir um pouco à terra, mas nada de preocupante. E vamos completar então a segunda volta de corrida. Diogo Lopes a defender de Javier Morcillo, mas sem defender muito, a facilitar um pouco a passagem do piloto espanhol da Speedy Motorsport, a aproveitar aqui o jogo do Condar. Ali Javier Morcillo a fazer sinal a Diogo Lopes para fazerem o tal jogo do Condar, a tentarem se afastar dos restantes concorrentes. Neste momento a volta mais rápida é da equipa Speedy Motorsport, com 2 minutos 06 a 991. Seguido da equipa de AIA Racing School 2 com 2:07.095, portanto tempos muito parecidos. E lá vão os dois primeiros classificados na vertiginosa descida do Bugatti. Uma travagem que nestes carros é sempre complicada. Carros que muitos deles ainda vêm com volante em madeira, portanto um estilo heritage, um estilo vintage nestes modelos da Katum. Com isto, os dois perseguidores, neste caso o Bernardo Passanha e a Miguel Praia, já se começaram a juntar aos dois da frente, que já iam destacados. Nos faz antever aqui uma luta pelo comando da corrida bastante interessante. Aqui vemos as equipas no muro das boxes a darem as suas indicações aos seus pilotos. Aqui muitos deles munidos com um rádio, conseguem obter todas as informações que necessitam dadas pelas equipas. E vemos Diogo Lopes a curvar por fora, os dois lado a lado. Nesta curva 1, continuam lado a lado, vão para a curva 2 lado a lado. Diogo Lopes a colocar por dentro agora para a curva 3. E Diogo Lopes aqui, Javier Morcilha a tentar ir mais, a tentar ir por fora, mas Diogo Lopes a assumir a liderança, e com isto permitiu que o terceiro e o quarto classificado se juntassem definitivamente. Mais atrás vem o carro número 77 com Ignácio Pérez, em sexto lugar do Team Palma, em sétimo Gentleman Drivers Club, oitavo LDC, em nono a equipa da Gianfranco Motorsport com Ginho Rodrigues ao volante, em décimo a equipa da Mac Rente, em décimo primeiro a equipa Armazém Rita Maria, oitavo Bossa Racing Team, em 12º Bossa Racing Team, assim é que é, o número 8, 13º Floripa Racing Team, 14ª Flying Lap F1 com Diogo da Silva ao volante, e vemos ali o carro que fez o peão logo do início, vai ser quase dobrado, irá ser dobrado agora nesta volta. Por fim, o carro de Dajas de Douro Valley, o carro branco, o número 25. Em sétimo, o carro, em 16º, o carro número 7, Carrera Motorsport Iberia 1. E vemos a defesa de Javier Morcilho por parte da investida de Bernardo Passanha, jovem piloto da WTC Wallop, não conseguiu levar a melhor sobre o experiente piloto espanhol Javier Morcillo, da equipa Speedy Motorsport. Com isto, Diogo Lopes tenta-se afastar, mas não é fácil devido ao efeito de cone de ar que estes skaters fazem e proporcionam. Agora a subir a vertiginosa subida de Bugatti para começarem logo a descer. E temos os 4 primeiros classificados ao fim de 10 minutos de prova, ainda muito juntos. Recordamos que a janela de paragem abre dos 35 aos 25. Em que as equipas são obrigadas a parar um tempo mínimo de 3 minutos para a troca de pilotos. Para esta jornada de Jarama não é necessário reabastecimento. Na jornada anterior em Portimão tivemos uma paragem dedicada a reabastecimento, sendo uma prova de resistência. E mais uma volta cumprida aqui no circuito de Jarama. A equipa Minhojantes na frente, com a equipa Speedy Motorsport no segundo posto. A WTC Olap é terceiro. Aí a Racing School 2 é quarto. Carrera Motorsport Iberia 2 é quinto. Team Palma é sexto. Em sétimo temos o Gentleman Drivers Team. Em oitavo o L2C. Em nono, Conjunto Rodrigues ao volante da Gianfranco Motorsport. Em décimo em Rita Maria Team. Em 11º Macrent. Em 12º Bossa Racing Team. Vemos aqui o carro do Gajas do Orval a ser dobrado, com algumas bandeiras amarelas ali à mistura. Não está fácil para esta equipa com o número 25. Vemos ali a luta entre a Flying Lap F1 com o Diogo da Silva ao volante a pressionar e a tentar passar o carro número 12 do Floripa Racing Team. Esta é a luta pela 13ª posição. Aqui Rodrigo Buzzi da Bossa Racing Team, que é 12º classificado. Aqui o carro da Macrent com o número 19, ali com um pequeno slide. Vemos o carro da Gianfranco colar-se ao time L2C. Com Gil Rodrigues ao volante a atacar João Paulo Campos Costa. Duas gerações diferentes de pilotos aqui a discutirem a oitava posição. Com isto Diogo Lopes a conseguir a volta mais rápida da corrida com 2.06.615. E aqui a equipa da WTC Olap a pressionar para passar a equipa da Speedy Motorsport, mas agora a curva beneficia a equipa número 30, a equipa do carro amarelo. E mais uma investida por parte de Bernardo Passanha que não deu resultado. E com isto Miguel Praia volta-se a colar aos da frente. Miguel Praia que se encontra em gestão de corrida. Um slide por parte de Bernardo Passanha a colocar por dentro muito bem, a travar e a consumar a ultrapassagem contra Javier Morcillo, mas este agora a utilizar toda a sua experiência do traçado espanhol para tentar fazer a clássica tesoura. E o espectador privilegiado disto é Miguel Praia, que se encontra bem na traseira destes dois carros. Agora a fugir para o muro das boxes Bernardo Passanha a tentar quebrar o efeito do condar. E agora temos três carros lado a lado, com o Miguel Praia do lado direito e Javier Morcillo no meio, o Bernardo Passanha no interior. Miguel Praia a tentar por fora, vai fazer um pouco mais de metros e com isto o Javier Morcillo consegue segurar por enquanto a terceira posição, mas Miguel Praia agora coloca por fora na curva 3 e terá direito privilegiado e consegue mesmo a ultrapassagem a Javier Morcillo. Miguel Praia que agora irá procurar atacar Bernardo Passanha, ou então irão trabalhar em conjunto de modo a que Diogo Lopes da equipa Mingos Jantos não consiga fugir. Assistimos agora aqui à luta entre Miguel Praia e Bernardo Passanha na descida de Ascari. Ui, e Javier Morcelho ali com um pequeno slide. E a bloquear uma vez mais a roda do lado direito, frente do lado direito. Algo muito comum nesta dupla direita, duas das últimas curvas do circuito. Lá vai Diogo Lopes isolado na primeira posição. Diogo Lopes que já leva uma vantagem de 2,8 segundos. Vemos ali Miguel Praia já a conseguir ultrapassar Bernardo Passanha. Miguel Praia agora a regressar ao segundo posto. E agora a tentar ir atrás de Diogo Lopes. Estas corridas de resistência são sempre uma incógnita, a maior parte delas acabam por ser ganhas nas paragens das boxes. Ui, uma travagem queimada por parte de Miguel Praia, muitos metros fez aquele pneu bloqueado e Bernardo Passanha também foi largo. Isto só ajuda Diogo Lopes, que já vai com 3,7 segundos de vantagem, a conseguir aumentar perto de 1 segundo a sua vantagem. Aqui a realização a focar muito. Ui, Diogo Lopes a ir largo, a dobrar aqui um piloto retardatário com o número 7, o carro número 7 de carro da Carrera Motorsport Ibéria 1. Diogo Lopes a conseguir muito bem lidar com o tráfego. E já com mais de e já com perto de 4 segundos de vantagem sobre a WTC Wallop, que conseguiu ali abrir um fosso para Miguel Praia. Miguel Praia que deve ter cometido algum erro, algum slide que fez o experiente piloto português perder algum tempo para a equipa da WTC Wallop. Agora aqui vemos a luta a 3 entre o carro 48 da Gentleman Drivers Team, a L2C e a Gianfranco, com a L2C a conseguir passar e a Gianfranco a seguir-se, e agora Ginho Rodrigues a meter-se no condar de João Paulo Campos Costa e a fazerem reta lado a lado, lá vão eles. E Ginho Rodrigues a consumar a ultrapassagem a João Paulo Campos Costa. Um piloto e dono da Gianfranco Motorsport a conseguir ultrapassar o carro 56. E quem vem atrás é o número 48. Relembramos a classificação que se encontra do lado esquerdo do vosso ecrã. Diogo Lopes de Ninho Jantes em primeiro, com a WTC Wallop a quase 5 segundos. Miguel Praia do AIA Racing School 2. E começamos a ver as paragens a acontecer. Já temos Miguel Praia, a Speedy Motorsport e a Katum Motorsport Iberia 2 nas boxes, assim como Floripa Racing Team. E começa agora a confusão das paragens, onde a classificação se irá baralhar, e após o término da janela de paragens a classificação irá voltar ao normal. Aqui a realização a focar o carro da Gianfranco Motorsport 170 e o carro da L2C que tem o número 56. Equipa composta por João Paulo Campos Costa e Alexandre Beirão. A equipa de Ginho Rodrigues, João Pedro Faria, Afonso Sidrais e Diogo Costa. Diogo Costa, que não sei se está cá hoje, teve a sua participação ontem. Aqui vemos nas imagens Miguel Praia a refrescar-se. Está muito calor aqui em Madrid, cerca de 30 graus, um tempo muito abafado, que não torna a vida dos pilotos nada fácil. Diogo Lopes, que ainda não parou, continua em pista a fazer volta rápida atrás de volta rápida, a rodar em 2:06.391 na última volta, nitidamente mais veloz que todos os outros em pista. A WTC Wall-Up já parou, a L2C também parou agora. Miguel Praia ainda se encontra dentro das boxes, assim como a Speedy. Parou também a Mac Rente. Aqui vemos Pedro Marreiros a entrar no carro da WTC Wall-Up. Estreante piloto Pedro Marreiros, que regressa desta forma aos troféus de monomarca. Vemos o carro número 20, que se encontra na segunda posição do time Palma. E agora na imagem Rodrigo Buzzi, o carro do Bossa Racing Team. E vemos Pedro Salvador ao volante, na traseira de Miguel Praia, a reeditarem a luta de ontem, onde Pedro Salvador levou a melhor. Ui, Rodrigo Buzzi quase a perder o carro. E Pedro Salvador também ali um slide. E Miguel Praia também a lutar um pouco contra o seu Katum. Carros que têm pneus muito fininhos, que proporcionam assim esses slides que o público gosta bastante de ver. Vemos então aqui Miguel Praia a defender de Pedro Salvador. Rodrigo Buzzi recolhe as boxes para efetuar a sua paragem obrigatória. E lá vão Miguel Praia e Pedro Salvador reta fora. Agora temos muita gente nas boxes, poucos carros em pista. Neste momento apenas 7 carros se encontram a rodar em pista. Diogo Lopes ainda... Não, Diogo Lopes já voltou. Diogo Lopes já entrou nas boxes. Vai trocar com Bernardo Gonzalez. E vemos o carro de Pedro Marreiros a encostar. Ir atrás de Miguel Praia e de Pedro Salvador. Pedro Salvador que já passou Miguel Praia no final da reta da meta. E começa então aqui uma luta a 3. Mais uma volta completa por parte de Pedro Salvador, o vencedor da corrida de ontem. E começam agora a estabilizar as posições. Ainda temos a equipa Minho Jantes na frente. a fazer a sua volta de saída com a equipa Speedy Motorsport a 15 segundos. Veremos se Bernardo Gonzalez vai conseguir suster ou manter esta vantagem. E depois no final irão ser somados os tempos de cada corrida e já vimos ali a imagem do carro da Minho Jantes e Pedro Salvador a aproximar-se bastante. Pedro Marres também perdeu um pouco o comboio de Pedro Salvador e Miguel Praia. A imagem de Pedro Salvador, que completa este ano 30 anos de carreira, daí o número do carro da Speedy Motorsport ser o 30. Pedro Salvador, que também teve relativamente pouco tempo na rampa da Falperra no início do mês de maio, com uma participação notável a bordo de um protótipo. E Pedro Salvador, que regressa então às grelhas do Katum Motorsport Iberia, outrora Super 7 by Toyo Tires. Pedro Salvador, um experiente piloto da zona do Porto, piloto e empresário, com uma equipa muito bem sucedida, equipa de competição muito bem sucedida, que este fim de semana atuou em duas frentes, no Campeonato Nacional de Velocidade e aqui no Katum Motorsport Iberia, onde no Katum Motorsport Iberia a equipa Speedy Motorsport conseguiu a dupla vitória nos 420R com Tomás Teixeira, pupilo de Pedro Salvador. E agora vemos Pedro Salvador em perseguição de Bernardo Gonzalez. A diferença entre os dois, que no início da volta era de 15 segundos, agora passou para 4 segundos, ponto 9, 5 segundos. Miguel Praia a apenas 1 segundo de Pedro Salvador, mas Pedro Salvador a abrir vantagem para Miguel Praia e a apanhar a olhos vistos o carro de Minho Jantes. Só agora no primeiro parcial tirou meio segundo a Bernardo Gonzalez. Para esta corrida as equipas puderam fazer a sua própria estratégia, ou seja, não existia a obrigatoriedade de nenhum dos pilotos arrancar. Cada equipa escolhia qual dos seus pilotos iria arrancar. E temos ali um slide por parte do carro número 77, não, com o carro número 7, assim é que é, de Adam West. Adam West, que confessou que está a adorar esta experiência, esta segunda prova nos SS 600. Adam West, que faz parte da Katum, da casa-mãe Katum Cars, e está a adorar aqui esta experiência no modelo menos potente da marca britânica. Vemos nas imagens Bernardo Gonzalez a negociar as penúltimas curvas do circuito e agora a negociar a última curva. Vimos Pedro Salvador também a dobrar um retardatário, o carro número 25, e vemos também Miguel Praia, aqui alguns carros à mistura. Miguel Praia, que não quer perder o comboio de Pedro Salvador, mas acaba por já estar a 1.9 segundos, 2 segundos praticamente do veterano piloto português. Temos também Pedro Marreiros no encalço. Não consegui perceber qual carro é que se encontra à frente de Pedro Marreiros. Não consegui ver o número. E com isto Pedro Salvador já só tem 2.8 segundos de diferença para Bernardo Gonzalez. Pela diferença parece que Pedro Salvador irá alcançar Gonzalez no final desta volta. Quando faltam apenas 24 minutos para o término desta corrida, e término da última corrida do programa desportivo do Jarama Classic Festival. O carro 48, carro da equipa, aqui ver só nas minhas cábulas, Gentleman Drivers Team acabou de levar um drive-thru penalty por não ter entrado na janela correta, e vamos recebendo assim estas notícias da direção de corrida. Portanto, o carro número 48 irá ter que percorrer o pit lane a uma velocidade máxima de 60 km/h. E tal como previsto, Pedro Salvador já está no encalço de Bernardo Gonzalez. E Pedro Salvador a mostrar-se nos pés de Bernardo Gonzalez. Mas a praia vem logo a seguir, com Pedro Marreiros também no seu encalço. Temos primeiro, segundo, terceiro e quarto, muito próximo. E Pedro Salvador já passou Bernardo Gonzalez na inserção da curva 3. E agora Bernardo Gonzalez a tentar ir atrás de Pedro Salvador. Aqui a aproveitar o condar. Pedro Salvador completamente colado a fazer esta curva, é espetacular de ver. Vemos agora a luta do Team Palma com o Bossa Racing Team. Rodrigo Buzzi ao volante do carro do Bossa Racing Team. O brasileiro que veio a solo nesta jornada madrilena. Vemos também na imagem o carro da McRent, carro também que se estreia nesta segunda prova. Tivemos algumas estreias neste fim de semana. O carro da Speedy Motorsport é uma nova adição. O carro da Gianfranco Motorsport também a estrear-se, assim como o carro 48 do Gentleman Drivers Club. Agora o carro da McRent com António Ricciardi ao volante, que regressa às pistas do piloto português. Pedro Salvador, que já conseguiu abrir uma vantagem de 1.3 segundos. Miguel Praia e Pedro Marreiros também a aproximarem-se de Bernardo Gonzalez. Claro que seria mais simples se o resultado final fosse o resultado desta corrida, mas no entanto iremos ter que somar os tempos da corrida de ontem para obter a classificação final. Vemos dois carros seguidos a bloquearem travagens, bloquearem ali o pneu dianteiro direito na curva 1, na travagem da curva 1. Na teoria é curva 2, mas na prática a curva 1 é feita a fundo e está integrada na reta da meta. Portanto, os pilotos utilizam a curva que vimos o duplo bloqueio de travagem por parte de Bernardo Gonzalez e depois por Miguel Praia é a curva 1 e não a 2, como o mapa da pista indica. Aqui a luta de Rodrigo Buzzi, que já ultrapassou o carro do time Palma. Henrique Machado, carro do Floripa Racing Team, já é 13º, com André Fernandes ao volante do carro número 1 da Watch FL F1 a serem 14º. Equipa da Zom com o carro número 6 de Miguel Aguiar a ser 15º. Carro número 7 de Adam West ao volante, 16º. E o carro número 25, que é o carro que no início da corrida vimos a fazer um peão, a terminar a classificação com o 17º lugar. Temos apenas 15 minutos restantes de corrida. Pedro Salvador já é líder isolado, com mais de 3,5 segundos de vantagem sobre Bernardo Gonzalez, que foi agora alcançado por Pedro Marreiros e Miguel Praia. Começa então a luta pelo lugar e também do pódio. Aqui Bernardo Gonzalez também a bloquear a travagem e a ser suplantado por Pedro Marreiros. Que a luta entre a WTC Wall Up e a Minho Jantes que venceu a primeira corrida do ano em Portimão e encontra-se na liderança pontual deste novo campeonato, com o cunho de qualidade da CRM Motorsport. Quem se deixou ficar um pouco para trás foi Miguel Praia. No entanto, como viram, a 7 décimos de segundo pouco ou nada é, que apenas uma curva bem conseguida, Miguel Praia já suplantou Bernardo Gonzalez, que deve ter cometido um erro na travagem da descida de Bugatti. Veremos se Bernardo Gonzalez consegue acompanhar Miguel Praia e Pedro Marreiros. Neste momento a volta mais rápida da corrida é de creio que é de Pedro Salvador. A volta mais rápida da corrida neste momento é de Pedro Salvador, creio eu. Deixem-me ver se eu consigo descobrir de quanto é que é. Aqui no live timing não nos aparece. Exatamente, 2:06.141. A volta mais rápida da corrida, no minto, não é de Pedro Salvador, mas sim de Bernardo Gonzalez. De Diogo Lopes, assim é que é. Foi Diogo Lopes que conquistou este tempo de 2:06.112. Mas tanto Pedro Salvador, Pedro Marreiros, Miguel Praia. Não, Pedro Salvador é nitidamente mais rápido, rodou na última volta em 2:06.649, enquanto Pedro Marreiros e Miguel Praia em 2:07.355 e 2:07.719, e Bernardo Gonzalez em 2:08.9. Na GT da equipa Katum Motorsport Iberia em 2:09.2, mas tem a volta mais rápida em 2:07.2. Quando faltam menos de 11 minutos para a corrida terminar, iremos relembrar a classificação desta segunda metade do Caterham SS 600 Endurance. A Speedy Motorsport encontra-se na frente da corrida. WTC Wallap é segundo, AIA Racing School 2 é terceiro, Domingos Jantes é quarto, Caterham Motorsport Iberia 2 é quinto, Jean Franco é sexto, L2C é sétimo, em oitavo lugar Armazém Rita Maria Team, nono Bossa Racing Team, décimo Team Palma, décimo primeiro Gentleman Drivers Team, em décimo segundo Flying Lap F1, em décimo terceiro Floripa Racing Team, décimo quarto Zom, décimo quinto Caterham Motorsport Iberia, em 16º, mas nas boxes, a má corrente, e por fim, a Dajas do Ouro Valley, com a Tour Soares Dias e António Ressurreição. Speedy Motorsport que já leva 3 segundos e meio de vantagem. Pedro Salvador nitidamente a gerir o andamento em 2:07.1, enquanto Pedro Marreiros já rodou em 2:06.5, a aproximar-se da equipa da WTC, a aproximar-se de Pedro Salvador. Temos ali 2 carros amarelos, um deles é o Floripa Racing Team, este aqui com a faixa preta, este sim é Speedy Motorsport. Vantagem de Pedro Salvador a cair um pouco, de 3,5 para 3,4, uma pequena décima que o Pedro Salvador perdeu para Pedro Marreiros. Vemos na imagem Miguel Praia. Miguel Praia que fez estas 2 horas sozinho. Tivemos a equipa Floripa Racing Team a passar André Fernandes da Watch FLF1 e ali ultrapassagem na curva 1. Os que irão ser dobrados muito em breve por Pedro Salvador, Pedro Marreiros, Miguel Praia e Bernardo Gonzalez. Vemos Bernardo Gonzalez a dobrar um retardatário. Também Pedro Salvador a dobrar a equipa da Watch FLF1. Faltam um pouco mais de 5 minutos para o término da corrida. Na imagem Miguel Praia. Dois carros amarelos na imagem, Pedro Salvador e o Floripa Racing Team, carro 30 e carro 12. Vemos na imagem Pedro Salvador em grande estilo. Pedro Salvador nitidamente a divertir-se nesta corrida. Quando faltam apenas 4 minutos e 40 segundos para o seu término, para a bandeirada de xadrez e com a vantagem de apenas 1.4 segundos, assim é que é, Pedro Salvador irá garantir a vitória. Depois tem uma vantagem de 13 segundos da vinda de ontem. E Pedro Salvador completamente em drift a fazer esta dupla direita. Pedro Marreiros aproxima-se assim de Pedro Salvador. A luta de Pedro. Pedro Marreiros a 1.1, quando faltam 3 minutos para o final desta corrida, teremos mais 2 voltas. Teremos mais 2 voltas nesta corrida. O carro da Watch FLF1 a pressionar Floripa Racing Team pelo 12º lugar. Um peão por parte da L2C. Creio que isto foi após a descida de Ascari. Exatamente. Nada de mais. O carro que se encontra no 8º lugar a fazer um peão. Mas os líderes ainda se encontram onde? Pedro Salvador outra vez todo de lado. Levado ao limite de aderência dos pneus da Prince. Vendidos pela disponial parceiro da CRM Motorsport. Tivemos o Team Palma. Team Palma com o número 20. Entramos agora, creio que na última volta. Não, ainda iremos ter mais uma volta. Não aparece aqui no lifetime ninguém. Não, assim. Última volta da corrida. Assim é que é. Com Pedro Salvador e Pedro Marreiros em luta. Juntinhos, com 6 décimos de segundo para separar os dois. Final emocionante desta corrida de 1 hora. Pedro Salvador todo atravessado. Pedro Marreiros no seu encalço. E lá vão eles a subir um Bugatti. A famosa curva de Jarama com o arco. E Pedro Salvador prepara-se para mais uma vitória. Será que Pedro Marreiros irá deixar Pedro Salvador vencer esta segunda metade da corrida? O primeiro e segundo colados nesta última volta. E agora Pedro Salvador com o interior na curva para a direita. Pedro Marreiros no exterior. E Pedro Salvador muito bem a fechar a trajetória e a fechar a porta a Pedro Marreiros. 2 décimos a separar os dois. Eles saem colados para a reta da meta. E será Pedro Salvador a vencer esta corrida de 2 horas por apenas 1 décima de segundo sobre Pedro Marreiros. Miguel Braia é terceiro, Bernardo Gonzalez quarto, Katum Motorsport Ibéria 2, quinto. Em sexto lugar, Gianfranco Motorsport. Em sétimo, Armazém Rita Maria Team. Oitavo, L2C. Nono, Bossa Racing Team. Em décimo, Gentleman Drivers Team. Em 11º, Team Palma. Em 12º, Floripa Racing Team. Em 13º, Flying Lap F1. 14º, Zom. Em 15º, Katum Motorsport Ibéria. Em 16º, Dajas Douro Valley. E não conseguir receber a bandeira de xadrez com o número 19, a Mark Rent. Vamos então ver os highlights desta corrida, os melhores momentos desta corrida. Mas antes disso, a classificação. Vitória para Pedro Salvador e Javier Morcillo. A volta mais rápida da corrida ficou nas mãos de Diogo Lopes. Não, a volta mais rápida foi para Pedro Marreiros, assim é que é, com 2:05.619, o único a conseguir entrar no segundo 5. Da minha parte é tudo. Despeço-me com a introdução dos highlights. Vemo-nos em Zandvoort, em meados de julho. Os SS 600 regressam em Valência em setembro. Obrigado a todos e até uma próxima.